No. Wrong one. There we go. That's the right one. Alright. First off, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Before we end up screwing that one up. I think everything is working. I don't know if desktop is working yet. Yeah, desktop is working. Alrighty, guys. Welcome to the live stream. Episode 2 of 2021. Of course it's showing 0. Alright, yeah, let me know if you guys can hear me out in the chat.
I can't hear you very well myself, man.
You can't hear me at all?
I can, but it's not very loud.
It should be, because it should be going off the snowball. Now, I don't know what you're going off of in here. I'm sure this is probably showing up on camera right now, maybe not. I'm sure this is probably showing up on camera right now, maybe not. Hello. Yeah, it's using the snowball, so it should be working. There we go. I think that worked. Yeah. Alright, so, might have to turn up your headset, I don't know. It's pretty loud on my end as far as I can tell.
Alright.
Alrighty, so, Rocky Start, Season 2, well, not Season 2, Season 3, Episode 2 of NOVAtazz's Automotive Podcast. So, I have a lot of things happening at once. Nikolai has some announcements he'd like to make in a little bit. And, Cletus, you got some stuff going on too, right?
Oh, I always have something going on.
Always. Always hustling, right? Now, I don't know how many people are going to be here. Elliot will be here late. I don't know if Chris or any of them. I haven't gotten any word from any of them. Pilot says we are a go. So, why don't we check the stats of everybody's NOVAtazz cache before we start. Buttons. I almost typed in Taz instead of top. Alright, so got that working, that's working. I have everything in a different spot, so it's like I'm having to refamiliarize myself where everything is at. We should put the banners up. Now, we might get a few more extra people in here this week, because I do know that a few other people were shouting us out. Coastal Auto Reaction was on his car podcast. I know that Jason and Grant gave us a little bit of the shout out at one point. I was surprised to see they had Terry on their show. I had to go back and go watch it later. I wasn't there live. I was actually downstairs working on my craft table. And forgot all about the stream, forgot about what time it was. I actually worked on that table till 4 o'clock in the frickin' morning that night. Well, it would be morning at that point then, wouldn't it? Because I didn't even realize what time it was. But I'll share some pictures of that later in the stream when Elliot shows up so he can do the screen share thing. Because I don't think anybody else that's in here is able to do screen share.
I can.
Well, I don't want to kill your laptop just yet.
Yeah.
So we'll deal with that in a little hot minute. I'm still waiting on Holly Parts to do the EFI swap for the Trans Am. I did get word that my fuel pump shipped. So still waiting on the distributor, the timing controller, and the coil, as far as I know. And I still haven't made it to the junkyard to get the vacuum lines for the truck. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow if I play hooky from work. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh.
So Nick, if you guys don't know Nick, his YouTube that he's trying to push right now is actually on the name that he's using right now, which is it spelled that way though? Right? No, it's not spelled that way. Is it?
Yeah, it is. Nick's Track Shot.
Okay.
They'll stuck him up same way.
A little funky on the thing. And I see that Old Car Auto Guy is in the chat. Welcome aboard, Jason. I was just showing Nikolai. I still have. Here it is. Right. Where is it? Right here. I still have one of your. I don't think it'll pull it correctly. I can try. I still have one of your original old car auto guy stickers. I was gonna put it out here, but I don't have because it's stuck with this transfer paper. I don't want to pull it off the back yet because I don't have a permanent place I want to put this yet. Why am I hearing my echo? Is that you, Cletus? Am I hearing an echo through you?
You are.
Okay.
Headphones in.
What?
I was putting new headphones in.
Oh, okay. So I do have. I still have his sticker. I have Straight Six Fans sticker over here, and Double R Restoration sticker. I don't think I have anyone else's. I did have a big push a while ago to get other people's stickers, and those are mainly the ones that sent me stickers. Was Jason, Grant, and Richard from Double R Restorations. I did have.
Did I send you some when I sent you the cup? Back?
Yes, that's right. You have yours. Yours is actually downstairs on my bottom step because of stuff that haven't made it up to the office yet. But I do have. I got one better though. I have a rock glass.
There you go.
Which my rocks are downstairs in the freezer. Oh well. So yeah. Okay. Jason, when you get a chance, let me know, and I'll see about getting new stickers from you. Me and
That's right. It's probably going to be some OCG stickers, huh?
yeah. I like his old school ones though, but he's not old car auto guy anymore. He's just old car guy.
It's OCG now.
I know, man. Go with the OC.
Right.
It's easier to remember. Old car guy is actually easier to remember than old car auto guy.
Yes.
So yeah, it was a better choice. It was definitely keep it simple, stupid. It's just like mine. Mine's keep it simple, stupid. Just NOVAtazz. I mean, it's very unique name. The more complicated your name, the harder it is for somebody to remember when they're, when it's not staring at them in the face.
Talk about it or share it or whatever.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like your NTS, Nick's Track Shots, that shouldn't be too hard.
Stuff with Cletus isn't the easiest, but I don't think it's too hard.
No.
I should try to do Trailer Park Automotive or Trailer Park Garage or something.
And the problem, well, I mean, Trailer Park Builds. I don't know if that's actually a one.
I don't know.
I would actually do a quick search, do a quick Google search, see Trailer Park Build, see if it comes up with anything. That's another thing that I did when I realized that I wanted to brand my content, is you search. And if yours comes up with somebody else's, if that name pops up a bunch of other different things, well, then you're going to get lost in the mix. If there's one or two other things close to it and they're bigger, it might be helpful. But, I mean, you look at all of the Street Speed 717 spinoffs. If you type in, any of that stuff, they have Street Speed and then a different area code or whatever, or something. That format has now been taken hold of and taken root. There's a lot of people doing that area code and a name, which at that point, it kind of dulls the shock effect of what you're going after.
Sure.
Because then you're just one of many in a pond instead of something new and different. And that's a problem I see with YouTube a lot. You'll have somebody come up with something that's successful, and then you'll have all of the people that try to, I guess, capture that same success. But the problem is you're never going to, because you're just going to get lost into everybody else that's doing the same damn thing. And then statistically, when somebody tries to search for that, they're going to come up with so many other freaking things. Like when they come up with names of video games and movies, they have to be careful with that too, because if they give a name or a movie too close to something else, if that other thing is really, really big, it will overshadow anything in the search results for their content.
Yeah, or even if it's too close to something else.
Yep. Yeah, because I mean, just think about it. I do it all the time. Okay, so I search for routers. Woodworking tools.
Sure.
An edge router, and you try finding an edge router on Facebook Marketplace, and all you get are modems.
Right.
You know,
Wireless routers.
yeah, wireless routers. Yeah, even if you try, because a cordless router, you're going
Right.
to end up with a bunch of wireless routers and different things like that, and it's so frustrating. It's like, I don't want electronics. I want a tool. Um, and yeah, so it's something you got to think about when you start your own channel. Is your name is really important. Um, you don't want to change it too often, because every time you change it, well, that's Jason. Jason did it early. He did it good.
Yeah, what he
He
kept it close
realized,
enough
huh?
that he kept it close enough to the original name as well. That
Yeah, and if you do type in uh, old car auto guy, his
mhm.
channel will still pop up.
Sure.
So he didn't rebrand himself that bad. I've seen people really, really rebrand their content.
Oh yeah.
Um, at one point, DIY Auto Gang tried to do that, and it blew up in their face really bad. He burned himself out, is what happened. He burned himself out making content because he got really big really quick over that burnt Challenger,
Mhm.
and he put way too much time and effort into his channel, which, I mean, in the end of the long scheme, isn't necessarily a bad thing. But he also, like I said, he burned himself out, and he took too much time away from his family and neglected other areas to grow that, which he kind of had to, because he kind of had to ride the wave while he had it. Otherwise, if he would have slowed down, he might not have been where he's at now. Hey, Rob. Um, but he blew up, and then he burned himself out, and he tried to change what his channel was and make it more of a family vlog on that channel, which you have a channel that was built on car content.
Right.
Your 100,000 subscribers subscribed for car content, and he wiped
Well,
everything. He cleaned
and
his
I hated
channel.
it when they. I don't know if you was on back when YouTube first started, but you used to be able to have two channels and have them linked together.
I have two channels.
Yeah, I have it too.
Yeah, but are they linked together like they used to be? I'm
Mm-hmm.
pretty sure they made
Yes.
it where it couldn't
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah. You got to do it through Google Plus. You got to do it through that. You can't
Mm,
do it through because technically I have three channels. Only one of them is public.
I
I
got
have
you.
my personal, with my name on it. This channel is technically attached to that channel. It's a subversion of that channel. That channel has absolutely no content on it. I basically do not even watch YouTube on that channel.
Now, see, here's the funny
That's
thing
just the
is I
channel
have.
that's attached to my. That was my original YouTube channel. And when I decided I wanted to start making videos, I definitely did not want to do it on a channel attached to my name.
Right.
So I created a sub channel underneath of that one, and that is the one that you guys all know today as NOVAtazz. I
Well,
did.
especially the way YouTube used to be, man, people used to be relentless. I mean, it's a little better now that you can delete comments easier and they flag them easier and stuff.
Yeah,
But people, man, they'll just put anything in the comments.
yeah.
They will.
I have mine's pretty strict. I have some of it not so strict, but I have a lot of stuff that gets held until I see it, and
Hmm.
then I
Yeah,
can
it's how
make it
mine
public.
is.
Um, but yeah, so you have to. Your name is really important. Um, and when I first started looking for whatever, I Googled my name all over the place, and to see if there was anybody else that had my name that I wanted to use and what it was attached to. There's nothing. There's some dude, I think in Venezuela or something, that has NOVAtazz, and he's nothing. It's just a.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think we talked about that one time. I'd found it on something. It was another YouTube channel even, but I don't think he has any videos or anything.
Yeah,
It was
it's
like,
nothing. So,
yeah,
and the thing is if I had the money,
it wasn't spelled the same either.
no,
So
if I had the money, I would buy up every single. That's another thing you should do is you buy up domain names on the internet
mm,
that are surrounding anything to do with your content. So misspellings of your name, everything, you buy them all up. Because, and this actually comes from a tip from the dark side of the web, adult industry. That's what the adult industry people do. They buy up any misspellings of their names because then they take those domains and they direct it back to their main main profile. So,
no matter the way you type it in, it's still going to pull it up.
So like say and I'm gonna use the adult industry because why not? You're looking up for Holly Sparks or something and you spell it wrong. It'll redirect it. It'll auto direct it back to the actual Holly Sparks website, and it also keeps people from. In fact, actually, I'm going to use Demolition Ranch. Okay, you know Matt from Demolition Ranch. Most of us probably know who he is. To YouTuber, he also has a vet channel and some other stuff. And actually, the channel that I watch more than the Demo Ranch, which is Off the Ranch, where he's rebuilding that mansion up on top of the mountain or hill or whatever it is. He ran into this. There is a Demolition Ranch on TikTok. It's not him. Everybody thinks, a lot of people think it's him, and they will donate when he goes live because you can donate on TikTok. And so this dude is making money off of Matt's
name and reputation.
Yeah. And that is something that, you have to watch out for. And it's, I normally, even if I don't go on a different social media platform that often, almost every social media platform out there, I have a screen name under my, that's under my control with my name. May not post anything on it, but I have it so that way somebody else doesn't have it. Because you'll run into something where if you get big enough, somebody will copy you. They will try to, take advantage of your whatever and use it for their own gain.
I get the question all the time. It's, hey, are you trying to copy off Cletus McFarland? I'm like, no.
Cletus
it's spelled different, and my YouTube channel's been on here longer than his.
Right. And in
fact,
actually, Cletus McFarland isn't a real character either. It's a made-up character.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that started way back with, what was that? Was that 1320?
Yep, 1320.
Yeah. They made up a character in a skit for him to play a character, because originally he was their promotional guy. He was their guy that ran their Instagram and stuff like that, and then they put him in a video. I do believe it was like with a 69 drag car, 69 Camaro, I think, drag racer.
Yes.
And it was all fake. It was all staged. It's not even his car. You can actually go back. They actually, way down the line, they actually exposed it, and it's like, it was this guy's car. We just did a little skit. We made him out to be like this outrageous redneck, and da-da-da-da. And that's how Cletus McFarland was born. His name's not Cletus. But yeah, that's that. They just came up with a rednecky name that they could think of, and he still plays that character. I mean, that mullet, that's not, I guarantee you that's not the way he actually would like to portray himself, but now he's a character. It's like,
if it works, it works.
Yeah. It's kind of like FPS Russia.
Yeah.
Same way. FPS Russia is completely fake, made up character. It was an exaggerated character to grab attention. And yeah, if he would have done his channel as his normal self, that channel would never have gotten to the big as it was before it died. In fact, you can still find him. He's on some podcast somewhere every week. He's a pretty cool dude, all in his own right. But with the fake Russian accent and the the exaggerated character, it just makes it more entertaining. I don't have a fake persona. I am who I am. Sorry, I'm boring.
You could change it up. You could be OKG, old car guy with a K.
Oh, there you go. I don't
want to
steal poor Jason's thunder. But I actually put up my. It actually technically is my 4th TikTok.
Oh boy, how'd
Because
it do?
two of them are the ones that got taken down. It was the same one that I
Yeah,
reposted. They both got taken down. Even though I see
yeah.
plenty of other people that have the same content up that isn't
I,
taken
I had
down.
to fight it. I had to fight it hard.
I did fight it, but I don't know how to
I
fight it.
know.
I
Well,
fought the first one.
there's no way he would do it with that app. That app's ridiculous.
It is. It didn't used to be. Um, it's been recently because I follow another guy. What the hell is his name? I think it's No Panic something. Um, he's a fabricator, but he also he got famous because he made parodies about fabricating adult toys,
Mm.
and he sings parodies of songs about said toys in like a very cryptic language. He's not saying exactly what it is. He's using other words and different things, but anybody who's in kink knows what it is. Um, but yeah, so he has a whole skit now about making fun of TikTok's banhammer. He calls him Bon Hamar, and it's funny. He's absolutely hilarious. Even if you aren't into that side of the world, of that side of interest, his videos are funny. But yeah, they chopped a lot of his stuff down because God forbid some oversensitive stuff. But it is. I see that we have. Oh yeah, I see that we have. What was it? HTMM. I don't know. He must be from one of the other podcasts that I frequented recently. Because I don't remember seeing him anywhere from any of my vids or whatever.
Yep,
But
sure.
welcome aboard.
You're welcome. Sure.
We'll go over the points real quick here. We got Stuff with Cletus is already like outrageously out in the lead again.
Gotta be always right.
And that's because he gave us a little donation last week, and then he gambled his donation points wins, and he hit the jackpot. If you don't know how to gamble, Stuff with Cletus will show you how in the chat. You
Even
can
though
gamble your
Maxwell is
points,
beating me here.
huh?
Sorry to interrupt you. Maxwell's beating me on the boss there, the stream boss.
Oh, is he? Oh, yeah. Where did that come from?
I don't know. I thought it was Robert's Garage beating me.
Oh, that's why.
I'm doing work.
I forgot. I upped the subscribers. So subscribers are a lot of points. When you subscribe, you get a lot of points now.
Let me unsubscribe and subscribe back.
That's
I don't
not
think
fair.
that works,
That's cheating. That's if that works, that's really really cheating the system. So yeah, you gave us a donation for 7 days ago. Since then, we have Julio Neto has followed our Facebook group. Big Bald Hillbilly has subscribed to the channel, and Maxwell Name has subscribed to the channel. So
Hank the Mean Man was HTMM.
oh, well, that makes sense there. Okay, yeah, I do recognize him from one of the other podcasts too. But yes, welcome aboard, Hank. It is funny because when people watch YouTube on a different channel than what they their main channel. Like if I logged into my other channel, nobody would know I was joining unless I let it slip who I was.
Right.
But yeah, it is that way. But anyway, so we had 1 follow and 2 subscriptions since last live stream, and so that's how they got up there. So it gave it a little bit more of a challenge. So what donations weren't like, you didn't have to donate to get up there.
Sure.
I'd have to actually completely redo the stream boss to be able to do to switch it to the progressive kill, to where you have to beat the last score to be able to kick the boss, which will exponentially make it harder and harder to kick the boss off. But for now, I have it the same way I had it set up last week. But I didn't even notice that. So, welcome, Maxwell. You're probably not in here tonight, but welcome aboard, and you are now my stream boss till somebody kicks you off. So, if you end up watching this later, congratulations. You have kicked the king of our hill off of his hill.
2021 already getting kicked off twice.
All right, there you go. That's the way we like it. Gotta have something to shoot for.
Keep that competition coming.
You're like that clown on top of the dunk tank that just freaking insults people till they freaking throw the softball and knock you down.
That's it. This year people are doing it. So awesome.
Yeah.
No, I welcome it. That's great.
Yeah, it's fun. It's it's not something that anybody has to do. It's just more of a fun thing.
Yeah.
I wanted something to be interactive up on a screen that somebody in the chat can interact with. I will look more into. I mean, Streamlabs has a lot of other things you can do. And of course, the more popular the live stream gets, the more people that end up in here, the more that stuff will actually be useful. Like
Hey, I'll be right back quick.
Okay, see you in a little bit. You muted your. Oh, okay. Anyway, so when you get bigger, some of that stuff's more useful. I have notifications for when somebody donates or when somebody subscribes. I have those those notifications active up on the screen. But a lot of people don't do that stuff during the lives because I'm not mainly a live streamer. I have this show once a week. We're actually up to, what are we up to? We're up to 6 viewers today.
Yeah, it's been up and down a little bit, but I think
I have
being steady right there at it. So
one of the cool things, I'm not sure if you noticed when you did your live, Cletus, is you have the little if you keep it up, if you go to analytics tab, you have a little graph of different things, and you can
how many people were on at one point, and yes.
Yeah. I have concurrent viewers on mine set up. It's what I normally watch.
Well, I planned mine to be real short. I should have planned it out to be longer because people actually got on there, and people were getting on there later.
You're going to find out with live streams. Yeah. If you aren't somebody who live streams regularly all the time at the same time, it takes a little bit for YouTube to get out the notifications that you went live, and then for people to get somewhere to watch it. Sure. Then that's another reason why I do the live streams for so long. It gives people a chance that, hey, if they can't get on right at 9 o'clock, maybe they're a 10 o'clock person, they get on at 10. Maybe they work till 10 and then they get on their way home or listen to it, whatever. I have people that used to pop in at all different times. I had people that used to be up on the screen. That would be my first, when I first started. Jason used to be one of them. Jason used to pop on in the beginning of all of my live streams. He'd hang out for the first half hour, 40 minutes, and then he would drop off and somebody else would pop in. I kind of like that. It gives it a little bit of a change up. I'm grateful now because I have like you and Chris and Elliot, who are normally the long haulers. You guys are normally on from the time I start until the time I end.
For the most part,
For the most part,
you got Chris that drops it every once in a while. You got Elliot.
He can't really help it. He does have
busy here and there. So.
He has another live stream that he's part of before mine, and that one actually makes him money. So really can't fault him for that.
Yeah. Can't skip out on that one.
No, it's not technically that he's in the live stream, but it's part of his side business. So it's kind of more like an online meeting, not necessarily like a podcast. So yeah, really can't fault him for that, for not popping in for sometimes first thing when we start. But yeah, I mean, I never sit here and expect anyone to have to join us every week or to be in the chat every week. We're here to hang out. I used to have friends at one point that I used to go to their, we used to go to each other's houses on the weekends and hang out. Nothing's ever expected you have to be there every week, and it's the same thing here. Garage is open. You want to hang out, come hang out. Well, actually, do you know what I just realized? We have the wrong live stream background on. Did you notice that? Nobody noticed that.
No.
Nobody noticed I have the OG background
in the
up.
garage,
Yeah,
nothing
I have
wrong
the
with
OG background up. Let's change that real quick.
I liked it.
There we go. I still have it. Like, I mean, it's still in the thing. I just can switch back and forth. So like, I can like, this one's toggled on right now. I can toggle it off and boom, there it is. I have it so that way set up so that way I can have multiple different things going on. But this one is just, it's less busy, but it still has something moving in the background to break up the background.
Sure.
And it's got that honeycomb, and if you know anything about Trans Ams, they're synonymous with that honeycomb. The 4th gens had it in the taillights. The 2nd gens had it in the grills. So yeah,
and isn't that what the wheels are called too? Honeycomb wheels.
The original, the 76 and older ones were honeycombs. So you had the Rally 2s, which is actually what I have on my car. Which, yeah, you probably can't see it; they're too dark. But my car has the Rally 2s, the Pontiac Rally 2s on it. Some of the earlier 70s Trans Ams had what they call a honeycomb. And then in 77 they came out with the snowflakes, and they ran the snowflakes all the way up until 81.
Yeah, they were pretty popular too.
Yeah, I like this. I like the 8-inch snowflakes. I will definitely be getting myself a set of the oversized. I think it's year 1.
No, man, you gotta go with them 28s, man. What are you talking about?
No. And I cannot stand the billet flat snowflakes. Can't stand them. I mean, to each their own. Somebody likes them, otherwise they wouldn't be buying them. But for me personally, I don't like them.
I like the bigger, the oversized IROCs on the Camaros.
Yes, it's the same company that made
in the back, 19s in the front.
Yeah, it's the same company that makes the snowflakes, and they actually make an oversized Rally 2 as well. I don't know if they make an oversized honeycomb though. That would be pretty cool though. But my car wouldn't look good with the honeycombs. I don't think that's an earlier car.
It look okay, but I think the snowflakes would look better.
Yeah, I want to get a set of oversized snowflakes for this car. And then what I would do is I would paint match the inside of the snowflake to the body color.
Oh, you gonna keep it black, or you going with something else?
You don't. There is a whole story with the color of this car. It is going to go a color shift purple. It'll go from black to purple. So in indirect sunlight or just shaded areas, the car will look black. But as soon as you roll it out into the sunlight, anything that's an edge will pop a really dark midnight purple.
And then as it moves past you, you'll see the shift. Yeah.
It won't shift to any other color but purple. It'll just go from black to purple. There's not going to be like that. It's not going to have that whole rainbow where it does the red and the orange and all of that. No, it's just going to go black with the. I think they call it like murder purple or midnight purple or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Grant. Grant has made it, and he has definitely made his mark. I mean, pop out them 4 comments like bam, 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 bam.
He's trying to get his points up. He hadn't been on here yet this year.
Right? Yes, in case you didn't know that, Grant, the point... No, yes, I think he has. I can tell you. Give me half a second. I'll tell you if
I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
Let's see.
I am getting old now. I'm in my mid-30s. My memory's failing me.
No, maybe not. No, because he's only got 0.08 hours. So, no, probably not. But, yeah.
What? Yeah, I was in there earlier.
Do what? Oh, I got my my OG straight 6 fan sticker here. Can't see it because I'm trying not to get a.
Yeah, it's pretty slick sticker.
My OG. Gotta love the OG one. He has some new ones coming out, but gotta have the OG one. I dug them out. I have them all in a nice envelope over here that I was saving for whenever I got my toolbox done, but I've never gotten that toolbox done, so
So Grant, are you gonna shorten yours to S8F now?
No, I don't think. I think he would. It's unlike old car guy. I think shorten his name to 3 letters would really not do him any justice.
Right. Nah, I just mess on the logo with the 6 or whatever. I think takes care of that.
You might have missed last week, Grant, but that's okay. We still love you here. Now, Hank shortened it out a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen that HTMM.
But it's not a straight 8. It'd have to be. I don't know. He just took the front of it. That's all. He just left off the 6 fam. You can't really shorten my name.
I see it there. SRT8.
Yeah.
But then people think he's a Dodge fan.
Yeah. You would get confused.
Straight 6.
Yeah, he would get confused with like the Dodge reference. So yeah, that wouldn't work either. You can't really shorten mine either. People call me Nova. People call me Taz.
You could take out the O maybe and just be. NOVAtazz, but at that point,
I
why?
watch people that don't know that is actually. That's another reason why I have it spelled the way I do, where the first 4 letters are capitalized. Sometimes you'll see where the T is still capitalized as part of Taz, because I think it looks better with the T capitalized. But you still get people confused to think that that's supposed to be one word, and it's not.
Like a Russian name or something.
Yeah, so people get it really confused and they start saying it all funky. But yeah, it's 2 words. It's NOVAtazz. They're just squished together. I think if you look at my logo, if you look at any of the logos that I do, the T is capitalized in all of the logos. I put them away.
You could put Nova-Tazz. I don't know if that would.
No,
it probably wouldn't
number
help
one,
anybody.
It gets really confusing when you start doing things other than like screen names, as far as like Twitter names and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You start doing that, and it really messes with like Google searches and stuff, because people will forget to put the dash or the underscore in.
Yep.
But like even if you see, if it'll focus,
you can see
capitalized. I think it looks better with the T capitalized, but it does make it harder to differentiate the name. If anybody doesn't know, that's an original OG business card.
That's one just like when I first met Sean, that he handed me at Motorama.
Yeah, I have a whole stack of these still. Those ones I don't use anymore because the image is too hard to shrink or blow up. It really gets really choppy. I showed Cletus the other day, because it's not a vector image. It was a hand-drawn image. So that one was hand-drawn, and when you blow it up, it really looks bad. So I couldn't really use it for t-shirts or anything like that. I did have t-shirts with that logo on it for a while, until I was able to get my vector imaging program back up and actually create a vector image of that logo. And now that's what you see everywhere now is the vector image. I swear, Streamlabs is taking cues, because it just put up the Teespring link.
Yeah,
there you go.
Just talking about merch. There's the link. But yeah, it is what it is. It's one of the things that when you first start in YouTube, you get online with whatever it is that you're into, whether it's cars or video games or whatever, and you end up becoming, god damn. See, Cletus,
dang.
you just doubled your freaking, you just completely doubled yourself.
It's beautiful.
But anyway, so by the way, if you didn't know how to gamble, that's how you do it. It's !gamble, and then you put the number of how many points you want to. Cletus just, I
think the most
the big dice, just gave it all, and he walked away a winner.
Sure.
I think the most you can gamble is 10,000 points.
Maybe it is 10,000. Yeah. Well, Pilot's kind of quiet today. Maybe he's.
I don't know. He was on first thing.
Yeah, he was.
Now I haven't given away any points for people. We've been on for 40 minutes, and I have not given away any points. Nobody reminded me.
It's all good.
Let's add 1,000 points to everybody here. It's a good way to jump up in freaking points real quick. Or not. Maybe it didn't take a hold right away. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta get them points up, man. I gotta win another T-shirt or something,
All right, see you later, Hank.
I'm not exactly sure how to use the points.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's all up to Nova there. Oh,
you guys can use them in the chat by gambling them or
playing games.
Yeah, playing different games and stuff. Like the one that Cletus was just using, which is Gamble.
Yeah, or you can do treasure hunt.
You can earn points by just being in the chat and talking, watching the live stream.
You do it with answering questions. You do trivia sometimes.
I do trivia where I give away points. Or you can donate, which, whatever.
See if I can get it to.
Subscribing.
You can't gamble any more points than you already have.
Right.
And you can find out how many points you have by typing in ! and then the word points.
What's that?
But yeah, that's how you do that. I don't think you have that many points. Let's see. You have
probably not.
Points.
That's
30 points. All right.
Well, you just gamble that thing.
Yeah, so
it
you
could
can just
either
put
go up or down.
gamble 30.
All, or you can put gamble all, and they'll
Well,
just
he
take.
won anyway.
Oh
No,
well, there you
he
go.
didn't. He didn't. That's just his.
That
Oh
was
no, that was
Cletus.
just reading. Yep, that was just reading what he has.
Yeah. So I mean, there's things you can. And at the end of the year, like last year, I gave the top 5 people stuff off of my Teespring account.
Yep.
Which I still have to go, and I have to wait till my next thing, and then I'll make those purchases and get that stuff out. I still have to get a hold of Pilot to see what he wants.
I still need to get a hold of him. He won on my live stream, actually. I need to get an address from him or something.
So. Pilot needs to get back to me about what he wants. You wanted the 4th gen T-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, did you want one with the flag behind it, or just the car, or did you want something off of my my 4th gen?
Did we come down? I remember coming down to the truck after that. I think.
Did you want the truck then?
Yeah.
Was the
truck and a 2X? Yep, like that, and like a 2X, and then whatever quality you think is good, because I have no idea. So.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me write that down before I forget.
Yeah, I looked at a bunch of them, but I think that's the one I decided for what I want or whatever. So. Yeah, it's freaking awesome that you decided to do that. I mean, that keeps people engaged, I think. And,
yeah. I mean, I don't advertise it because I don't want people to sit here and whatever. I want people to just naturally do whatever they're going to do.
They want to be on here.
And then it's more of a reward for the people that are here a lot, because you're not going to end up at the top of that points list if you're not here all the time, unless you happen to be one of those days that I am. I don't know who that
doing lots of trivia and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, to where you're one of those days where I'm really feeling lucky, or you know what I mean, and
either that or get up on that stream, boss.
Yep.
Which people can do.
You said a 2XL?
Yes, sir.
And do you like your shirts tight, or do you like them a little loose?
A little loose. I mean, I don't.
Is a 2XL normally a little loose on you, or?
Yeah. I could fit a 1X.
I found that if I bought, like, I normally buy all of my stuff that I find off of, like, whether it's Cletus McFarland's stuff, or it's Just a 6, or Street Speeds, which is generally the people who I tend to buy my stuff off of, just because they have really, really cool designs.
Yeah.
This one is actually a Route 21 shirt that used to have one of those felt images on the front of it.
Yeah.
Needless to say, that felt is long gone because, forgetting to turn the shirt inside out before sticking it in the dryer.
Yeah.
Actually, you don't even supposed to stick them in the dryer. I normally used to pull them out and hang dry those. But yeah, the felt ends up freaking coming off in the dryer because the glue softens. But they don't even make these shirts anymore, which is really sad because they was like one of my favorite lines of shirts that they had. But anyway, I found that when I bought the size that I fit into, a lot of the shirts didn't fit right. But if you buy an oversized shirt, it tended to be the size that you needed. Especially with the hoodies. I cannot stand a tight hoodie. But anywho. So let's get on before Nick loses his poor camera battery.
No, I plugged it in.
Oh, you ended up plugging it in?
Yeah, that's why I moved. I was over there.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to wait too much longer because we're going to run into the people that generally just pop onto this channel later after the live stream. They generally don't hang out more than an hour into the stream before they give up and, the views drop off. But if you want to make your announcement, Nick's got an awesome announcement to his channel. He's going to be upping his game, so to speak. And if you want to tell us a little bit about it.
Basically, the local racetrack, they had me popping in and recording every once in a while. Well, last year, due to some uncircumcised stuff, I ended up stopped filming. Well, this year, I just got a phone call tonight about they're actually hiring me on every Saturday night to be recording from 3 different angles. I'll be in the close race camera, in-car camera, versus the other one, the camera from the spot that I'm usually at.
Which is right at the...
right on top of the announcer stand.
Yeah.
So what kind of rate is it? A dirt track or is it
It's an asphalt
Asphalt,
small track.
small
Short
track?
track.
Okay,
small oval.
circle track, oval track. There you
Yeah.
go.
Yep.
It's a nice little speedway.
Nice.
I gotta get Nick. If you're up there, can you snag pictures of the cars that they have out front and send them in the group chat for Chris?
Yeah.
Because I've been trying
I
to
can.
stop there and take pictures, and every time that I drive by there, I'm always in the middle of going somewhere or doing something, and I always forget to stop.
I can get photos just about everything.
There's the two stock cars bodies that are out front. I've been
Oh
promising to
yeah,
send him
yeah.
pictures of those, and I keep forgetting to stop. Because
I
he
don't,
has
is
those. He has that fiction with the NASCAR bodies.
Yeah, I know one of the old one got stolen. I'm not sure if the other one's still there.
There was two
They
there.
might not have it out yet. There was.
There's
I haven't been
been
out
two
there
out
since
there for at
last.
least a year.
All right, so remember I haven't been out there since probably late November.
I go by there all the time because like my cars are out that way, and also we'll pop down through Summit Hill, the backside of Summit Hill, and pop down onto 443. It is 443, I think, right? Yeah.
Yep, 443.
And we'll pop over to that Walmart sometimes. So, my
And
other half is from Lehighton, so we're out
it,
that way a lot. We're always just going somewhere, and so I
if
always
I'm
forget to stop.
if I'm correct, is in your other half? Doesn't her brother race down there? I'm pretty
Not
sure.
anymore. He sold his car, and he got out of it. Apparently, he did not like the fact that some of the people that were racing should not have been racing at the level that they were at the age they were at.
Yeah, that's something that, with the racetrack. Yeah, I can understand the new class we have coming in this year is going to be hobby stock, but it's going to be junior hobby stock from the ages
Yeah.
of 12
Well,
to 16. You can
yeah.
race.
The chick that took him out was a younger chick,
I know. I
and
seen that
almost sent
race.
him through the wall.
That race is actually on one of my videos that I've yet to upload.
Yeah, it messed his car up pretty bad. It messed him up pretty bad, and it shook him a bit. So he hasn't really been.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Go ahead.
It was I think it was either a 13 or 14-year-old that did it.
Yeah.
I think I have the footage for it.
Clipped his car, sent him straight into the wall.
Man.
But yeah, it kind of took the wind out of him, literally and figuratively, as far as wanting to race, because like he had to prep a whole other car. That car was done.
Yeah.
It sent most of the suspension through the frame to the other side of the car.
Well, and I understand that most 13, 14-year-olds aren't going to have the same perspective as he does as far as racing. So
yeah, he was in his mid-20s.
Yeah, because I figured they're going to be racing for the money. Go figure. A lot of these 13, 14-year-olds are racing for
just the fun of it.
Just for the fun of it.
Which I'm sure he would be too, but they're not going to take it as serious. They're not having to pay the bills with it or pay for their car even with it, probably.
Thinking so much about the injuries until the first time you get hurt and things like that. And when you're a little older, that that's a pretty heavy car.
Just like the
decent amount of power. I mean, it's only 100, 200 horsepower, but you're going good 60,
70 mile an hour in the front stretch.
Yep.
You pick some speed up there.
Yeah,
I know.
Right at the end of the back stretch, I think he got nailed. So.
Yeah, he got put in right there by where the exit is to go into pits.
Yep.
And then we had another crash that was it was right before the season closed. We had one that a chick got pushed into the wall. She went head on, broke her clutch leg.
Ouch.
Yeah. She got out and walked.
But yeah, then granted, racing is racing, but there's one of those things of he didn't want to be racing with 13, 14-year-olds, so he got out of it.
Yeah.
But so you got that. Cletus, what you got? Anything new going on?
Well, I'm always looking for stuff on Facebook and at the auctions. I'll be back at the auction on Tuesday. We'll see what we find there, but I've got a lot of my stuff sold, so I've got to get some more stuff. We got the Camaro we're going to start working on a little bit. Nothing crazy because my son's only 14, so
yeah,
we don't get too deep into it. But really just a lot of buying and selling right this second. I am trying to get some cooler cars, some better cars, ones that don't have to do some crazy amount of work on, but they're funner to work on.
Yeah.
Pushing towards that. I've that Corvette I was telling you about earlier. I guess it's not going to work out. You know, people on Facebook Marketplace are.
Oh,
they're all about it, and then they just drop out.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't know.
I've had that problem before too.
Speaking of vehicles, I don't think I ever. I haven't been on here since I got the Crown
I don't
Vic.
think you've ever officially announced your whip, your ride.
Yeah, a 2009 Crown Victoria.
He's got himself a Cougar Panther platform car, which if Jason was still in here, would be up Jason's alley. If you don't know, he's got 2 Panther cars.
One he put a lift
on. One is lifted, and the other one is just a nice clean cruiser.
And Sean's seen it so far, and for the price I paid for it, there's nothing to complain about.
It's a really clean ex-cop car. So.
It's a straight up Arizona car, no rust.
Yeah, I don't much care for the rest.
250
unfortunately, my cars do not fare so well. All 3 of mine have cancer. One of them is quite worse off than the other ones.
Yeah.
But I don't. I'm just like I said. I'm literally just waiting to get the TA back on the road. I would love to have the Nova in the shop and start tearing that one apart. Get it back down to. I mean, like the gray one is fixing the damage that's on it. You know, and then it's building the gray one up. The black one is what it is. If for some reason this channel blows up and I have cash to spare, I'd love to turn the black one into a drag car.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just use the body, the outside of the body, weld it all up, and use it as a purpose built race car.
Speaking of built race cars, I've got something. I'm going to share the screen with you real quick. Let's see.
What? Someone sharing screen beside me?
Well,
that's unheard of.
All right.
You had to open your mouth, Elliot, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very rare that it stays shut.
Right?
Anyway, yeah, I'm going to share the screen with you there, and that's the track car or race built car.
Oh, there you go. What is it? It's a
Honda Civic.
Oh.
Yeah, that's sort of like something we would race down there at the track.
It is for sale local here. I seen it earlier and I said, what the heck? I've never seen one of them, so pretty funny.
Cletus.
Yeah.
Could you send that to Sean and have him send it to me?
Sure.
I might have somebody might want that.
You're not in a group chat anymore, so
yeah, I can send it to you.
Don't send it to me right now while you're sharing screen live because it will literally pull up my actual.
Yeah.
No. I'll send it later. I'll send it on my phone. But yeah, it says $1,900. So
I might have somebody that's interested in that.
Yeah, it says it's ready to go. Full cage, racing seat, harness, window net, 3.0 V6, ready to roll. So.
Oh yeah, that'll probably pass.
Yeah.
All right. And a little bit later, we'll share the stuff I just shared to you, Elliot.
Oh.
But so like I have. Let's start with Biggie. Do you have any cool new things going on?
Actually, I kind of do. Give me a second. Well, I'll preface it by saying a mutual friend of me and Sean's gave me an airsoft rifle. It looks shockingly like an actual rifle until you get up close to it and you realize the wood grain stock is really plastic.
So, did I ever show you mine?
Airsoft rifle? No.
No, I don't think it's an air. It's an old school pump one.
Yeah, that's not airsoft. That's a BB gun.
Yeah.
But anyway, hang on. Give me one quick second. I hopefully don't even have to take off my headset to grab it, but I don't.
You're gonna get me demonetized, are you?
Hey, I prefaced it by saying it's an airsoft gun, and I can prove it.
It's a fake pew pew.
Well, it's a real pew pew. It just doesn't shoot real pew pews, but it does have. Oh wait, safety on it. By just bump it
we're an
up.
hour in, and I have not. This is the first drink I poured.
See a little white dot in there? That's an airsoft baby.
All right.
But I found out it's based off of a Car 98K. You could tell by this little hole right here that
We need to get
strap is
Big
supposed to
E.
go through.
We need to get Big E a light for so he's not backlit.
Front facing light. I need the same thing.
Yeah.
I probably have
I
one.
wanted to get one of the freaking smart lights, but it doesn't fit in my goddamn fixture. But anyway, I found out that there's a little lever right here. If you're trying to figure out right
Yeah.
here, you
Go ahead.
pull that and and the bolt comes out.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
And that's
most
actually how
are.
that's
So
how
it's
the
like
real
an
car
actual
98
weapon, yeah.
Yeah, that's how the real car 98s come apart.
One of those fancy ring lights.
Yeah, you got a freaking ring light, but I mean, just yeet.
They're not expensive. They're only like a couple bucks, and they keep you from getting like a whole bunch of different shadows and stuff.
You could see like all the spring in there, and the little release mechanism. There's a little catch on here that when you push it forward, it pulls the I guess would be considered the firing pin. It holds it
Right.
while you push the bolt forward, and then when you pull the trigger, it lets it go, and it uses the compressed air to.
Mutual friend? Is this Mitwick?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's kind of like an M1 carbine, huh?
Yeah, kind of. And
The
you
way
can
the
even
bolt
see
works, anyway.
the bolt. Well, there. It grabs onto the the round.
Right.
And when you pull it back, it'll even kick it out.
Hmm.
Not like any spectacular ping, but I was trying to find more of these because I'm pretty sure that thing will hold 5. And there was 5 with it, but these are all like kind of old. And the one that I lost has a BB stuck in it somewhere, so it didn't really work. Like you could fire it and it would just stay stuck in there.
Yeah.
But I actually figured out what it's freaking based off of. I could just go online. I can get airsoft car 98K ejecting shells, and it's like,
Yeah, you can probably find them online now.
yeah, because I know what they actually are. It's a miracle.
Oh,
Anyway.
there goes my smart device.
So smart.
So smart, it's annoying. So I have been working on a project what is it? Has it only been a week? Yeah, I think it's only been a week. But
Yeah, I think it has. Your Instagram's been pretty busy with it, so.
a little bit. But I have been working on a table to fit right over there to do my arts and crafts, so I can start working on my models and different things again, because I don't have a dedicated space to do so. And anybody who's ever played with these, they take up quite a bit of space when you start getting everything laid out and whatever, and you start collecting paints and different things and stuff like that. It's not like your kitchen table when you were a kid putting the snap together models. It doesn't cut it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you kind of need a dedicated place that you can pick up and leave stuff, and you don't have to do everything. And so I started making a table, and Jess could also use, my partner could also use a place to do her stuff. So I don't know if the 1,000-point thingy was working quite right, but then again,
Well, Nick's has 40 points now, so okay.
yeah, well, he should have 1,000, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me try it again. Hold on, let me refresh this and then do it. Refreshed. Give points to all viewers. 1,000 points. We only have 4 people in here, so.
190 points. Look at him go.
Woo! Pretty soon I'll be in Vegas doing the same thing.
Yeah, I think it worked.
Nice, wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure it worked this time.
Okay.
Because Elliot's now got 1,000 points.
Instead of 140.
Yeah.
Cool.
All the points.
So yeah, it's definitely working. But anyway, we're kind of lolling off here. But anyway, so if Elliot wants to bring up those pictures.
Oh gosh, heck, fine.
While he's bringing them up, I went ahead and sent you that posting on Facebook, so you can send it wherever you need to.
Oh, me?
Yep.
Jesus Christ, I might need to send.
A few. Would you send it to me on?
Just Messenger.
It didn't show up.
Let me look on there and see if it's sent. I don't see it. Did I send it to somebody else?
That should show up in your list if you did.
It didn't, so maybe it didn't send. Let me try that one more
No,
time.
yeah, hold on. So I needed to build a crafting table, so I went out and picked up some lumber. And this will be a video on the channel. I don't know how good it's going to be. It's not going to be like a how-to, this is how you do it kind of bullshit. It's just going to be I made myself a crafting table and walking you through it with me. It's going to be a, what do they call it, voice dubbed one? To where like when I filmed it, I didn't really add anything into it when I filmed it. I'm just going to voice over it afterwards. Because yeah, I just wanted to do the work and I didn't want to sit here and have to try to narrate it while I was working on it because it's annoying to me.
Mm-hmm.
It'll probably be the same way I do my my modeling videos when I do the car models. Is I'll probably just film what I'm doing and then voice over it later.
If you put I watch some of them where it's, especially when they're time lapsed and everything, which you probably would be building a model. You don't want to go that slow, but make sure not to put the music way louder than the voice. That's so annoying to me.
Already.
I know you got it underhand. I'm just saying.
If you watch some of my videos, I've already know how to dip the voice, the volume of the music down and fade it in and out and stuff like that.
I don't think I've seen a silent video you've made though. I think they've all had something going. So
no,
my
I
God.
have music, even ones that, and a lot of them wherever I'm doing time lapses, there will be music in them over the time lapse. I don't normally leave them silent during a time lapse. You know, so most of my videos have music in them, and you'll see that I'll fade the music in and out. I don't just cut them off. All right, so that's my pile of woods, and then I don't know what the next one is. Oh, just standing. You can see it was all plywood originally. Not plywood, well, just regular framing lumber. And framing lumber sucks when you first get it. It's all wavy. The grain is all like really popped and it's not flat. None of the pieces are flat.
It won't be visible.
Huh?
That's because it won't be visible for most uses.
Yeah, they don't care. They're just rough cutting it. If I had a planer and a jointer, I would have definitely ran these through and it would have been nice and straight and true, but I don't have any of that. So, and I'll tell you what, I went to 2 different box stores, and the blue box store, their lumber was absolutely hard. I mean, you talk about like live edge boards, half of their 2x4s were definitely still live edge. I mean, there was like whole chunks out of them. Big old freaking, it was horrible. I found that the orange box store had much better choice of lumberers, which is where I got these first set of boards from. The last 2 that I picked up to replace the 2 that were too short, I ended up having to go to the Lowe's because I just said it, the blue box store.
Oh no, you ruined it.
Oh well, the blue box store, and they were horrible. It took me, I went through like 2 different stacks of pallets of wood just trying to find one that was straight and didn't have a crap ton of knots in it.
Yeah, good luck.
That was ridiculous. I hated it. I'll go back. I'll travel the extra 20 minutes to go to the orange box store from now on. But anyway, so next one is, I think, my first. Nope, that's it. Mocked up together. I thought there was one before that, but okay. But that's it. Mocked together. Next one might actually be my first mortise joint. Yep, that was my first handmade mortise joint. Normally, you'll run that through like a dado stack on a tabletop saw. I don't have one of those, so I just used a circular saw and a guide, and made a bunch of tiny little cuts, and then knocked them all out with a chisel. And that's how you can make that if you don't have a dado stack. And then the next one, I think, is another one of it together, maybe. Oh nope, it's my my dowel pinned joint, and also the plugs over top of the screws. That way, there's no screws showing, and then a lot of that'll disappear once I stain it. So, no screws. Anyway, next one is feel like I'm doing like a 1980s slideshow. All right, this is it mocked up again with the taller legs this time. Because the first time I did it, the legs were too short. Because I had taken the wrong measurement that I had written down. It was one of the measurements that I had written down, but it was the wrong one. It was supposed to be for the height from the bottom of the table to the floor instead of the height of the total height of the legs. Okay, and the next one is, I think, another one of the dowel pins and screw hole covers. And then the next one, I think, is this would be, yep. So that ugly mess right there is Woodworking's version of Bondo. It is sawdust and wood glue mixed together, and then you press it into all of your imperfections. And then when you sand it down smooth, well, it looks like wood. And then you can stain over that. You don't have to worry about like holes and stuff or whatever. So that's just to fill in any of the little tiny gaps around the dowel pins. So that way you don't have those gaps, and it'll just look like a seamless piece of wood. Next one will show that sanded down. And so, like, if you look on the upper left one, the higher one to the left. Nope, that's to the right.
No,
right there. That one.
You said higher one.
Yeah, you can see
higher up.
Well, it's not on the left though. But anyway, so you can see like right around there's a little tiny glue spot, just above and below the dowel. It's like a little darker spot. That's actually where the glue is. There. Because there was a chip out there. There's a piece of the grain had lifted out of the hole when I cut the hole for the dowel rod. So the glue fills that in so it's nice and flat instead of it being a gouge. And then I think there's another one of the holes. Yep. And you can see there's still some glue over there. The glue wood mixture paste over there.
Your homemade wood putty.
Yep, my wood putty. Hey, you got a lot of that sanding dust left over when you get done sanding all this stuff. So it sure beats paying extra for freaking, purpose-made putty.
Yeah, it does the same thing. You won't notice it when you stain it.
You're not going to notice it. All right, so the next one should be that is assembled. That is finished, ready to be stained. And well, I mean, I have to give the whole thing a sanding, and then it's ready to stain and be taken upstairs for final assembly. And then I have the tabletop laid on top of the other two, the last two pictures. So that would be what it'll look like. The bottom half is going to be red chestnut, and the top will be black.
Cool.
Because black does not reflect light, so when you're filming and you have all the bright lights, you're not going to have weird reflections on stuff. So, and it has 2 layers of plywood. The bottom layer is what stays on the table, and then the top is what they call a sacrificial layer. So if it gets nicked up or something spilled on it or whatever, you just get another piece of plywood and slap it on top. And so that'll be the next part that I work on is getting it all sand up and get everything stained and then taken upstairs and assembled. So I think it's going to be easier to assemble it upstairs than it would be to take it up already put together because I have some really tight corners upstairs. So yeah, it's been a process. I thought it was going to be like a quick 1-2 day build, but I mean it could have been if I would have just thrown it together with screws and stuff, and just literally screwed everything together and not cared about making it look pretty. I could have probably had it together in 2-3 hours. But with taking the time to sand all the wood down and then fill in the screw holes and stuff like that, yeah, it's taken a little bit longer. And we'll see if this video gets some traction. I mean, some of the other stuff that I've done woodworking has gotten some traction on the channel, but I've never completed a project on the channel with woodworking. Like I started, I actually have everything filmed except for the last little bit for this, the jewelry cabinet that I did for Jess. Everything's filmed. I had all of the footage for it, but I haven't finished the one door, so I haven't posted it. So I have all the footage for that. I could do that one. I started the cedar chests, and then we moved, and I'd have to reorder the veneer to finish that one, and I haven't ordered the veneer because it's like $80 for a sheet. $80 for a sheet of 4x8, and the stuff is only a 1/16 of an inch thick,
Wow.
and it's $80.
Yeah.
It's cherry veneer. It's like legit cherry wood.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I have to do that because some of the pieces that I had already cut to go on it, because I had cut it right before we moved. I had some pieces cut, and when we moved, it got broken. So yeah, that was an expensive fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, veneer is definitely it's. I mean, it in best case scenario, using a vacuum form bag is the best thing to use when it comes with veneer, but don't have a vacuum setup big enough to put the parts that I have in it. So it's gonna have to just be, doing it a different way. Straight Grant asks, when do you expect the Sniper EFI video? It's still sitting. Well, part of it is still sitting right here, and I got the jacket attached to it. Part of it is still sitting right here. I literally just got a notification 2 days ago that my fuel system for it shipped. So my in-tank fuel pump just shipped. I am still waiting for all of the ignition stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the distributor, the timing controller, and the coil. So that yeah, right. I'll have the parts in about a year. Yeah, there will probably be there's definitely going to be at least an introduction to that series before I start working on the vehicle. So it'll probably actually be filmed on that crafting table, because now I'll have a spot that I could do that stuff with. Because I don't
Sure.
have a big open area where I can have a nice sterile place to film for things like that.
Yeah.
I don't have a space like that. So right now, crafting table first. Get that done. Get that whatever. I have a couple things crafting wise that I'd like to film. Um, an open box review of this model sitting here. I got my Jazza's. It's another YouTube channel out of Australia. He's an art channel. I got his big creative art box. It's like $700 worth of crafting supplies. I posted a picture of the box on my Instagram, but yeah. So he's got a bunch of different stuff. He's got a collection of stuff with like ink stuff. He's got a collection of miniature figurine stuff, and then he's got a big collection of like sculpting stuff. So like modeling clay and different things like that. So a lot of that stuff will be useful for doing my models as well, and other things, channel art, whatever I feel like doing. Because I mean, I'm an artist as well, besides just a car guy.
All right, not to interrupt you, Sean, but I'm getting ready to head out. I got school in the morning.
All right, see you later, Nick.
See you guys.
School? What's
See ya.
that? I didn't know they were still doing school with everything going on.
They still do school here, but
I don't know. Every time I go by the schoolhouse, it looks completely empty.
Yeah.
Ghost town.
They do the internet school now.
I know, that's ridiculous.
yeah, that's
Just
what my
a
kids
joke.
do. But they have actual school here.
But anyway, so yeah, and I figured I'd wait to get all of those parts in before I filmed anything with an introduction to that, because I mean, yes, I have the throttle body, but what's good showing just the throttle body? I mean, I might do a video on each one. I might do a video on just the throttle body stuff, and then do a review. I mean, do an unboxing of the in-tank fuel system thing, and then do one on the distributor. Or I might just do them all in one, because I don't know if I would have 10 minutes of footage just to do each one separately.
Yeah.
That might be pushing it as far as anything like that. I still want to contact Holly and make sure that I'm representing what I'm getting correctly before making those videos as well. That way I have some actual, whatever. I mean, I'd want to formulate my own opinion as well, but to actually have the correct information would be nice too.
Sure, of course.
You don't want to be, going out there doing something, realize, do a way you shouldn't be doing it, and then be like, well, this didn't work, and they said it was supposed to. And then Holly's like,
if you look up these different, not just the sniper one, but all of them, the Edelbrock has one, what is it, Fuel Tech, or
there's a bunch of brands. There's even off-brand
something
ones
like that. They have one, and I have seen so many people install these, and a lot of the time, it is FitTech, okay, Phytech. I've seen so many where they install these, they get it wrong, and then of course, then it's the manufacturer's problem, or it's just literally it doesn't work with their application.
Sure.
What they're how they're trying to use it doesn't work with how it was intended to be used.
You could even get one on Wish. I mean, you'll wish you didn't buy it there, but it's on there.
I wish I never see the ads for Wish, but yeah, because the images you see are never what you get.
Right.
Yeah.
Order an EFI system and end up getting a 1-barrel carburetor.
Oh my god. I love the ones where they do the computer parts. They get the graphics cards and stuff off of Wish, and you find out that it's like a graphics card from like 10 years ago that's doctored up to look like a modern graphics card, and
order a 2X t-shirt.
They plug it in and it says it's this kind of graphics card, but no, it's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are always funny. Like I like that. Literally, that whole company gets off on scamming everybody that goes to that site, and they get away with it. How is it legal?
Well, I guess if people complain, some of them they give their money back. So,
damn straight.
I'm sure. Some people love it though. They just order all kind of stuff.
Hold on, I can't see this comment from Grant. I got too many windows open in the way.
Oh.
I think a lot of people are interested in the quality size of the throttle body component. A lot of people want a reason to pull the trigger on that. No shame in a 6 to 9 minute video either. Yeah, I just end up making sure they're at least 10 minutes just so that way I fit the algorithm.
Sure, yeah. Well, you're already making money on YouTube, so there's no reason not to go
it
be
doesn't
under.
make much sense for me to make a video. I mean, my burnout video, I mean, I literally just threw that up there because everybody else was doing one, and I kind of wanted to feel included. I don't think anybody
didn't do
actually.
One. Nobody challenged me.
Nobody actually. Well, see, the thing is nobody actually challenged me. I did not receive a single.
That's because you already said you wouldn't do it in the KSO. So
yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Grant, yeah, I mean, you can get. It depends on how many views and how many whatever you get. You're going to get more out. You're going to have the potential. I'm not saying that you are always going to make more money with a 10-minute video.
Right.
But
if it's the algorithm
have the most potential to be you've got the most potential monetization out of a 10-minute video than a less than 10-minute video, and it's all because of the way that YouTube sets up their stuff. Under 10 minutes, you only get a front-running ad. Over 10 minutes, you get front and mid-roll ads, and so you have the potential of having a higher CPM. But then again, that doesn't matter if people aren't watching it.
Right.
So you got to balance that. It depends on, obviously if they're watching a longer version of this, a longer bit of the 6-minute video, and they're only watching 3 minutes of a 10-minute video, yeah, the 6-minute video is going to make more money. But
They said they changed the mid-roll to 8-minute.
oh, well then that works.
That would help.
Yeah, well then I don't have to.
We
do
don't
the full
want
10
people
minute.
dragging it out to 10 minutes just so they could do that.
There's so many people that, and what a lot of them will do, and which doesn't really help anything except for get them past that 10-minute mark. They will literally just do a black screen at the end of the video for a minute or so. Because there are times where I'm literally only like 30 seconds away from being a 10-minute video, and I've
I
done
actually
it.
did one of them on accident. YouTube will actually cut that off the back of it now.
Oh, they didn't used to.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I guess they did for a reason, but I accidentally put one up and seen that I did it and was going to go change it, but they had already took it off there.
Yeah.
Took the end of it off. Okay.
I don't even like making a quality video at that point. Everything is subjective. I mean, I've seen people that have had movie quality videos and they get squad. I've seen people literally make a junk video. No time, no effort, just threw fucking something together and it blows up like viral wildfire.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, everything is subjective. You could put your best effort into a video and it will never mean crap. I have some of my best videos are stuff that I've never spent any time on.
Well, one of my most watched videos, even now, is growing faster than all my other videos. Is me putting a Bluetooth radio in a Chevy Malibu.
Yeah.
I did it on my little GoPro, but the sound's all messed up. The video quality is terrible.
It's amazing because, like I said, you put in so much time and effort into a video and it goes nowhere. And a video you just threw together, not expecting it to do anything. You just were trying to get something up, or maybe you weren't even getting it up for YouTube. You were like, some of my videos weren't for YouTube. I never made them intending to put them up on YouTube, but I had them done. And I was like, well, you know what? Screw it. Even if I throw it up here and it gets 20, 30 views, well, that's 20, 30 views I didn't have before.
Yeah.
And next thing I know, it's getting 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 views a month, and you're like, where did this come from? I spent $300 in freaking 6 days on this video, and it doesn't do crap. And then here, this video is I spent 5 minutes on freaking videos crap, audio's crap, and it's freaking blowing up. And it doesn't have anything to really do anything. I mean, she's like that one with the zip tie video. Still, freaking do not get that. It was never intended. It's not necessarily a gag video because it is a legit hack.
Sure.
But the video was a gag video. I just threw it up there because somebody told me to, and I threw it up there and freaking made it. And like, next thing I know, 3 months later, it did nothing. It did nothing for 6 to 3 months. And then all of a sudden, it just, boop! It just freaking, it decided to grow legs and it started running. And I have no idea why. It just it was completely ignored for 6 months. Nobody viewed it. It had freaking less than 20 views. And then all of a sudden now it gets 600 to 1,000 views a month. It's almost right up there with my truck video. It's in the top 2 or 3 of my videos. And it makes no sense. So, I mean, you should always try to make your best video you possibly can. But making a quality video doesn't guarantee a quality result. Sometimes your videos you think are never going to freaking be anything end up being your best videos. And the videos you think are going to be your next big thing flop like freaking dog turds.
Well, yeah, and at that point, especially with me, just being over 500 subs now, I gotta be able to make sure I'm having fun making a video. Exactly. If not, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not making anything off of it.
No, and the thing is yeah, and I don't. And anybody who's just starting out, I don't suggest you go out there and you go buy expensive equipment. I don't expect you to freaking go. I don't expect you to put any money into your videos other than what you would be putting into it anyway, because there's not going to be a return on investment for a while. Depending, hey, there are people out there that literally put no money into their channel, and next thing you know, they're 1,000 subs, 4,000 watch hours, and it's 4 months later. Unfortunately, automotive, you're going to be very hard pressed to be able to accomplish that because
it's a growing segment, though. I mean, people are watching more and more for the entertainment.
It's not the best return on investment.
I'm sure it's not.
Because, like I said,
automotive stuff is not cheap.
if you're a video gamer and you're recording off of your Xbox or whatever, you might have into it an Elgato or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. Let's say $1,000,
Not
maybe.
even. Not even.
Oh,
I mean,
God,
you're
no.
already going to have most likely whatever system you start out on. You're already going to have it before you start YouTube. So you can't really count that as an investment.
Yeah.
'Cause
But
you
even
had it for
after that,
yourself.
it'd just be an initial investment. The rest of it's all, just waiting on it.
Right.
The money come in.
Right, because you're not. It doesn't cost you. It might cost you money for the games or whatever that you're buying to play. But it's unlike automotive where almost everything you do is money out of your pocket. Very rare. I
Well,
mean, unless you're good at flipping it around and making money off of whatever you're doing, not just on YouTube. But like for me,
sure.
I started this channel working on my own projects, which means I wasn't selling what I was working on.
Right.
So there's no return on any of the parts that I buy, other than the fact of, depending on whether or not I was buying them for the channel or buying them for the vehicle itself.
Well, I know Coastal Auto Reaction. We were talking about doing $1,000 car challenge, and they're going to reach out. We're going to try to reach out to a few more other people, see if we can get who all get involved in it and make some rules. But that'll be a fun challenge. But all of us that so far that are doing it, buy the car and sell the car. That's going to be part of the challenge. So it's something that we all are already doing.
Don't have the investment to do that. Like I don't have the cash
Sure.
sitting around to buy a car.
Yeah.
Well, I think all the ones that are doing it so far are like me. They have a smaller dealership or whatever. So
yeah, well, you guys already have that established cash flow.
Right.
Granted,
Already that set aside for that.
Much. It doesn't take much. I mean, you can start by. I can start by starting by flipping freaking computer components, which aren't necessarily super expensive.
You can start out flipping lawnmowers, work way up to a car. I mean,
yeah.
If you're good at trading, you'll get there.
I just don't have the time to do so at the moment. I mean,
Sure.
I'm making
Gotta
excuses,
have time.
but
That's a big thing.
yeah, I'm making excuses, but I still work a full-time job, so it would take me a while to get to the point to where I was making any substantial gain as far as cash. I'd probably make a better gain out of woodworking at first than I would be by buying and flipping stuff on like Marketplace, only because I'm not real good at knowing what is worth something more than what I'm paying for.
Gaming computers. I don't know how much it would cost to make the computer you have there.
That computer right there that I have, I could not sell it for as much as it would cost me to build it.
Oh, really?
Not reasonably, because
gaming computers around here go for about $1,500. So
there's more than $1,500 worth of freaking parts.
Yeah, see, no. Yeah, I don't think that's people's like
people
threshold. I'm sure some people would pay more than that.
Yeah, well,
but most
of
people
the
wouldn't.
ones that you see online selling for like $1,500 to $2,000, they're scamming the crap out of people.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
me and Big
they just have the lights
here,
and they're like moderately fast.
Right. Well, I was sitting here with Big E. We were actually looking for a computer for another one of our YouTube friends. His name is Ken. He has a channel up in Canada, and he was he wanted to do some gaming. He does drifting videos. I'm horrible with names, so remembering what his name of his channel is going to kick me in the ass. But anyway, so we were looking for computers for him, and he wanted to pay about $1,000. So I put that into Facebook Marketplace, was searching around trying to find pre-built systems that would fit his needs, and I knew what he wanted to do, basically what I'm doing. So everything that I found could be assembled for like $500-$600, was selling for $1,000, and probably wouldn't be much better than your personal PC that you're streaming the web for.
Gotcha.
Anything that was a legit gaming PC that you would legitly freaking, next gen titles kind of stuff, not mediocrely getting by stuff. Because if you're going to do video editing, anything that's good for gaming is bare bones for video editing. So you got to think of it. So if it's bare bones for video gaming, it's nowhere going to even be anywhere near what you need for editing. I mean, I'm sure I know that your computer isn't the greatest, and I'm not sure what you're using for an editing software and how much editing you're actually doing besides cutting and pasting.
Director.
Yeah, which I don't think that's not a very intensive It probably takes you a little bit, a good bit of time to render using that system.
As long as I go regular 4K or 1080, it's not bad.
How long does it take you to edit? How long does it take
If I
you
do a 10-minute video, it'll take about 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot. For me to do a 10-minute video on this system, I can render it in 4 minutes.
Mm. Yeah, well, this computer's
that's not just cutting and splicing.
This computer was going in the trash, and I kind of rebuilt it, so it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
You're built for speed.
No,
but
and that's what I'm
free.
saying is to do. And the thing is at that point when you're beginning to do this as a thing, time is money.
Sure.
So that's 40 minutes for a 10-minute video that your computer is being tied up. It cannot do anything else but render that video at that point. It is the epitome of the little tiny donkey trying to haul the giant ass log up to the top of the freaking hill.
What I was doing was, because it takes so long, I was taking a whole day and just doing like 4 videos, just getting them all ready, getting them all loaded up, and just have them on YouTube ready to get scheduled to process. That way I don't have to just sit here all the time, do one at a time.
All right. Where, like I said, and the other thing is what happens is when you start getting to lots of transitions or adding sound effects or color correction. Color correction is one of the biggest ones.
I haven't messed with any of that yet.
Right. Once you start getting into that, you'll actually see, if you look at my videos, you can probably tell when I started color correcting my videos versus didn't.
I'm learning as I go. Now I know how to do fast forwarding, slow motion.
That's also
I can reverse the video.
Slowing down or fast forwarding a video, speeding it up or slowing it down, takes a lot of rendering power.
I tell you, I have to make sure that's the only thing I have open on my computer, because even if I had something like a printer program in the background, it'll lock up.
Yep, and that's just using a simpler. You start using something like VLDC, I think that's the name of it, or Wondershare, or DaVinci Resolve, or
Cyberlink. It's not too bad expensive, and you get a lot with it. I mean, it does well. So,
right. But like I said, when you start getting into more of the dedicated programs, they chew up a lot more computer resources.
I don't even if my channel just blew up all of a sudden, I don't think I would be doing all that for it. I mean, I don't know. I can't say I wouldn't, but
I didn't think I would either. If you go back to my earlier days or whatever I was doing, it wasn't until I started wanting to do certain things that I was seeing on other channels. It's like, ooh, that would look cool on my channel. I'd like to do that. A title screen that pops up out from behind your toolbox or something. You're like if you watch Camaro Time, the stuff that he does where he has videos, he has the title like as he's bringing the I think he was lowering the lift with a car on it, and as he was lowering the lift, the title would appear as the lift lowered. Sure. Can't do that with things like Power Director.
I can do that.
Not hiding it behind another object.
I'll do it on my next video. I'll show you.
All right. Oh, you show me. Because that involves masking and different things like that. And
I've done it before. I haven't done it on YouTube yet, but
all right. Well,
it'll do that. But it doesn't do a lot. There's a lot of things it doesn't do. But
one of the things was, like, say you see a car traveling down a road or whatever. Like if you have like a faraway shot and you've got a car that's traveling from one end of the bridge to the other, where the car is the thing moving, and not the camera's not following the car.
Sure.
And let's say you wanted to have a title, like Josh's car. Let's just say that. You wanted it to point to that car and follow that car across the screen. A lot of the programs that I used couldn't do that.
I don't know if this one could or not. I've never tried that.
Wondershare could not do it. I literally would have to go frame by frame and move that title myself.
Oh wow! And just add it in. I see what you're saying. Instead of having
actually just have it move from point A to point B statically, and so you would have to make any micro adjustments as it went. Let's say even if the car is going up a windy road, that makes it even worse. Sure. It's not literally a straight line from point A to point B.
You got to trace it then. So.
Yeah, you got to literally take it frame by frame and make adjustments.
Oh man, no, I wouldn't do it.
I was so frustrated, and I paid think that's like $40 to $90 a year for that program.
Ouch.
DaVinci's free and it does it automatically. You can track it. That's how I'm making that. That's how I made the introduction for the truck videos.
I'm still playing around with
Where
it. Like I said,
I
I
can
have it.
literally make my title bounce,
Mm.
or shrink or expand,
I know how
without
to do that
having
stuff.
without having a preset. Like, I mean, a lot of them will have presets in.
Yeah, like the windshield or whatever they call them.
Right.
Where it
Those are
goes
presets.
like,
But the problem is if you want to adjust it to be specific to whatever you're dealing with, you can't.
right.
So this, you actually write the program. You write the I gotta say, you write the program basically.
I mean, it's not like HTML or anything, right?
No. You're putting in values. You're
Right.
telling it to whatever, and it's pretty easy once you get into it. There's
Mhm.
whole thingies on it. But even Adobe's program does the same thing.
Mhm.
You have to write in values, and it's an equation to know exactly how much to bounce it and how far to move it and different things like that. And then you plug it in and it does it.
Well, this program, since I have a touchscreen, if I wanted to go windy road, I would just put one end of my finger on it and travel where I want it to go, and you can make it do that. Or wherever you want it to go, you can trace it, and it'll follow wherever you want it to go.
while the video is moving.
Yeah, you could edit it for time, and you could do it, and then you could stretch it across the video, or you could move it within the video. It's pretty neat.
Yeah.
I got a lot to learn on it, but
it won't track.
it does a lot.
It won't track the object itself. You're just.
I don't know if it would or not.
Yeah.
I haven't messed with it enough.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, so what it is it's more of outgrowing whatever program you're in.
Sure.
So I outgrew those other programs. I got to a point to where everything that I could get that program to do, I had gotten to do, and it wouldn't do the things that I was now requesting it to do. And so it's like, well, now I need to find a program that does that. And when you're first starting, the only thing you really needed to do is to be able to cut your film so you can edit out the parts you don't want, and to be able to
lower
put
the
stuff
sound,
together.
raise the sound, something like that.
Not even sometimes. Sometimes you just needed to be able to cut the clips and put them together and make one video. That's where most people start.
Like send to Steve, huh?
Yeah.
Which he uploads so much, there's no way he could edit.
No.
Not just some people.
He's almost a daily vlogger.
Yep.
But I mean, even you look at Goon Squad, they're the same way. You watch their videos. Though most of their camera work is in the actual filming of the stuff, not necessarily the editing.
For me, I just couldn't get into them. I tried it.
I like them, but then again,
yeah.
it's
it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I could see they do the content. I mean, they work.
Oh, they bust their ass. They do.
Yeah.
And they're learning. They have no problems admitting they don't know everything, and they do it anyway because that's how they learn. They'll fuck it up along the way. You'll see when they fuck up. And they'll ask people, hey, we don't know how to do this. How do we do this? And they'll leave it in the comments, and then somebody will reach out to them, and they'll figure it out, and then they'll go do it, and they'll take you through them doing it. Which is pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, what I was saying is we actually really got off topic because we were talking about computers and being able to flip a computer. And the problem is that just like a lot of other things that people can't do themselves, they don't have the value in what it takes to do it. So what you do is, unlike picking something up and turning around and flipping it, maybe cleaning it up and fixing something minor and turning around and selling it, which I feel is like probably the best way to flip stuff. If you can find something that's got some minor imperfections or might be slightly broken or somebody doesn't know what they have, buying it and then turning around and selling it for market price.
Same thing I do with cars, right?
Right. That is the biggest way to flip. But the problem is when you build something. When you're taking something that's nothing and you're putting whatever, you don't end up getting the return in investment as much as you do for flipping something. Because in flipping something, you don't have a whole lot of investment in it.
Well, that's the point of flips. Some buying something cheap, putting not hopefully too much money into it, and
More
then selling
time.
it
Yeah.
for more money.
Yeah, because then your time counts as loss as well.
Yep.
But the problem is like like this crafting table. If I was turning around and selling this, unless somebody is specifically paying me a decent amount chunk of change, would I put as much effort into it as I would do something for myself? No.
Most
Why?
likely not.
Because somebody's not going to pay me for that effort.
Right.
For me to do all of those dowel pin covered, whatever, it's a lot of time and effort.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you guys seen I've been working on this thing all week. I've got the base done. It's not even done. I still have to sand it and stain it. I built that entertainment unit that I have downstairs. I have $250 in the material alone in that, not including my time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when people can go to Walmart and spend $100 on a junk one,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's hard to tell them, hey, instead of spending $100 every year or two, you could buy a good one or get a good one made.
And A, it fits your
have for a long
space.
time.
B, it fits your style, and C, it will last.
But it's hard to show people that they
right.
see that
You got to
that
think
bottom
about
dollar.
it. That entertainment unit that I have downstairs will take the weight of a 30-gallon fish aquarium completely full without even carrying.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you take a 30-gallon fish tank on anybody on any of these Walmart TV stands, and you tell me how fast that thing is crumpled on the ground.
Yeah, you might get a month out of it.
To the first time
Might. If you don't bump into it or nothing.
Yeah, and
right.
To the first time that fish splashes and that water lands on top of that freaking particle board, and the particle board gets wet.
Starts swelling up. Yep.
Because once that gets wet, it loses all structural integrity at all. Period.
Even if it doesn't get wet, though, something that heavy would be
Oh, we just crunch it.
catastrophic.
Yeah. But yeah, and just like this crafting table, you could probably build an engine on top of this crafting table, and it probably won't fail.
Probably.
I could probably stick a whole ass LS engine on the top of this tabletop, and it would support it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm only doing crafts on it. It is designed like an actual workbench.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a little over engineered, but I don't have to worry about anything on it.
Have you guys seen the new Ford Maverick that's coming out next year?
Mm-mm. No,
Oh,
is
boy.
it something that I want to go look at? Is it EV? It's got to be EV. If it's coming out now, it's got to be EV.
I don't think it's EV, but it is not what you think it would be.
So it's not a Maverick.
It's named Maverick.
But it's not. It's not classic.
No.
Ah, well.
I
you
will
lost
find
me.
a picture for you.
You lost me.
It's
Because I like the way the Mavericks look, the old school ones.
This
Maverick,
is
like-
when you
The
see
Maverick
it.
looks like a
share it
mini
with you.
Mustang. Ish.
Isn't that what?
It's kind of like the Pontiac Fiero to the Firebird, but not a Fiero.
All right, did you pull it up yet?
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Hold on, I got
Where's
to share
that?
the screen. Hold on, I'm sorry. I thought I hit share.
Send it to Big E so at least it can pull it up, because I can't pull it up.
I'm about to pull it up.
You gonna share it? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for it to appear. It's just a white screen at the moment.
Is it?
Yeah, do
Make
that.
sure it didn't do something here. All right, hold on. I'll redo it.
Okay.
I'll open a new tab and share it.
But anyway, I did see GM change their logo in preparation for going EV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks horrible. It looks like 1990s corporate freaking crap.
Yeah.
It looks like it's what it does. It looks like a flat version of like an iPhone button. There we go.
What is my screen doing? Hold on one
Wait,
second.
that's not a car. That's a truck.
Oh,
Yeah.
why is it sharing that screen? My computer's being stupid. Hold on one sec.
I'm
Sorry.
seeing a Ford truck, not a Ford car. Is it a car or a truck?
No, it is.
It's a truck.
When you see the, there you go. Can you see that better?
Okay,
Yeah, there
so
you go.
it is a crossover SUV with a Subaru Brat bed on it.
Man, it's a Honda Ridgeline.
Yeah, basically.
No, a Honda Ridgeline has a bigger bed than that.
Yeah.
Yes.
A
So.
Ridgeline is more of a truck than that.
Oh, dang.
That's a 4-seater car that's trying to be a truck.
Well, you've seen the new Mustang SUV, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the whatever
EV.
the frick it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, see, it's going to say Maverick in the tailgate here.
Yeah. Not impressed.
It's
All that
yeah.
is it's a slightly
What was the Explorer
their
Sport
Ford
Track?
shoot, what is that? It's the
Explorer Sport Track.
No.
Have you seen one of them?
What is
No?
their SUV that's that size? What the fuck is it?
Smaller than the Explorer would be the Escape,
Yeah, it's an
or the what's the one in between that? The Edge.
No, the Edge is more boxy.
Yeah. Well, you're thinking the Oh man, what's that one that has it's even got third row?
It's the crossover SUV, which is that not full size SUV, but like the mini SUV. It's a mini SUV with the freaking back seat curtain converted into a truck.
And it's Ford.
No. I'm saying that's like the Escape. I think is the thing I'm thinking of.
Okay.
It's the Ford.
Oh, it's like
that's a
an
Ford
Escape. I see what you're
Escape.
saying.
That's a Ford Escape with the back cargo area removed and turned into a bed. What is that based off of? Do they have what platform that's based off of?
It's
not a standalone platform. It can't be.
Well, no, of course not.
Let's see. It's going to be smaller than the Ranger, and
wow, it's even smaller than a Ranger.
Well,
unibody construction.
Yeah, it's using an SUV platform.
Looks like it is based on the Bronco Sport and Escape platform.
What did I say? Ford Escape.
Oh.
Yeah, they're trying to escape something.
Pickup. They did that thing with the
Why
Explorer.
are they calling it a Maverick?
Didn't they do that with the Ford Explorer?
What's that? Make a truck out of it?
Yeah.
They made the Sport Track back a while back.
Wasn't that a Ford Explorer with a truck bed on it?
Yeah, Explorer Sport Track, and it's just a Ford Explorer. It's a 4-door truck with a bed, but it wasn't unibody. It had its own bed.
Well, the Ford Explorer wasn't a unibody either. It's a full frame truck.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a single. When I'm thinking unibody, it's like it didn't have the bed attached to the body.
Yeah, but everything in the front half of it was Ford Explorer.
Yes.
Yeah.
It said the bed will be between 24 and 30 inches.
Oh, wow. It won't even fit my fucking crafting table in it.
Yeah.
That is itty bitty.
Oh, wow. Starting at below 20,000?
Yeah.
At or around 20,000?
And the thing
probably
is,
like
the problem is what
base
people are going to
model.
find out is, yes, that bed's a very gimmicky thing, but what they're going to find out is they're going to start trying to put stuff in it, and they're going to find out that it's damn near freaking useless that their SUV could hold more freaking shit in it than that thing can.
For people who want a truck but don't need a truck, maybe it'll work for them. Who knows? Maybe it's a whole new market.
Right, but I think the problem is it's too small of a bed. And you're going to end up doing is you're going to find people are more frustrated with you trying to use that than just using their damn SUV.
Well, maybe the window slides out and the seats fold down.
Doubt it.
I don't know. Isn't that what the Avalanche does?
Yeah, but they're not going to pull that out again.
No, and that's also GM's thing, not Ford. Like you could see, there's 3 different pieces to that glass.
Yep.
Like that middle bit probably like rolls down into like some little pocket, but that's it.
Or yeah, because it's electric most likely in the new ones here.
Yeah. Now,
It's not gonna. It's a nice looking truck.
I do like
I
that
can't
green
say
color.
give me a freaking different view of the damn thing. That's all it's got is that 3/4 rear view with different colors. It's the same picture, just modified to color.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's something.
That's nothing.
Well,
It
that
looks
really
like a
shows.
van. Like, oh, look at
It
this
is
new
a
truck.
van.
We're gonna hide it though.
But it's not even that might be it, but it's not it.
Yeah.
That
What
is
the
not
heck
the
is that?
actual truck underneath of that thing, because you can tell by the shape of it, it's not. Even if you take into fact that they're trying to hide the shape.
Do you see
can
the ad
some-
they're giving me here? Hold on.
Yeah, the Country Squire on freaking
I'll take what's next to it.
Custom dually wagon.
on the
I'll take
rear.
the Mopar. Or the Bel
It's
Air
a
underneath
Ford
of it.
Country Squire custom dually wagon.
That's
Yeah, it
pretty
shows.
badass. I'd sport it.
Yeah.
I'd sport it on my channel.
It's probably a Country Squire on like a Super Duty frame or something.
Something like that.
Oh, I just closed it out and actually. Oh well. I was gonna blow it up, but oh well. It's kind of cool.
I got a new TikTok follower.
Oh boy, how many followers you got now?
Probably next to nothing.
One more than he did yesterday.
I wish my YouTube would be as
22.
popular.
Oh, geez.
Oh, you're not
Holy
too far.
shit.
I got
I have
36 now.
656 views on that video I just posted earlier, but I still only have 17 likes total on my whole channel.
Oh.
I got 241 likes and 36 followers. My last video only got 310 views though.
Yeah.
My Kia Soul videos are real. Maybe you should do some Kia Soul videos.
I'd have to actually clean them.
That could be a video cleaning it.
Ugh, no. I wouldn't. I'd be embarrassed to show the inside of that car on video right now.
Oh boy. Well, it couldn't look worse than the Kia Soul. I don't know. Yeah, I put it up. It's on my YouTube. Maybe I'll put that on, edit it and put it on TikTok where we cleaned it out.
Yeah, I have the whole inside of it's covered in tools and everything else just laying over the freaking, because it's cold. I don't want to feel like I'm spending time outside freaking whatever and traveling all the freaking time. Shit just freaking shuffled all over the place from, sliding all over the back, whatever. So yeah, no, it's a mess. You basically live out of that car from Monday to Friday because of how much time I spend on the road for work.
I'll tell you, I miss working. I'm just a bum now. I hadn't had a job in over a year now.
I wouldn't mind it if I had money coming in and I had a shop to play in.
I wish I had a shop to play in. I do have the money,
during the summer, I don't think what you would do would be freaking that agonizing. But during the winter, no.
Man,
no.
It does not get as cold here in the winter, but it still slows me down a lot.
It was 3 degrees here the other day.
Today has been the coldest.
Just air temp was 3 degrees.
Today's been the coldest day so far, and it is 34 degrees outside.
Yeah, no, that's a warm day in the winter here. So no, not unless
it's a bone chilling 34 degrees here, though. I mean, you could feel it in your bones. It is cold.
Yeah, let's see what the high. I mean, I don't think it's supposed to be that cold this week, but you never know. I still have to go out to the junkyard. I've been putting it off because I want to go out to the junkyard first thing in the morning, and you get up and you look at the temperature, you're like, no, I don't feel like it.
I need to go out to the junkyard again. I like going to the junkyard.
Okay, so let's see, weekly.
Of course, it's not that cold here. I just put a jacket on.
Highs 38 Monday, 39 Tuesday, 42 on Wednesday, and 45 on Thursday.
That's not bad.
That's about as high as it gets, and it's dropping back down into the mid to low 30s. And we won't see higher than 35 until not even next Sunday. The Sunday after that, I'm not seeing any higher than 35.
Well, tomorrow the high is 45, but after that it's in the upper 50s. So.
And our lows are ranging from 15 to 26.
Oof.
That's without wind chill. That's just
no,
air temp.
Thank you.
So yeah, no, I'd rather not work outside this time of year. Unfortunately, I don't have heat in the shop, and I don't even know if the shop is empty right now. Because the last time I checked, he had all of his stuff out to do the outside of the apartment that's above the garage. Like, The next time I go up there, if you take a video of before I stopped making videos up there and I take one up there now, it'll look like two different houses.
Oh wow!
He's got all of the stonework done around the garage. So the whole front from his door over to the edge of the garage is all stonework.
Mm-hmm.
And the second story, he's got all the siding on it now. So now it's not all bare plywood and house wrap. So now it's actually got siding and stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
There's supposed to be a whole apartment above the garage that they were going to rent out. They never finished it. It's been like that for like 4 years, just empty. The frame's all there. It's boxed in. It's all framed in. It's got the outside plywood and all that up, but the inside's gutted like when Goon Squad showed up at their house that they're doing now. Or Demolition Ranch when Matt ended up at the abandoned mansion. That's what it looked like. I've been up in it. It's empty.
Jeez.
Watch JR go is moving into a shop right now, and I'm like, I cannot even watch these videos. Not that I'm hating on them, but man,
I want to shop so bad. And
me too. I'm just gonna stay out my driveway for a little while.
Right now, me and Jess, we are currently looking to buy a property. We're not actively like, hey, we've found a property and we're trying to get it. No, we're at the point of we need to do the things like save money and do all that because we
see what the market is.
Because this house here might possibly be going up for sale. We don't want this house.
Right.
It's fine to rent, but I don't want the problems that this house is. This house has. I don't want to deal with them as an owner. As a renter, I don't have to deal with them. You know, I don't care.
Right. Have you ever owned a house before?
No.
It's you got to have at least $1,000 in savings. I would recommend.
Oh yeah, we're looking at going to have more than that. We're looking at trying to have 5
because
to 10K.
what it seems like if you have money in savings, nothing really goes wrong. If you don't have the money, everything goes wrong.
We're looking at 5 to 10K, and then you also got to think of the fact that most likely we're probably going to be doing some sort of renovation-y thing, and it'll probably end up on the channel. I know the one house that we were looking at has an old school barn / garage in the back of it, and if we got it, that would be the first thing. I'd be going through that whole damn thing and putting up new plywood and all of that freaking fun shit and putting videos up of that.
I bought this house when I was 22, and if I could go back, I would find one with a garage, or maybe I don't know. My next house will definitely have either a garage or a shop.
Well, and that's one of the things that I told specifically Justin. I said, I don't want to have us end up buying a house, and then me still having to travel somewhere else to go do my thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just ends up costing us more money anyway.
Well,
I don't get to enjoy I don't get to enjoy what I enjoy because I have nowhere to do it.
Yeah.
Since our house payment is so cheap, I had planned on maybe building a shop here at one point, but the city codes are so crap here that if I built a shop, it would be just mediocre. But it's just not great. It's not going to be a shop I need.
I also don't want to be in a city.
Yeah, I don't either.
And by city, I don't even mean town. I don't want to be within a town.
Yeah, well, where my car lot is, it's probably 5 minutes from town. So
I don't mind.
I can still get everything I need. But
I want to be close, but I don't want to be within the town limits.
My car lot's funny because you can't even see it from the road, like it's on a back road.
Yeah.
But so I don't get any drive-by traffic. I sell everything on Facebook or through people, know people, or whatever.
You don't have anybody being nosy on your property either, so.
Exactly, but I'm not trying to be that kind of car lot where people just come and buy cars. You know, I sell more to the dealers or at the auction and stuff, so. Or just on Facebook. I'm not big enough to just have a bunch of cars out there for sale anyway. I'm selling 1 or 2 at a time.
Yeah.
As soon as I get them ready, they're pretty much sold.
I want to be able, and the thing is, I want just a garage, but I need a space to also be able to do woodworking because I would love to be able to have dedicated places, like even if it's not a full blown like table saw, to be able to have a table that I can mount my freaking circular saw in.
Well, they have them table saws that fold up against the wall,
But they're
and then you can
expensive.
fold them out when you need them.
But they're expensive.
Are they? My wife had one for a little bit.
I
We
can
got off
build
Facebook.
me a workbench that will hold a circular saw. That doesn't
Yeah.
have to be a circular saw.
That you can lower it down when you're not
saw
using it.
all the time.
Yeah.
I can make it so that way I can drop in the table saw. I mean the circular saw. I can drop in my router. I can drop in a jigsaw, and that way I would have, a table
Everything
router
in small
or
space.
yeah, or I'd be able to use it for more than it'd be more versatile.
Sure.
Yeah.
It'll work. What space you got?
Because the problem is all of those other bigger permanent machines cost so much money. Even the shop saw. Okay, so like a one that you would take to a contractor's site. So you fold it up, you throw it in the back of your truck, you take it somewhere. Even those are $300 to $400 to $500. Well,
we bought one off Facebook, I think, for $40, but
I did. I bought one off of Facebook. I bought an old like 1990s Sears table saw.
Yeah, that's what we had.
And I immediately I threw it away.
Oh,
it was junk. I
nice.
paid like $40-$50 for it. The freaking the on-off button was freaking rigged. It didn't work. The fence did not stay in position. The whole freaking thing was janky. I was afraid.
Unsafe saw. That's what you need, right?
What?
Unsafe saw. That's what you wanted.
Yeah, exactly. I just need to cut off my freaking limbs. That's exactly what I need. And it wouldn't cut a straight cut. I mean, my circular saw made a straighter cut. So what I ended up actually doing for this project is I picked up a clamp down fence. So it's like straight edge for a circular saw. Kind of like you've heard the term track saws, but this is a track saw that's not attached to the saw. So like you just clamp this down to whatever you're working with, and it gives you an edge to put your saw against to make your cut. I picked up one of those so that way I could use the circular saw to make straight cuts.
I'm so bad with wood, man. I mean, I'm just bad.
I taught myself everything I know. I mean, it's literally just I screwed up a bunch of freaking shit until I got.
I can make something work, but it's not going to look good.
Yeah, well, I just fucked enough shit up. That's how that works. You screw up enough of your own shit until you finally figure out how to do it right.
Well, it's crazy. I could build something out of metal all day, like a table. I could build a metal table, easy.
Yeah, I could too if I had tools.
When I was in high school, I was a certified welder by the time I was in 11th grade.
The problem is for me to get a welder, it's so expensive.
Why?
Because to get a decent MIG welder is like freaking again $300-$400.
Why do you need a decent MIG? Are you doing enough welding? You need a decent one?
Because if there's no point in me getting a welder that I can't weld a freaking body panel onto a car.
Well, that takes the best thing for that would be a gas.
I have a Harbor Freight style flux
cracker box welder.
Yeah. Flux core 110 welder.
That's not for welding body panels. That's for small, short weld.
I tried to use that to weld, to weld when I did the rad support for the TA. Okay.
They should have done that though.
And well, I ended up using Jess's brother's. He has an actual welder with a dialed. It's not actually a dial. It's got settings for different temps.
Correct.
So it doesn't have. I
can't different speeds. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not like you can have things in between A and B. So you can't fine tune it. You've got A, B, C, D. And I don't think you had that. It's just A, B, C. You had 3 different settings for wire speed and 3 different settings for heat temp. And the problem is it also was flux core. So he didn't have gas for it. It was all flux core. It was horrible. I will not try that again. I am going to go out and go spend the money for a welder. It doesn't have to be the best welder out there, but it has to be able to do what I need it to do. Otherwise, it's not worth spending the money for it.
Yeah.
Well, you could buy, like I had an old Lincoln one that was a cracker box welder steel. It didn't have any argon. It was just a regular old welder. And it was okay. It wouldn't be good for big jobs, but something smaller.
I need a welder that can weld as something as thin as a 1/16 of an inch.
Okay.
And I need something that also could be weld something as thick as an 1/8 inch. And give me a nice bead. Not spot welding. I need it to be able to, like, if I'm using something on an 1/8 inch, I need it to be able to lay a bead. So if I'm going to build furniture or do any kind of arts and craftsy stuff like that, it needs to be able to lay. I can lay a consistent nice bead. I know how to use a welder. The problem
So you're
is
probably
I need a
for
welder that is
for what you're
capable of
needing. You're
doing
probably looking like a mid-level miller.
Yeah, and it doesn't even
So
have to be a
probably
Miller.
a
It could be a Lincoln. It could be a Miller. It
$800.
could be an off. It could be a Harbor Freight one. There is a nice. Harbor Freight does have a nice one now.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's green and black.
I'll have to go look.
But it is again. It's still around $250 to $300.
Yeah, but for a mid-range miller that I'm talking about, you're still around $700-800.
Right. So, like I said, it doesn't have to. I'm not looking for name brand top shelf. It just needs to be able to do the job. I'm not looking, and that's the same thing with.
Good thing you have the internet. You get all the reviews and stuff.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
people's
And
already
I've seen
used.
plenty of YouTube videos, whatever. But sure, if I can find a 1990s, early 2000s Miller or Lincoln that still works, I would buy it in a heartbeat. Why? Well, if I had the cash sitting there and I didn't have that cash needing for something else. But like I said,
if I knew you was looking, I would have gave you one. I just gave away my Lincoln. So.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't have a couple $100 sitting around all the time. I'm lucky if I have $100, $250 sitting around at any given time.
I just don't have room, man. I'm telling you.
I have the basement. I mean, the basement here is pretty decent size.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I don't have anywhere to plug it. I have one plug downstairs in the basement.
Well, the Lincoln I had, it was a base welder, but it was a 110.
Right. But like I said, I have one outlet in the basement.
One outlet altogether.
One outlet. And it's not even for, it was put in to run the sump pump. Otherwise, there would have been no outlets except for the washer dryer outlets.
Well, it may not even be ran correctly, like with the ground and everything. Anyway,
it's a new.
It is okay. Good.
It's new style. It's the yellow cord. It's one of the most legit wires in the whole house. Because the rest of the wires in this house are all that paper sheathing.
With, old shit.
Yeah, it's the two prong the two wires covered in the freaking burlap and paper, or tarp.
Doesn't have neutral or ground.
Yeah, that stuff where you touch it and you're worried about the whole insulation falling completely apart.
Yeah,
that's what all the wires.
And it's not your house, so you don't want to run. You don't want to run new wiring.
This is one of the reasons I don't want this house, is because the whole house is ran that way. I would have to replace all of the wiring in this house, and most of this house is plaster and slats.
Yeah, the only thing I hate about this house now is the popcorn ceiling. So I've already redid all the wiring and stuff.
Yeah, that's not hard to take down. As long as it's actual drywall underneath of it, that's not hard to take down. You can get a flat scraper, and they even make flat scrapers with a vacuum attachment to it just for getting down popcorn ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the house is so small. It's like I said, this is my first house here.
But that popcorn ceiling, you know what
I've lived in bigger houses
does do for it?
Since then, but we've always keep moving back here for some reason. I guess because I bought it so young and it's so cheap.
Yeah, but do you know what that popcorn ceiling does do for you?
Cobwebs?
Well, it's a sound catcher. It keeps the rooms from sounding so echoey.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they were designed for. It's to make the rooms feel less echoey.
This house is so small, I don't think it echoes anyway. But
you'd be amazed. You take that popcorn ceiling out and you leave those rooms completely empty. It'll echo like a son of a bitch. As this, I'm not sure if you can see. These ones have that texture. It's not popcorn. But it's definitely textured paint.
I got
you. I think this would be a lot harder to get down than your popcorn ceiling, because I think this is actual textured paint.
Yeah, you'd probably have to scrape it down to the next layer.
Those ones with that wire roller that they would have put that up with that. Kind of like a stucco. But yeah, I mean. Like I said, there's just so much wrong with this house. I wouldn't want it. I would not want to deal with it. I think there's a river down the one wall in the basement, behind the wall, and just waiting for it to eat enough away that whole wall caves out.
Do you have renter's insurance?
Technically, yes.
If not, I was gonna say if not, you should. It's only like $10 a month.
I think she does, but we don't have it to the point to where like technically you should inventory all of your crap and have picture. We wouldn't take the time to do all that.
A
We
quick
have it
video
more.
on
We
your
have the
phone.
renter's
It doesn't
insurance
have to be
more
exact.
to cover our ass if we did something to destroy the house. That way they don't come after us directly,
Right.
than necessarily to replace our stuff.
You might want to think about it. It's pretty cheap.
We're not going to be here long enough. I have a
Okay.
feeling that this place, the owner lives up in New York, and I think that they're trying to. They're done.
Yeah, it's hard to.
They're getting
Like
out
I
of
was
the
renting.
whole realtor owner business.
Yep.
And I think they're just trying to offload this house, but we're still in it.
Well, it's hard to take care of a house or even rent a house when you're not in town. Like we moved to northern Mississippi and I worked in Memphis,
They
Tennessee.
have
But
a manager that we go through. We don't deal with the owner. We deal
oh
with
no, I just rented it directly when I
there's
moved
a
into this
local
house.
realtor here, which is actually who we're talking to about for trying to find a place.
Mm-hmm.
We're done renting.
Yeah, I get
I
it.
think we might have to rent once more, but if we do, we're not going to be happy about it.
You will get more house for less when you go to buy.
Right.
So your house payment should be cheaper than you're now. Going back, buying houses or whatever. Like I said, this is my first one that we're living in back again now. But I would say get a 15-year loan. Even though your house payment would be more, you'll pay less in interest.
At this point, it's more of buying what we can afford the payments for.
Right.
There are the ideals, and then there are the realities.
Yeah.
We are both. Neither of us.
If you get a 30-year loan, you will pay almost double.
Yeah, we know.
After paying all the interest and stuff.
But it's
so you buy $80,000 house. That's $160,000.
At the point right now, it's more of being able to get out of into a house, and to be able to make the payments, and then see where it goes from there.
And of course, make sure it's not an adjustable rate and all that.
Yeah.
Make sure it's fixed rate. Now, I'm sure you know all that. I'm sure you've done your research, but
trust me, done. My YouTube algorithm is really confused as to what I actually want to watch at the moment. It has everything from kids cartoons to scale models to woodworking to car stuff to.
Well, that's what's great about YouTube, and I wish they would get away or get back to pushing out the channels that are just making content to make content. I know we've talked about it before. I wish they'd get away from that and get original creators back. Mm-hmm. Because that's what's great about YouTube. You can find anything you want to watch.
They're pushing. You're going to watch. YouTube is eventually going to have they already do, but you're going to notice it's probably going to swing more towards big production TV stuff.
Yeah, I freaking hate that.
Because they don't have a home. Because cable is not where the money's at anymore. They don't have a home. They're making more money off of stuff online than they are on TV.
Yeah. A lot of people watch YouTube, though. So,
which is why they're all coming. You see Corbett, you see all of those talk show, all of those things have spots on YouTube. And
yeah, they do.
Unfortunately,
they get a lot of
I think
views.
they should not be allowed on the recommended list. But unfortunately, they pay. Instead of it's weird because it's the other way around. It's not. It's those people pay to be there.
Sure.
And unlike most regular creators,
if they can get 2 million views in an hour,
oh shit,
then it'll pay for itself. I mean,
yeah.
Well, yeah.
But it's unfortunately that's because YouTube is no longer YouTube; it's now Google.
Well, did you see the new rules they're doing for YouTube? What they're going to be rolling out this year? Supposed to be for diversity and stuff like that.
For what?
For diversity and stuff. If you're other than white, any race other than white, pretty much anything besides a white male, they're going to be pushing your YouTube channel.
Well, that's fucking shit.
To try to make it more diverse.
That's shit. I am so tired of being. Honestly, I am so tired of being a white male. I think I'm going to be an Hispanic female from now on because you know what? I think I would be much better off to be a Hispanic female.
You can mark that that's what you are. How are they going to say that's what you
Yeah, you can
identify as,
identify
right?
as whatever you want to be.
But
How are they
just,
going to tell
I'm
you
so
you
sick
can't?
of it because I mean, honestly, already as a white male, just living in America right now, you have to start so far behind everyone else
Well,
because
and I
everybody else. I mean, that whole freaking crap about white privilege is such shit.
no,
Because
it's real.
being a
It
white
may not
male,
be for everybody, of course,
right?
and that doesn't mean because everybody has it. It is a real thing, but there's ways of doing it. I don't think just giving somebody something just because they're
Well, that's
not
what
white is the way to go.
honestly, that's the way the history. You look at history.
It doesn't work though.
We don't. We not. If you notice, every single time, it's we want everything to be a level playing field. Well, then make it a level playing field.
Sure.
Anytime you put somebody else above somebody else, you're not making it a level playing field.
Well, if they go back and look at people's DNA here in the United States, just going off DNA, people we're so diverse. That's the point of the United States. We're everything. We're
Yeah,
everybody's
well,
mixed
YouTube isn't
together.
just the United States. That's the other problem. Is not. And the thing is
Of
honestly,
course.
I think I see even in my channel. Okay, so yes, I am a white American male. Do you know what? There is more on my channel that is not American and not white that I choose to watch.
Sure.
Okay, I watch Ants Canada. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
they're not in Canada. He's not in Canada. He originally started in Canada. He moved back to his home country. He's not white. He is male. I think he's Philippine.
Filipino.
He has a great
Okay.
freaking channel. We've been watching him for like 4 years now.
Yeah, but not because he's Filipino, because you enjoy his
I
channel.
enjoy his content.
That's
Let's
the way it
see.
should be.
The nerdy crafter that I watch, female. She's Egyptian.
Yeah.
Let's see. Give me another one. Well, geez, Jason. Granted, yeah, he's a white male, but he's French. He's Canadian. Whatever he is. I mean, you got to think how many different people do I watch? A lot of my modeling company, the modeling channels that I watch. Some of them don't even speak English. It's in freaking Japanese. They have subtitles, which is how I can watch them. But their content still is relevant. The way that they do things is still the way. Even though they don't speak my language, I can understand what they're doing because I can see it. I watch so much stuff that's not A, white, B, male. That I think it's bullshit that you're going to single out. I mean, you're going to make it hard enough for freaking. I mean,
if white supremacists or race haters or whatever, if they
because it's not just one. There's all sides of that fence.
Right. I'm saying if they only want to watch that one race, it doesn't matter what you recommend to them. They're going to watch what they want to watch.
Make it a filter.
Yeah,
I only want to watch male creators. I only want to watch creators from this ethnicity. If I want to watch a mixed, well, then just leave it alone.
Sure.
If I want to find a specific freaking whatever, well, then let me find it. Don't sit here and shove everything down my throat. I mean, you can go back to that same, religion's a really good example of that.
Sure.
Everybody can believe or whatever they want to. It doesn't mean you need to shove yours down my throat.
Exactly. Just like everybody talking about put prayers back in school.
I don't care.
When you talk about which prayer do you want to say, that's when they're like, "Oh no, it has to be this." Well, then you're not wanting to put.
And it's like they were trying to throw the whole I pledge allegiance to the flag thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
can't even do that no more.
Problem if you would go back to the original version of the pledge allegiance to the
flag. It didn't say under God. They did that. Yeah. They did that when they started putting on money.
Huh?
They did that back when they started putting on money.
Yeah, and it should have been on money either, because when the United States was created, there was a reason why there was a separation of church and state. Sure. Because we left England, the original colonists left English for religious prosecution.
Yes.
That's why they didn't want religion involved in government matters. You weren't supposed to swear in a Bible. You weren't, that's I love that. So if I go into a courtroom and they make me swear in a Bible, I don't believe in that Bible.
It doesn't do anything for you.
You're not holding me to anything. because I don't
Hold a
believe
piece
in
of
what that
paper,
little
same
black book
thing.
says. Now,
Right.
do I discredit everything that's in that black book? No.
Sure, why not? I mean, it's not
I
saying that,
am,
that it's
there's,
bad for somebody.
I
You're
mean,
saying it's just not for
technically,
you.
if you want to get down to it, if I have to really be technical, I'm pagan.
Okay.
I'm Irish and Scottish. You teach our history back before freaking whatever our
Roman Catholics,
original
sure.
religion would have been paganism.
Mhm.
Norse gods, the whole thing.
Well, the Irish and Scots, most of them are Nordic. So
Yeah. So we would have paganism at our roots, and we were converted to be Catholics.
Yeah.
Basically forced. It was either
well,
you
a lot
do
of people
this
died
or
to
you're
make it
dead.
that way.
Huh?
A lot of people were killed to make it that way.
Yeah, exactly. It's either you succumb or you die. You
Yeah.
know, we run you out if you don't want to convert. Not that this channel is about religion in any certain way, but
Of course not. Of course not.
but it's the same thing. It's fine. Be open to being diverse. Don't shove it down my throat.
Exactly.
I'm already diverse. I have no problems what religion you practice, what color your skin is, what you identify as. I don't care if you identify as a freaking horse. If I like you as a person,
and I'm not saying something shouldn't be done. Just that doesn't work. We already know that because it's already been tried.
Just literally get rid of restrictions.
Sure.
Don't promote one thing or the other, because then you're swinging the pendulum to the other side. Just remove remove that barrier. Just remove it.
Yeah.
It's like, and unfortunately, and I really, this is treading on very thin ice here because of the whole race thing.
Yeah.
Okay, why do some races feel that they have more entitlement than others? Because we gave it to them, because we felt guilty for what we put them through, or our ancestors, not us, because I didn't put them through anything. So we give them these extra privileges or these whatevers. Now they're on a higher level than someone else. Even though what we should have done is just removed any barriers that kept them from being equal.
That's definitely shaky ground, because yes, the barriers is what's stopping them, but
you guys got frame of mind as well. But there's
Sure.
you're not going to be able to change. That's going to have to be with just,
and what the problem is how do we change that?
It's going to have to be. I mean, honestly, the only way you can literally change that is just to let it culture out.
But America itself has changed. Well, look at the difference between the rallies that were just at Washington, D.C., where they were just a peaceful protest and they had all the National Guard standing out on the steps, and this one where they were actually going against the country and breaking down glass and breaking through the doors and killing and injuring police officers and stuff.
Wait, which
one?
And
the one that just happened. The one that just happened, where they actually had people holding their Trump flags and the other flags and stuff like that.
I'm gonna disagree with you here, and I have my right to be disagreeing you.
They broke into the Capitol.
If you look,
that's not a protest. When they break into the Capitol, they break glass, they injure police officers, they hurt people. There's no longer protest.
Yeah, they let them in. I hate to tell you that they let them in. They pulled down.
In some areas they did. In some areas they didn't.
But the same thing is the
but
Black
even then,
Lives Matter
that's what I'm saying is
weren't
look at the difference in between the people that were protesting outside and the actual people that were going in.
Well, yeah.
And then the way the police handled that.
Well, I mean, but the thing is you compare that to the rallies from over the summer. Those were definitely not peaceful. They weren't breaking glass or injured. They were literally turning over whole
But they
cities.
also weren't breaking into a capitol or a government building.
They were destroying whole cities, flipping cars, lighting freaking businesses on fire. I think that was a hell of a lot more destructive than breaking into a building.
Than attacking the Capitol building when they're in Senate hearing.
And
that's against the government. That's against the United States. They're traitors, and they should all be in jail.
I don't necessarily agree
That's
with
speaking
what
from
they
a
did.
military standpoint.
Right.
They're
But
going
I
against
don't
them.
necessarily agree what they did. But you also have to look back onto this isn't England and this isn't that. This is America and a Democrat. That building technically belongs not to the government.
Yes, but they're in a closed Senate hearing, so they're attacking the government.
And it's built right into our Constitution that is unfortunately that is actually part of why the Second Amendment is in there. Second Amendment
Negative.
isn't the right to have guns. The second right of the
We have
amendment
the
is
right
to
to
have
rebel
guns
against the tyrannical government.
Yep, to overthrow the government that you feel is not supplying your needs.
Yes,
Which
but
they haven't been
overthrowing a government
for a
because they
while.
didn't elect the president they wanted to is not a reason to
Well, and
overthrow the
that's a
government.
topic for a different channel and a different time. It's not a topic for
Sure.
this channel. And it's not saying I don't want to. I'm not trying to do that to shut you down in any way or to silence your opinion in any way. It's just we could end up with a whole freaking debate on that.
Well, I'll tell you, me and most of the military love this country, and that in their eyes forever will be traitors.
Yeah. And the thing is you can look at it that way, but the other thing is that shit was all staged.
No. Sorry to tell you.
You can that shit was staged like 9/11 was staged, like freaking Sandy
Oh,
was staged. It was.
No, it wasn't. Sandy, come on now. Now you're getting into some deep water. Getting some of that QAnon stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I have reasons. Media allows media and the government
Sandy
allows
Hook was
certain things
definitely
to
not.
happen
That
depending on
was
what
the real
agenda they want to put forth. There's a reason why they let that happen.
But I've worked for the government and in the government. Even when I was in the military, I worked for the government after that. They're not. There's no way they could pull off a 9/11 or Sandy Hook. They're not that organized.
Okay.
It can't happen.
Well, before 9/11, there was like, the doors between, the cabin compartment of a plane and the cockpit were like, it wasn't even a door. It was just like something to.
Right. Consider the planes. The one thing you want to look at 9/11. You tell me one single fucking building that will fall straight down.
Well, and that wasn't the first time it was attacked. And it wasn't the first time it was attacked by Osama bin Laden either. And what was it, 92 when they had the bomb to hit the basement there?
You tell me a building that will fall directly straight down upon itself. The only building that will ever fall like that is a demoed building. A building that is naturally falling will fall to one side or the other before it ever reaches the bottom.
Well, we were in 2001. I don't think they could make it look like a plane.
Well, if they were going to destroy a building like that, they do it from the bottom, not from 20 floors down from the top.
And again, this is another thing. You could go on for hours on this same damn thing. I'm sorry. You will not get me to believe that building wasn't purposely taken down from the inside.
Well, I just know the government's not that organized, man. I worked it out. I have a top secret security clearance.
You'd be amazed what people will do to get a certain thing to happen.
No, I definitely like that Bay of Pigs. I know the government's not always got our best interests. I know they do some shady shit, but that they're not organized enough for that.
It is more likely to get a group of people to give up their freedoms in fear than it is to take it from them.
That's a definite. That is a definite.
There is a reason why they allowed this spectacle to happen. And I guarantee you there will be a lot of legislation changes around voting. And it won't be in our favor.
You have to see. We'll see, man. I don't know.
There is a reason why they let certain things happen.
Possibly.
And even the Black Lives Matter movements and all of that crap, what they chose to show on TV versus what they didn't, there was reasons for it, and
they show
social
the
media
worst.
And the news network is a way to manipulate the population, and what they choose to show and what they choose to cover, there's a reason for it.
And that's the reason that we don't allow certain things. I don't watch all that stuff. You have to do your own research. You have to watch your own stuff.
Trust me, I do.
Now, I wouldn't say go on QAnon or somebody like that. Is full of crap. But
no. There's plenty of science. Like I said, even with the 9/11 stuff, there's plenty of science as to the reason why those buildings came down the way they did. Especially with the design of that building.
I've seen so-called proof, but I haven't seen any actual architects say anything about
Do your digging. You'll find it. But yeah, there's no way that those buildings would have came down in the fashion that they did if it was only hit by the plane. And yeah, you got the bombings or whatever that happened down on the first floor in front of it. But again, that still wouldn't have, the damage that, any structural damage that would have caused, still would not have caused them to fall down evenly. It might have caved towards the front if those front beams were already weakened. It would have fallen forward towards the front of the building.
It was the parking deck underneath.
Well, where it would have fallen towards wherever that damage was, it still wouldn't have fallen straight down.
It was in the center where it blew up. So
yeah, and they were trying to say about the building picking up speed, but yeah, as the building came down and picked up speed, which is what would caused it to fall over to one side or the other, because of momentum. If you've ever seen tractor trailer jackknifing, is a perfect example. It's a different direction, but same example. The back end is falling is moving faster than the decks below it. What's going to happen is it's going to want to come around, which is why you end up having them fall to one side or the other. But yeah,
I don't know if enough buildings have been hit by a plane to.
It's just a matter of buildings falling. Period.
Well, you have buildings falling, of course we know that, but we don't have enough research on what it would look like if a building got hit.
Well, even if it got hit, okay, that's a how many pound plane hitting the side of a building.
Mm-hmm.
That impact alone is going to cause it to
plane didn't move it at all.
Huh?
The plane didn't move it at all.
Because the plane shredded. The building was stronger than the plane.
Those planes are made out of as little metal as they can get away with.
Of course, it has to be light as they can.
Right.
It didn't sway the building. The structure of
the fire
was what fell.
And they're trying to say that the fire is what caused the
diesel. Yeah, the diesel fuel.
Jet
fuel burned hot enough to weaken the structure. That's what they're saying.
Trying to say. But I mean, even then, it's not. It would have fallen a couple floors. It would have collapsed a couple of floors, and then eventually the weight of the floors, the compacting of the floors would eventually have kept it, because if the burning wouldn't have gone down that far to weaken the bottom floors, which would have caused it picked up speed instead of slowing down.
Yeah.
And if you if you look at the footage again, you can still see this. You can see the little telltale puffs of smoke as down towards the bottom. Which, if you also look at a demo building, you'll see those same telltale puffs where they blow out the structure points in the building to get the building to come down in the direction that they want it to do. Now, like I said, I don't have. If I would have known that we were going to have a conversation like this, I would have had sources lined up, but I don't. Most of this research is from, I haven't revisited this as far as actively looking at it in maybe 7-8 years.
I've heard rumblings of it, but I haven't, Joe Rogan, he talked about on his podcast a little bit with some experts. Mm-hmm. It's, there's definitely different opinions on it. Right. So.
And that's what's
even expert
about America,
opinions,
though, is that we can have different opinions.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that your opinion is necessarily wrong. I don't have to agree with it.
Sure.
But I'm not saying, and, it is what it is. But it's just kind of funny that, big events happen and then, freedoms get lost after big events that, just are really shady.
Sure.
And
CSI
has not CSI, wrong 3 letters.
FBI,
CIA.
Yeah. CIA.
Yeah. I mean, they have like freaking the whole freaking shits and their little teachings and stuff that pretty much relate to a lot of this stuff as well as how to manipulate big populations and things like that. And I can be very conspiracy theorist if I wanted to.
Sure, and there's plenty of true stuff out there.
Yeah, so sifting through the freaking, and there's lots of crap out there too. Yes, there is.
Definitely, QAnon has showed us that.
So,
I don't know if you ever see the stuff that they believe in, but man,
no, I don't think so. I am not.
They're gone.
Crazy. Like I don't.
You don't think the 5G is killing us and trying to put? You don't think 5G is killing us and all that crap?
No. Yeah. 5G is literally just 5 gigabyte internet. Come on.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Well, man, people believe
I'm not
some
that
crazy
like
stuff
far
about it.
out, but common sense too. Think for yourself. And America. I mean, I can't even speak for any other country, but America very much has become ingest what's spoon fed in front of our faces.
I think less now than before because now it used
No.
to be you have the news and that's all you had.
No, I think it's
Now there's
worse
so
now.
many sources.
I think it's worse now.
That'd be a lot of people working together.
No, it's not necessarily working together. I'm not saying that there's one higher people spoon feeding everybody below them. No.
Mm.
I think it's more of factions catering to certain factions, spoon feeding.
I can see that. A lot of people are on teams now, so they're going to believe
exactly.
whatever their
You're going to
team
have
recognizes.
I mean, and I'm not saying that some of these people aren't playing both sides on purpose.
Sure.
Let's feed a little bit of this conflict and feed the other side a little bit of this, because and I can go back to this with unions. Okay. Unions are created to be able to have a group of people stand up against a tyrant employer.
Yeah, it used to be a very important thing.
It still is. Unfortunately, it's not viewed as much, but it still is.
Well, the unions have put a bad name on themselves, is what it is.
They've been corrupted, yes.
They're very
But
greedy.
again, that may also not be the unions themselves. That could also be people placed inside unions to cause that to happen as well. It sounds very,
sure.
But that's the best way to bring something down. Is from
billionaires have a lot of money.
Bring something down from the inside. That's the best way to bring something down. And you can also bring it down with legislation, which the government does try a lot. Because I have my ASME hat somewhere, but I used to belong with ASME, which is one of the single biggest U.S. unions at the moment. Any government job that you have, most likely will be under ASME.
I live in a non-union state, so
yeah. But anyway, so I was really big into.
We live in we're also in a right to hire state now. Our minimum wage goes up every year. I think it's $12 this year.
Dang.
So, which Tennessee, which right beside us, their minimum wage, federal minimum wage, which is $7.25.
I don't see how people can live on that.
They can't. There's no way.
No. But the other problem is raising minimum wage isn't the answer either. You raise the minimum wage, all
there's got to be some kind of balance on it.
What happens is you raise minimum wage, then employers raise companies raise the cost of goods, and you're right back where you are.
Inflation.
Yeah, you just all raising minimum wage does is increase inflation.
Yeah.
What you need to do is you need to do it the opposite way. Unfortunately, like when we had the gas crisis, all the prices went up. Gas prices went away. We're now back down to $2.50 a gallon, depending on where you're at.
$1.89 down here.
Yeah, ours is like we have a 60-cent tax on ours, so ours is like $2.50. But if you notice, the price of goods never came down.
Yeah.
No. In fact, some of them have went up. And look at cars. Cars are steadily getting more expensive.
About cars, because that's a different thing. Because you got technology. There's a lot of technology increases in cars from then to now, from 5-6 years ago to now. I mean, that can increase. I'm talking basic. Okay, your milk, your bread, cost of gas, your basic stuff. Minimal requirement to make kind of stuffs. Your base stuff. Milk has not gone down. Cost of beef has not gone down. Cost of chicken has not gone down.
I don't know how much milk is there. Milk's been the same here for years.
Our milk is around $3.50 to $4 a gallon. Before the gas crisis, it was like $2 something.
Gosh, dang! Y'all getting hit with some taxes, and I guess.
No, it's just that's what they do. They increase the cost of stuff, and then and you can understand why. When the cost of gas went up, the cost to produce,
Yeah, because
goods.
It costs more to ship it and whatever. Yeah, I get all that.
It just compounds. The more something has to be made, the more that cost increases.
I guess we have a lot of dairy farmers around here or something, because milk is $2.50, $3 a gallon. It has been.
Yeah, no, our half gallon is $2 something a gallon, half gallon. But before this gas, you could buy a pound of ground beef for like $2.
Well, beef is skyrocketed.
Yeah,
And pork is
beef
went
now
way
is
down.
like $6 a freaking pound.
Yeah, even the cheap stuff here is like $3.90 a pound or something.
Well,
For the
and
junk.
you think I think about it. So the stuff of that, it's just going to be the higher up the chain of goods you go, the greater that's going to be affected.
Sure.
Okay.
But pork is really cheap right now, which doesn't make sense. It used to be the other way around. Pork used to be more expensive than beef.
But you know, you think about that. You go back to brain not working. The cost of living has gone up because the cost of goods have gone up.
Sure.
Not because the
But
need
minimum
for
wage
an
hasn't gone up
increase
at the
of
same
wages.
time.
You got several
People-
things. Cost of insurance has gone up.
Definitely.
Cost of goods have gone up.
Definitely.
Okay. Cost of living has only gone up because of that and the amount that they're charging for rent. Not
Yes.
necessarily what they charge for the houses themselves, but what people are charging for rent has increased.
Right. Right. So the
Okay.
people that are usually people that pay rent are usually people that live minimum
Minimum
wage
wage.
or just over.
Right. So their cost of living has gone up. The problem is you now increase their cost of you now increase minimum wage. Okay. Now it's going to cost employers more to make that product because they're having to pay employees more. Okay. Now you're just going to have that ball chain. Now you're going to end up having to cost more for the product,
Mhm.
which then in turn is going to cost the people needing to pay for it more. And all you're going to end up doing is now you're going, instead of having a $4 gallon or $2.50, go your area. So instead of now having a gallon of milk being $2.50, now that same gallon of milk is now going to be $4. It's probably going to be more than the increase of wage that you got.
So the problem with that theory, and don't get me wrong, I understand where I could do math. That makes sense. But the advancements in technologies, they're having less employees now. They're cost less to make it,
Well,
but
you
they're
have
still
less
paying the
employees.
employees the
You
same.
have less employees, but now think
But
about
they're
that.
still paying them the same.
You now have you have less employees, but you're
So
paying
they're
them
still
more,
making
but
the
now you
same
have
profit
less.
or
You
even
have
more
less
of a
jobs
profit.
available for those employees to have.
Exactly. But they're
Then
still
you're gonna have
making
a
the
higher
same amount of
unemployment.
profit. They're
Well,
still making even
see
more
that
profit.
benefits the company, not the employees.
Exactly.
So you're still
poor
going to
people,
have that same problem. What
poor
they're
people
doing now is they're
are
resorting,
becoming
instead of
more poor.
paying with increasing minimum wage at that point, because yes, you're going to have that way too. You're going to have both ways. You're going to have the ones where the price of goods is going to go up, and you're going to have the other end where they're just like, well, we'll just have less employees.
Sure.
All right,
And
so
they
now
do
you
both.
have less employees. Now you have more unemployment. You have
Sure.
more people that don't have a job. So now you're just going to make that rift. You know, you're going to have things are going to cost more, and you're going to have people with less people having jobs.
Sure.
So the poorer are going to be even poorer, and the middle class are still going to struggle.
Well, there's less middle class now than there ever has been.
Right, and that's because of that rift. It's because there's less jobs.
Sure.
And the jobs that are there aren't paying enough for people to have jobs, because it comes
Well,
to the
and the
point
ones
of,
making
do I have a job? Do I have a job, make too much money to qualify for any assistance, still can't make ends meet, or do I quit my job, go on assistance, and to be able to afford to be able to put food on my table because of assistance?
The problem with going on assistance is the day you get off assistance or the day you get a job, you're off assistance.
Exactly, which is why
So
people
it's not
need a
really
job.
assistance, it's welfare. So it's hard for people to get off of it.
Yeah,
Especially when
they
you're getting a
don't get off.
low-paying job.
I'm not sure if you saw that one post of the lady that I shared on my Facebook. If you haven't, go back and go listen to it.
Mm.
It is a mom pleading to, I don't know, her local government or whatever she was pleading to, and this was basically what she was talking about. She was brought up, you know, work ethic, you know, all of that. She taught her kids to have that same work ethic. Her kids went and got jobs.
Mm.
Kicked them off of assistance because they got a job. Mom, then, still trying to support her kids, started starving herself. So that way her kids didn't do without. Kids end up quitting their job because they saw mom starving herself, because they have a job.
Right.
Because, yeah, it just it.
Yeah. But at the same time, poor people getting more poor. There's middle class is going away, and rich people get more rich. So
Which is why raising minimum wage is not the answer.
I didn't say it was the answer. I'm just saying it's not doing something or not raising minimum wage isn't the answer either. So
Well, raising minimum wages is going to make the problem worse.
well, they have to put
It's going to it's one of those things.
the minimum wage isn't the restriction that's needed. It has to be making sure whatever this job is pays this much, and not to say that the government should tell everybody what to do, but a carpenter in Arkansas shouldn't get paid $8 when a carpenter in Pennsylvania is getting paid $30. It's got to be
supply
some
and
kind of
demand at that point,
right. Exactly.
And then that shouldn't be affected. No, I mean, you also got to think about cost of living. Cost of living in Arkansas is not the same as cost of living in Pennsylvania.
Most likely not.
Yeah, I mean, you just put it right there. It costs you $2.50 for a gallon of milk.
Sure.
It cost me $4 for a gallon of milk.
Yeah, same
Well,
here.
and it could be the area we have. The governor
I'm sure
here
there's
put
other
it
things.
where there's no
It costs
taxes
you $1.90 for
groceries.
gas. It costs us $2.50 for gas.
Yeah.
So
our
my
gas
cost
tax is
of
way low.
living, it costs me to live more day to day than it costs you to live.
Well, just like when I was in Minnesota, a pack of cigarettes in Minnesota was about almost $10, and a pack of cigarettes here is about $7. A pack of cigarettes in Missouri is still $4 and $5.
Yeah, a pack of cigarettes here, depending on the cheapy ones is like $7. A decent pack of cigarettes here is going to run you about 10. A carton of cigarettes can run you up to 75.
Oh my God! When I was overseas, I used to send. My wife was smoking then. I used to send cigarettes back because overseas, a carton of cigarettes was between $3 and $5.
If you're caught in Pennsylvania with a pack of cigarettes that doesn't have a Pennsylvania, or I shouldn't say a pack.
A carton. Because you could have, it's just like buying stuff overseas. You could have a certain amount. So if you have any more than, most states are 2 cartons. That's your max.
Okay. If you're caught in Pennsylvania with a carton with cigarettes with a different stamp on the underside of them, it can get you in trouble.
For 1 pack?
No, not necessarily a pack, but
for a certain amount.
You could buy a pack of cigarettes while you're over in Jersey, come back over here to PA, and you know what I mean. But a lot of people used to go down to Delaware and then bring them back up into Philly, and they would literally load their freaking trunk full.
Yeah, and then they get in trouble for taxes.
Yeah, it's embargo.
ATF gets into it. Yeah.
It's no different than smoking a band of freaking taking that beer across the freaking.
The course.
And the whole point, and I don't know if there's a whole point to that movie. There's the beer had a tax down where they were trying to get it shipped.
Oh, I thought they just couldn't get that beer over there.
No, it was the fact that beer was cheaper.
Some reason I was thinking they couldn't get beer west of the Mississippi.
No, you couldn't take
or east of the Mississippi.
You couldn't take beer across that line because of the tax on the beer on the other side of the line.
I see.
So what they did is they went over there, they were supposed to buy the beer. Obviously there was nobody there, so they stole the beer. But they were supposed to buy the beer and bring the beer back because it would have cost a lot less to do that run than if they would have just paid for the beer locally. But it was also more of a pride thing. It was a pride thing to see if they could get him to do it because he was known for being a speed runner back in the day. So like when we enter that story of Smokey and the Bandit is already past his prime.
Sure.
Okay. Well, actually, I shouldn't say Smokey and the Bandit. His name is Bo.
Right.
Okay. So Bo is already past his prime. He's gotten fat and lazy. He's no longer the daredevil that he is not the daredevil he was prior. He is now just more of a sideshow attraction.
Sure.
So these two put up a bet, and they thought they weren't gonna. They thought he wasn't gonna be able to do it, and they would have walked away with just
whatever they bet on. I don't remember
exactly. And of course, then Bo, being a prideful guy that he is, just not like Marty McFly being called Yellow or Yeller.
Yeah.
But
Depending on what
same
movie, I guess.
same general concept. He got somebody placed the thing here, and are you going to cross that line, or are you going to back down? And he's not one to back down, so he went and did it. Now granted, he kind of made out of the deal there. He got Trigger, and it what also got Snowman a new rig, which is the rig you see in the second movie.
Right.
Because that's the rig that he won. But there was also a lot that happened between the first and the second movie.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of not good things. I do believe that Snowman lost his wife, and
I don't remember. I know I didn't care for the second movie even half as much as the first.
I didn't care for it either. I didn't care for any of them after the first one.
Mm.
But you still follow the story.
There's what,
Burt Reynolds
5 of them now?
the Bo's character really went downhill after the first
Sure.
movie.
Oh yeah.
Snowman, I do believe, ended up divorced.
Mm.
So there was a lot of not good that happened after the first movie. He ended up having to sell Trigger, which is the 77 Trans Am. He ended up having to sell that, which they ended up buying the 81 Turbo TA, which they called Trigger 2. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that happened. I mean, but yeah, it's basically the same thing. It was a tax evasion thing that's why you couldn't take it across state lines, was because of it was highly taxed down in, I think it's Georgia, which is where they were at.
Yep.
And the beer was in Texas, so.
Well, if they remade the movie today, they would have to make it on something else.
Well, you missed it. There is an absolutely horrible remake or should I say inspirational remake?
Yeah.
Of Smokey and the Bandit by, I think it's one of the Dukes of Hazzard boys, isn't it?
Yeah. John
Schneider. Yeah, I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
It's horrible. It is such.
Did you see Did you like the remake of Dukes of Hazzard?
Challenger. As Trigger. They have an
because they don't make Pontiac anymore.
They have an eagle painted on the hood. They roll. I mean, it's like scene for scene. I mean, it's like it is an absolutely horrible freaking copy, scene for scene of the Smokey and the Bandit. Like they didn't do it justice at all. It's horrible. And I've only seen the preview. I've only seen the preview, and it's that bad. Normally, they stick their best crap in the preview.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to share it to you, but it's horrible. It's absolutely a train wreck.
Wow.
I mean, you're trying to recreate something where it was the characters in it that made it. You can't. That's not. Like sometimes some movies, it's the story that makes the movie. But Smokey and the Bandit, it wasn't even what they were trying to make it the movie that made the movie, but it was the characters that played the movie, not necessarily the plot or the movie, that made Smokey and the Bandit what it was. And one of those characters is the Trans Am. You can't use a Dodge Challenger.
Right. They don't make Pontiac anymore. I understand that.
No, they could have used a Trans Am. There is still an officially licensed Trans Am made today.
Mm-hmm.
So they have Smokey and the Bandit, Smokey and the Bandit 2, Bandit Goes Country, and Bandit.
There's still a Smokey and the Bandit 3.
I believe
there's 3 official movies, and then there's some spin-off and TV shows.
Yeah. Well, they have the Smokey and the Bandit Rides Again.
So the first one was made with a 77 Trans Am, and that's the take the beers across state line. The second one is the one with the elephant.
Yep.
Where they have to take the pregnant elephant. The third one, I don't even know what it's been so bad. The third one involves a 80s or 90s Trans
I
Am.
think
It's a
it was
third
an
gen.
87. If I was,
Yeah, it's a
I
third
might be
gen.
wrong. It is third gen. Yeah, the
And
ugly one.
in that one, I don't even think. Yeah, Burt Reynolds isn't even in that film.
No, he's not. Well, just like Bandit Goes Country, it's
They use
the
it.
fourth gen Firebird or
No, it's not
Trans
even
Am
a
or whatever.
Firebird. I remember that one. It's like a stock. It's Oh, that was a bad one too.
Yeah, that one was
That one was
terrible.
horrible.
Let's see, 1994, Bandit Goes Country.
Yeah, what was the car they used?
It is.
I don't even think it was a Firebird.
Where is? Oh boy, there was a bunch of spin-offs.
Yeah, I told you. There's only 3 main freaking movies, and then everything else is spin-offs.
Let's see, Bandit Goes Country car. Let me look that up.
I don't think it was Trans Am.
It is. It was stars the younger version of Bo the Bandit, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you can
Because
do
they're
a younger
using newer
version
cars.
in a newer car.
Yeah. Where is? It's not showing me the car. Oh wow. So technically, in far as movies, right now there is 7 Bandit movies.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, we're still. What was the car in Bandit Gun Country?
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm sorry. Get sidetracked there.
Should be able to just type in.
I did. It brought me some junk. Let me keep looking here.
I can't get my freaking alcohol open.
That's a problem.
The lid sticks on this one.
It's just not telling me.
I don't have a rubber band handy.
Is it a Dodge Stealth?
It's something.
I think it is.
There we go. Which again, how do you start a younger Bo with a newer car?
I know, right?
Yeah, it's a Dodge. That's what it is. I just looked it up finally. It's a Dodge Stealth.
So if they were going to do a younger Bo, they would have had to done like a 50s or 60s car.
You would think, yeah, like a 57 Chevy, something that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Chevy Nomad or something.
No,
Even
it
I
has
don't
to
know.
be a sporty. It has to be something that's
Corvette.
quick. Because again,
Even
it's
if
a
it went
runner
back,
for.
even if it didn't go back as far, just did like
I
a
think
68
they
Camaro.
could even have a blocker car when he was. They would both be in the rig. If you go back to the storyline from the original and you hear the conversation between Snowman and Bo, it was Bo that used to drive the truck, and he brought along Snowman eventually. So Bo used to do it by himself.
So apparently,
Because it wasn't even about the car originally. Originally, it was about the truck.
they had 2 generations of Trans Ams, which was the first gen or the 2 generations, second gen and third gen, and then the rest no other ones had a Trans Am in it.
Yeah, which is why you won't see any Smokey and the Bandit fans follow any of those movies, because most of them are Pontiac fans.
A Dodge Stealth is what they had in Ghost Country '94, but it was just badged. It was actually a Mitsubishi 3000 GT badged as a Dodge Stealth.
Well, yeah.
Which they were the same car anyway. But that one
3000.
specifically.
But the thing is you get those turbo 3000 GTs. Those things are quick. Can't hear you. No.
Heavy as
You
hell
had a
too.
staticky noise, and then you couldn't hear you anymore.
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, what it's saying is, I guess it was the Mitsubishi 3000 GT. They badged it Dodge Stealth to make it a North American car.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Mitsubishi GT was a freaking nicer looking car than the Stealth, though.
Ah.
They're the same body, but it was the GT had those like brake ports or whatever down behind
Kind of like
the door.
the Eclipse and the Talon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
same
Talon
thing.
was better than the Eclipse too. So my sister had a second gen Talon.
Boy, I'm gonna have to go on a 7-movie watching spree.
No,
I gotta
don't
watch
worry.
this Bandit,
You're gonna need to scoop your eyeballs out after you're done.
Bandit, Silver Angel.
They were
What the
all
hell?
horrible. I mean,
What car did they use in this one?
when Knight Rider came out with the freaking Mustang car, the Mustang version of Knight Rider that lasted
Yeah,
all of
that was pretty junk.
shit. It's a nice looking car, but again, you totally missed the whole freaking. You missed what the Knight Rider was. I mean, you took the basic plot. You got crime fighter guy with a talking car, and then everything after that they screwed up.
Right.
But yeah, speaking of Kit. Oh, are you dead? Oh, there you go.
Gonna give Kid a jump start.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently use the Dodge Stealth and the Silver Angel as well.
I suggest you put the car on the autocross mode.
So maybe instead of a Trans Am being the Bandit car, it should be a Dodge Stealth.
No. No. In fact, they should have just used.
Well, then they could use Trans Am.
Well, and not 90 in 94 they could have just used a freaking Trans Am, right? But if they were to remake it today,
they would have to be fairest to it. In my opinion, they would have to use probably the Camaro.
Nope. Hold on.
Well, they do have that Trans Am made by that third party.
It's not third party. It's actually officially licensed.
Really? By Pontiac?
By GM.
Okay, I got what you're saying.
Yeah, but it starts as a Camaro.
Well, so did every other Trans Am out there. I hate to tell you, all the way back to the original 67.
I understand that.
But they had their own Pontiac engines and stuff, right?
Only up until freaking 82.
Well, yeah,
After
but that's
82. GM went to their corporate freaking engine policy.
All right, start doing their G bodies and stuff. Yeah, I get it. Trying to save money.
No, they were trying to kill Pontiac.
Oh, okay.
They weren't trying to kill Pontiac. They were trying to keep Pontiac from killing Corvette.
I was going to say Oldsmobile went out before Pontiac. Pontiac's last year was what, 09?
Yeah, but it's only because they were still hanging on with sales. They killed Pontiac way back when.
Had like what, the Grand Am and the freaking Vibe, Pontiac Vibe.
No, the Pontiac Vibe was a
Toyota.
Yeah, it was some kind of Toyota.
Matrix.
Toyota. No, it was the Matrix, and I think in Japan they called it the Volts.
I don't know.
It was not electric though.
No, they're not electric.
Let's see if that showed up on your screen. And the other thing is to call the Trans Am a Camaro is really not true, because if you watch the process of how they come up with these Trans Ams, there's only the shell of the car that's left from the Camaro.
Mm-hmm.
They rip everything else out. The seats are not Camaro anymore. The interiors are not Camaro anymore. The engine is not the same engine that comes in the Camaro. There is not much Camaro left of that car by the time they're done.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it is an official TA. It just has to come off the assembly line as a Camaro, because they can't put this on the assembly line. But it's for all intents and purposes, let's build a Camaro, then strip it all the way back down to where we would have started if we were building a TA to begin with, and then we'll build a TA. So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it isn't much different than it would have been on the assembly line, except for they're going to make, it's like getting one of those model kits, the 2-in-1 kits. You could build it as a hot rod or this or that. It's like getting one of those. Except for somebody already put it together as option A, then you got to take it all back apart and put all of option B's on it. You know what I mean?
Right, but it didn't start out at the factory. I guess what I was thinking, it didn't start out the factory as a Trans Am.
No, but the thing is like every TA or whatever, if I can convert a Trans Am, I convert this Trans Am into a Camaro if I wanted to.
Sure.
Got to remove some panels, got to remove some bot welds and put some spot welds. But the floorboards, the roof line, the inner sides of the quarters. The outer skins are different, but the inner skins are the same.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean. You can take them down far enough.
Well, I think the bodies were still made by Fisher back then, right?
Well, both of them, yeah.
Yeah.
They almost came on the same assembly line. You know, so there isn't much difference except for where they took the car. They took the base car and they went in opposite directions.
Sure.
And it's the same way that they're doing with this modern car. The modern TA, it's the same concept. We'll strip it back down to the base. We're going to go our own direction, the direction that Pontiac would have gone if it was 2020. And didn't have, GM saying, don't beat my Corvette.
Yeah.
What's up, Coastal Auto Reaction? Yeah, so now, this is where you'll get a Chevy and a Camaro and a Pontiac guy to freaking really fight. An F-body is an F-body. Yes and no. An F-body is an F-body as soon as it leaves anywhere past the freaking chassis of the car. Because, unfortunately, what Pontiac put into an F-body is not the same thing that freaking Chevy put into the F-body.
So, I think if they were going to do a new Smokey and the Bandit today, because say they couldn't do the Trans Am.
They could easily.
I'm saying they couldn't. What car do you think they should do?
They should just leave it.
A production car. They should not even mess with it. Kind of like Back to the Future. Don't mess with it.
Don't mess with it. Don't fuck with it.
Okay. I would say if they were going to do it, it should not be a Dodge Challenger.
No, it shouldn't.
If they were going to do that, they could just do a Tesla, right? What's the point? Not going to help it.
It's got to be a Pontiac.
Exactly. It can't be. But
and
what about the new Ford Maverick? Could you do that?
Today, well, they could. I mean, the thing is they could very easily take a fourth gen. There's still plenty of them available.
Yeah.
They could very easily take any generation Trans Am.
Was a WR6, WRX or something?
WS6.
I would unfortunately say don't use a real WS6. There are not many of those left.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even as much as I would love to have a WS6 car,
yeah.
I wouldn't want one if I wasn't going to keep it stock.
Now, what if they did the storyline, and like Coastal Auto Reaction says here, do a 77. What if they did the storyline? It was his grandkid or something that wanted to do it, and he took out the old 77.
Well, then it wouldn't be much different than what they did with the new Ghostbusters.
Sure.
Where they found the original Ecto-1 in the garage. Yeah.
That would be the only way that I would say,
but
okay, maybe they could do it.
That would be pretty cool. The only problem is a 77 TA today, a Honda Civic would spank it.
But, well, you could take it and rebuild it, do like a Fast and Furious.
Again, at that point, though, are you keeping it still, you know what I mean? Okay, let's do
But you're doing it because it looks good.
Right. But let's do it. All right. So we rip out the Pontiac 400, which they didn't really have Pontiac 400s in the original cars anyway. It was I think they were a NASCAR version of the 350.
When they had heavy emissions.
Well, the cars in the movie weren't the same as the cars on the street.
Exactly, of course.
I think a small block 400 was in one of the jump cars because they couldn't get the Pontiac 400 to get RPM up high enough to make the jump.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like Coastal Auto Reaction says right here, build it up in the movie. So they could do like you said and show that a Kia Soul is faster than the other Trans Am stock.
So he takes it back to the garage, and
then they could see that they get beat by a Kia Soul or something.
But then they'd have to go to Butler Performance. They would have to bring Butler into it. Maybe. They would have to get themselves the 462 from Butler Performance with the aluminum heads and the fuel injection that makes around 700 and some horsepower. It's still a Pontiac block.
Or use your Holley EFI there. That'd be a plug for
whatever. I think they use. I'm not sure if they use Holley or not, but they do have a fuel injection system for theirs.
Sure.
And it makes like 700-800 horsepower on pump gas, naturally aspirated.
That could actually be a sweet movie. I'll tell you that.
It still
if they did it that way.
It still retains the ability to use the factory hood scoop.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing that would really piss me off. They just
steal the factory interior. Don't go putting like leopard print or something in there.
Correction. It's not necessarily that I love my Pontiac. I love the Trans Am.
Mm.
Because
See, I
we
would
did
like-
that.
Well,
if,
that
if we
is
went back
your
and we
Pontiac.
watched,
I like Pontiac. I would like
I mean,
a
I like
77
Pontiac. I
Grand
love the
Prix.
GTO and everything else. But if you go back and say you go back and watch that video that Grant and Jason put out with the A bodies.
Yep.
Most of them, one that I liked was actually the Buick Skylark.
Or
I'm
the
also a
Oldsmobile
big fan of the
442.
old 442 and a Chevelle.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, the GTO is sweet, but there's very specific GTOs that I like. I like the double stacked GTO, the earlier one.
Good, yeah.
Double
With the
stack
grab
headlight.
handle on the dash.
I like if you look at Ramblin'
Good.
Around's GTO, I think it's a 68. I like that body style. I don't like the later Coke bottle GTO. The 69, 70, 71. It's got to be the early. It's got to be like this. I think it's the 68. But yeah, it depends. Like it's not that I am a diehard gotta be only Pontiac fan. I mean, you look at what's sitting here behind me. Okay, yeah. So like here's a GTO here. So I've got the GTO Judge. It's not actually the year that I like. I like the one right before this one. Up here that's an early Chevelle, like a 67 Chevelle. There's an L88 Corvette sitting here. There's a first gen Camaro. That's a Bel Air. There's two Mustangs. There's a Charger, Nova Chevelle, Viper. There's a Willys down here. There's two 72 Mustangs. The Mach 1s, the fastbacks with the real long nose. There's two of those. Here's a standard 4th gen, early 4th
He said
gen.
you sound like a Mopar guy, but with Pontiacs.
I like everything. It doesn't matter.
Hey, Robert's back. Cool.
Yeah, 71, 73 Stang. You're thank you. I like a little bit of everything, but I'm very specific about what I like. I like a boat tail Riviera.
Oh yeah.
Split window Corvette. And even if I like the 79 through 82 Corvettes.
What about the 77 to 79 Grand Prix?
Right. It all depends on what it is.
Big boat. But it has T-tops, man. Come on.
I like the what are they? There was a performance edition of the Grand Prix back in the late 70s.
I don't remember that.
The hell was it called? It's a Pontiac thing. They're not super grand. Is it the Grand Am?
I don't know.
They also came with the shaker in the hood.
Let's see. You said late 70s Grand Prix with a shaker?
I say mid 70s.
All right. 70s Grand Prix with a shaker. Good. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I see what you're talking about right
red
here.
and orange accents.
I see what you're talking about right here.
What they call it?
It's a 72 if it's the same one. And
Can-Am, he's got it.
yeah, Can-Am, that's it.
He's got it. Yeah, that was a badass car.
I had it later in that too, but yeah, Can-Am.
It's like a bigger bodied version of the Trans Am. It would have been more of like the A body. I think it's an A body. He says Robert's Garage had one. Yeah, it's just like the big bodied version of what was in the Trans Ams. You still had your big block. Well, I actually gonna get my head sliced off for saying big block and Pontiac in the same sentence because they didn't actually.
Oh boy, yeah, your Pontiac guy's gonna tear you up. We know what you mean though.
Big cubic inch engine. It'd technically be a tall deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Pontiacs to tell you was lying, so you could tell me whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a sweet car. They're pretty nice.
So it's based off Le Mans. That's cool.
Then they had like the louvered rear windows and like the fancy stuff from that time period.
Now that Roberts and Coastal Auto Reactions in here, I'm gonna pull up that Ford Maverick again and see what they think.
I mean, geez, we were dead for What, in 2 hours? It's a good thing. That's when we did all the politics and the freaking other crap that I don't like talking about on this channel.
Yeah.
That we talked about anyway.
Talk about cars and they come out of the woodwork. They're back.
Yeah,
what you
like,
want to
what?
talk
Someone
about.
say cars?
That's what you want to talk about anyway.
Oh, that's why. See, you stole all my people there. He did a random live. That's what happened.
Oh, I see.
He stole it.
No, it's community. What is it? Community, not competition.
That's right.
Is that it right? I actually got one right. I'm always horrible with those freaking, oh my god, 68 AMX.
Oh yeah. Well, here you could share this screen here.
I'm a fan of the Javelin, actually. There was a lot of good cars that AMC put out.
A new Ford Maverick. Here's a different view of it.
Yeah, it's a Ford Escape with a bed.
Subaru Legacy. That's what's just
That wouldn't be a Legacy. It'd be the Subaru Brat.
Outback or whatever they called it.
Outback or the Brat.
The Brat was the old version. The
Outback is the newer version.
Outback is the newer one.
I agree with Carr down there.
Yes. The Maverick.
Watch with. I'm gonna give you a hint. And I don't know if you might know this. Watch with using a crap ton of emojis. YouTube has a bad habit of literally putting you in a timeout by using too many of the same emojis. They have like a spam warning with emojis.
Oh, wait, hang on. I got something to share. It's like the same thing, but it's supposedly the Maverick actually on the assembly line.
Oh, here.
Ta-da! And there's an ad I can't get rid of.
Robert's Garage.
2021 Ranger
Here
of all
and
things.
buy another car. I see you out there buying cars.
I wish I had money to just freaking buy. I have money in places to just store cars. That'd be freaking awesome. Though then my Nova and my TA wouldn't be sitting out in the field.
My freaking front yard is full of cars. I think I got like 12 cars out in my front yard right now. So
I don't have. I mean, I have the space. I just don't have the ability. I'm not even allowed to work on cars where I'm at right now.
yeah, that would kill me because that's where I work on. Is my front
I may
driveway.
or may not have changed the brakes in the front of the house, but if our landlord came by, I'd get in pretty good trouble. But I wasn't traveling a half hour all the way out to where the garage was just to do it there when it would have taken me 20 minutes to do it in front of the house.
Yeah, you gotta, mess around with hot brakes.
Yeah.
Well,
brakes cool down pretty quickly though.
Yeah.
Hot brakes are better than doing an oil change, but the oil change I can't get away with in doing in front of the house because it's bad enough trying to. I'm not sure if you can see the grade difference from the one side of my house to the other, but there's a pretty big difference in the grade from the right side of my house to the left side. I live on a hill.
Yeah.
And it's bad enough doing the brakes on that hill, let alone trying to be underneath of a car doing an oil change.
No, I just didn't know.
Auto reaction wants to know how somebody tell you can't work on your car.
Because when you rent somewhere, it's part of your lease.
Ah. Well, didn't you have it the last place you lived? It was actually one of the city ordinances or something?
No, that was when I lived in Reading, and that is a city ordinance. And yes, I almost got caught a few times by the police. Somehow I managed to swap the whole engine and transmission in the freaking street and not actually get nabbed for doing that. I got nabbed for having my hood up and checking and having the air cleaner off.
Wow.
That's okay. They didn't say anything. They just told me I'm not allowed to work. I'm not allowed to do anything but
go to a garage just to do something.
Not basic maintenance, but like I can check my oil and coolant, but I'm not allowed to actually do any fluid changes. This isn't an HOA. It's just more she found out that I had a YouTube channel about working on cars, and she didn't want the whole property looking like a junkyard. That's okay. I told her I had a garage that I was working out of anyway, which technically is true. It's just not my garage.
Having what? No, why? What was that?
So yeah, to work on my vehicles, I have to travel a half hour east.
Oh,
Dude, that's crazy.
I see.
So like
I work on my cars out here all the time. What's
I
funny is you go out to my car lot, I only have one car out there. The rest of my cars are in my driveway.
well, and that's kind of the problem I have. Um, I would do a lot more with my stuff if my stuff was home where I'm at, because like I get
Sure.
done work, and by the time I get home, because I work an hour away from where I live, and my car is
Mhm.
another half hour in the other direction. So like I'd have to my work is north, so it's an hour north. My cars are a half hour east from my house, so I'd have to come all the way home and then go another half hour. By the time I get out to my cars, I have no time to do anything because I'd have to clean up and come back home.
Well, you guys have. He was asking if y'all guys have emissions. Y'all have emissions.
Yeah, we have.
Y'all
We
have
well,
all the
no,
inspections and all that.
no. I live up in the mountains. I do not have to pass emissions.
Really?
Out.
So you
I
can
moved
run
20.
open
I
headers
moved
and
20
everything?
minutes south, and I have to have emissions.
So you can run open headers, so you still have to have cats.
I don't have to have cats up here.
Wow. Okay.
No, if your car didn't come with anything, they can't
Well, every
force
car
you to
that I
install.
own would have come with them. The 79 and the 77 both came
Oh,
with
yeah.
cats. They came with
I
a
live in
giant
Arkansas. We
stop
don't even
sign
have
thing that
we
had
don't have
underneath the
inspections
car.
here at all.
Now, technically, no, I don't have to run cats up here. But even if I ran down, whatever, they don't have to run my car on a sniff test. So even because those two cars are old enough, they only have to pass a visual inspection. So the stuff have to be there. So how I got away with that on the Nova is I went down to the local exhaust shop. I bought two $60 high flow cats. The first year they were functional. As soon as I passed the first year's inspection, I hollowed them out. And every other year after that, they were empty.
Mhm.
So they were technically visually there. They also tried to freaking nail me for not having an air pump on that car. And all I had to do is prove that car did not have an air pump on it originally.
An air pump?
It's an emissions control device. Go look it up. I'm
No.
not going to explain how it works.
I'd say an air pump. I mean,
Yeah,
technically,
it was another thing that
pump.
hung off the front of the engine that helped with emissions in some way.
Probably like a early precursor to EGR.
And then
Robert
technically,
said
they
that-
also tried to give me a trouble for my EGR valve that was flat as a pancake.
Robert said they've been calling him the C10 hoarder.
Well,
that last C10 you found was pretty nice.
So if I go
I
over a
thought so.
quick history of my Nova, when I bought my Nova, it had an inline 6. When I put the 305 in it and whatever, and I put the Edelbrock carb on it, the Edelbrock carb did not clear the EGR valve, which sits on the intake just on the passenger side rear of the carburetor.
Yeah.
So I just took a big fucking hammer and I made it room by smashing the crap out of the EFI. I mean the EGR valve.
Yeah, wrong acronym.
Yeah, I just literally just beat the snot out of it till it was flat, and the carburetor sat down where it was supposed to.
Oh, hey, it fits.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't like it was hooked up to anything.
Well, would you look at that? There's room.
The car was running 2.5-inch freaking headers. There was nothing for it to connect to. There was nowhere for that EGR valve to connect to.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just sitting there. So I just smashed it because I didn't feel like freaking replacing the damn freaking gasket with a block-off plate. So it just made it itself a block-off because there was nothing left of it. It was pancaked.
Yeah.
But again, I had no money then. I had money, but I didn't have money. It was also my daily driver, so I did what I needed to do to get things to work, and it was better than the original freaking 2-barrel carburetor that I had on it originally.
Oh, yeah.
So I spent the $300 and some and bought the Holley 650 because I was expecting the engine to be a 350. I didn't know it was a 305 at the time, and so I wondered why it always ran super rich. Well, it's because it's too big of a carb. It needed a 600, not a 650.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't know any different that it wasn't a 350. I was told it was a 350. I took the guy's word for it. Technically, the bearing size was still the same on the crank when I replaced the bearings. As far as I knew, it was a 350 until I checked the block numbers and found out it was a 305.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know much about carburetors at all myself, but I was about to put that 750 out there on that 305.
Well,
I'm glad
it
you told me
was.
it's probably not a great idea.
If I would have had to do anything with the bore size, I would have found out that it wasn't a 305.
Yeah.
But the crank and rod journals are the same on the 305 as the 350. It's the bore that's different, and I think the stroke. But
Yeah.
the bottom end is the same. I didn't have to replace anything on the top end.
Mm.
And I got lucky that the top end had the big 202 intake valves on a 305, which is that's freaking damn near got lucky on that one because most of them were like 195s.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, custom block off plate. Yep, that's exactly what that was. That courtesy of my BFH. 2.5-inch sledge.
Yeah, Coastal Auto Reaction. I watched your car video you just put up.
I haven't watched anything yet. I was busy downstairs in the shop.
He put it up
the shop being my
last
basement.
week, I think. I think he put it up last week. The car that had Edelbrock as the thumbnail. I think
I don't know.
car.
Like I said, there's so many channels right now that I follow,
Yep.
and unless it's something that I'm really, really like interested in watching at that moment, unfortunately, I don't have time to watch everybody's videos.
Well, I'm slowly learning about carburetors, which I'm not a fan of. I will
I used to love
most likely
carburetors.
switch everything to fuel inject, but I'm learning about them because I still have some that I need to work with.
Carburetors are good. They have their purpose, and unfortunately, if you have a classic car and you're showing it, I would much rather you have a carb on it than a freaking fuel injection on it. But if you're
I
going
love
to
classic
daily
cars,
it, or you're
but,
going
man,
to
I'll do it.
freaking, if you're gonna daily it, and you need something that's gonna start up and be dependable in all kind of weather conditions, and you're looking for fuel economy, yes, EFI is the way to go. If you're trying to keep your classic a classic, you know.
Well, and I
then
guess
the
that's my
carburetor's where you
problem. I
need
want
to
to
go.
make everything a retro mod.
Yeah.
You know.
And the other thing is, it also depends on what you're going to do with it. Because I mean, like, you set up a carb really good, it's great for drag racing.
I don't
If you're
drag
going to
race.
go road coursing, no, go EFI. If you're going to go drag racing and you're not worried about tuning it like you would with a computer, then yeah, stick with the carb, because you can tune a freaking drag racer really good with a carb, because a carb it's only going to give a shit about wide open throttle.
I just like to cruise, man. The '84 GMC Jimmy, the big truck I got out there, it has a carb in it, but I've had to do some adjustments here and there, but it's been great. I haven't messed with it.
Yeah, and Robert's Garage is, yes, Edelbrock's, you can get good mileage in it in a GM vehicle because it's still a spread bore. So it's got smaller front ports, which allow it to have fuel savings when you're just part throttle. And then when you go open throttle, it's got the bigger rear ports to dump in all that air. Yes, but I don't care how well you tune an Edelbrock carb. And this is coming from a guy who loves his quadrajets. I love my quadrajets, my Edelbrocks. I love them. I ran them on everything. But unfortunately, today's day and age, you're going to get more horsepower and better fuel economy out of a fuel injected system than you will ever get out of a carb system. And it's only because, again, a carb is built for one setting. You pick the RPM at that you're going to be at in most times, and that's where a carb is. I mean, you're going to have a little bit above and below that, especially if you have like a curved accelerator. Shoot, I don't know the freaking word. But
Robert says the Holly will dump your gas tank.
You can have some different settings to where it'll ramp. It'll ramp your fuel curve a little bit, but it's nowhere going to be near as precise as a computer-controlled EFI.
I'm not too worried about fuel mileage in a car old enough to have a carburetor anyway, because I'm not.
Well,
for me, I'm not driving it every day.
And
I'm driving.
a Holly will dump your gas tank. Yes, an old school double pumper Holly, because it's not made for street use. A double pumper Holly is made for wide open throttle. That's what it's made for. You know, and that's just what it is. It is.
He says he's not going to get into it. That's yeah. Everybody has their different opinion.
It has its purposes. I mean, again, like I said, would I normally have dumped this Sniper EFI on my Trans Am 5 years ago? No.
Miles per gallon. Yep.
No, I wouldn't have. But you know what? I can't really compete with the fact that I can pick up 40 to 50 horsepower and drop fuel mileage.
Well,
And the fact
Coastal Auto
that
Reaction
you
says
also got the
miles
fact,
per gallon,
well,
which is funny because we were talking about how the new Kia Soul is just as fast as your Trans Am.
Mhm.
You know, but
not
the
mu-
Trans
well, it's
Am
not necessarily
sounds
just as
and looks
fast.
much cooler.
It
Has
has
much
almost the
horsepower.
same
I'm sorry.
horsepower.
Yeah. But the Trans Am sounds and looks much
Yeah,
cooler.
I'm sorry. The Trans Am will put a smile on my face a lot more than the freaking Kia will. I don't care.
Just to feel it.
Will the Trans Am get 30 some miles to the gallon? No, it won't.
No.
Even with an EFI on it, it won't get 30 miles to the gallon. But the thing is I want to drive this car. I don't want to fuck with it. I do have the original carb for it. It is sitting downstairs in my basement right now. It needs about $600 worth of fucking carb worked on it to make it work on that engine.
Oof.
It's an original Quadrajet, and it's year specific.
Mm-hmm.
In Pontiac back then, you couldn't put a 79 carb on a 76. They were tuned different.
Coastal Auto Reaction says it's D200 with Edie Kia. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of cars out there that would.
Yeah, the thing is get yourself into one of these 2000. Well, I can only speak for this car. The 2012 2.0 6-speed Kia Soul.
Yeah. What did we say it had horsepower wise? We was looking at
just
the other
about
day.
200-ish, somewhere right around.
It was
there.
over 200. I think it was 260, wasn't it?
Something. It was pretty high. It was up
I don't
there.
think it's 260.
I'm
It was-
pretty
it
well.
was
Let me
up
look
there.
it up.
It's like 240, 260.
It's a 2012 Kia Soul.
Apparently, they have a recall on the engines too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Kias are known for having issues.
2-liter
Um,
engine makes 160.
Agreed. The Kia Soul isn't
164
nowhere
horsepower.
near the same
Might
league
as
as my
well.
TA, but I guarantee you, probably right now, that Kia Soul might outrun my freaking Trans Am. Unfortunately,
It might.
it's a lot lighter. It has almost the same horsepower,
It's got more gears.
and
Well,
it's
your
got
Trans
more
Am
power.
has
It's a
all that
6-speed versus a
emission
3-speed.
stuff.
Huh?
Trans Am has all the emission stuff when they were learning emission still.
No.
Got rid of it?
This car doesn't have this car. What emissions? It's got this is the got to think about it. Okay, so this car right here is running a 76 Pontiac 400.
Mm-hmm.
It's running a set of what the size heads were they? They're basically 6X heads, but they're not 6X. I forget what they are, but they're rated they're on the same thing. It is running what was at one point a set of 102 cc heads. But because they've been shaved, they're the smaller size heads. I did all the research before. I don't have it written down in front of me. But the heads have been shaved 30,000s. So that brings the CCs down. It's running 30 over bore size. Okay, so that punches it out to like a 406 or something like that. Okay, it's running a Ram Air 3 cam. A Ram Air 4 cam, not a Ram Air 3, a Ram Air 4 cam. Okay, so this engine isn't putting out stock. If it was putting out stock, I think the Kia would actually outrun it. If this was a stock 79 Pontiac 400, the Kia Soul would outrun it.
You know what's crazy is the new 4-cylinder Mustangs would definitely outrun it.
Yeah.
Well, they're also turbocharged.
This engine isn't running. I don't think that. I mean, stock 79 Pontiac 400 ran like 220 horsepower. This isn't even a stock 79. It's not even a stock 76. So I'm thinking I'm pushing closer to the 300 horsepower mark with this car. I don't know yet because I have not been able to open this car up since I bought the motor because I've had the carb issues.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. He said torque launch. Unfortunately, if I torque launched this car, I'd probably still be sitting there with the wheels spinning. The guy that I bought this engine from, and I've seen video of it, he had it in his 73. He could not keep the rear tires underneath the fucking car. This engine makes so much torque, it can't put the freaking torque down to the ground.
That's kind of like me when I was making that burnout video with
Right.
TSO.
Well, yeah.
Oh, just so much horsepower. You can't handle it.
No. Now the Hemi did a good job with
the
the
problem
soul.
is if
Nope.
you have all of this torque but not the horsepower and you don't have a way to get it down, it'll get
Sure.
you off the line. But once you the problem I had even with the 403 when I had it in the 403, it was real torquey down low. It would most of the burnouts that I did in my burnout video were with the 403 in it. In fact, all of those were with the 403 in it. You know, I didn't even have to hit the brakes and I could break the back tires loose. But the problem is once you got above 60 miles an hour, the car had no oomph left in it.
Yeah.
It had no acceleration above 60, 70 miles an hour. It didn't want to go faster. I mean, it would slowly cruise faster, but it no longer had that pull you in. And unfortunately, I'd have to say this, the Kia Soul still pulls at 80 miles an hour.
Well, and see, that's the difference is the 2010 Kia Soul that I got for my daughter out there. It's slow.
You have the same engine in that as I have in the gray car.
Yeah,
The gray
it
Kia
is
Soul.
slow. I would not pull out from anybody.
That thing's a dog. You have to flog it even above 30
I mean, it's
miles an hour.
dependable. Don't get me wrong. It's real dependable. But I would not pull out in front of anybody.
No, I don't even like pulling out on the highway in that gray car.
Yeah.
The green car, sure, man, that thing flies. You know, that thing's fast. It goes. But the gray car, no, forget it.
I wish they showed the show Pinks. I'm sorry, I'm going back to the chat here. He said he hadn't heard Pinks in a while. I wish they showed that show. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I was actually at 2 of the tapings of that show in at Maple Grove Speedway.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, you're like so famous.
Right? I was a spectator.
You're
in
on
the
TV. Oh my god.
show.
You know what? I was at a Walmart one time.
This one time at Walmart.
Beat a 16 or close. But I mean, yeah, I mean, there's 2 upgrades that I really want to do with the TA, besides the fuel injection. I want to put a proper suspension under that car. As great as the suspension was in 1979 for its time, it is not so great now.
Of course.
It could definitely benefit from some newer, lighter technology. The other thing that I would like to do is I would like to swap out the 350, the turbo 3, the TH350. And I was either thinking of going with a like a 7. If I went with a 4L60 or 4L80E, I would need to modify the transmission tunnel.
Yeah, because it's
it
bigger.
to fit. Yeah, it's bigger and it's longer. The other option that I could go with if I didn't want to go with a manual, which I'm not saying that I don't want to go with a manual, but it is originally an automatic car, so there would be modifications I would need to do to get it to be a manual anyway.
Yeah.
If I wanted to keep it automatic, I could go with a 200 R4, which would be a bolt-in direct replacement for the TH350.
Yeah.
And that's a 4-speed with overdrive.
Oh, yeah.
So I could get the extra. I could go up a gear in the rear, so I could be closer to like a 387 in the rear, and still be able to hit around 2,000 RPMs on the highway.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't be killing me too much in gas to go with that. Let's see, what is it? Where we go? Show was run by non-car people. What? Wait, what? Oh, the Pinks. Yeah, no, that was definitely just a cash cow. The original owner, the guy that used to drop his arms in the center, he was a car guy, but the rest of the show was not. Glad YouTube has so much more automotive content now. Shows on TV. Oh my god, yes. I cannot stand watching car shows on TV anymore because they're just such crap.
Coastal says you should do full-on podcasts for cars.
Well, I mean,
we kind of do a lot of the time. I mean, we get off on other stuff.
This is. I mean, we just get sidetracked a lot.
Well, whatever's brought up, the
Well, I
chat
mean, the thing
controls
is
a lot.
I
So.
do. I've seen your guys' podcast, and I've seen a bunch
Mhm.
of other people's podcasts. My podcast is more of let's all just hang around in the garage, chit chat, whatever the hell comes up, and have a few beverages of your choice. That's what my show is. We talk about
Mhm.
everything, unless it gets
Yeah.
too heated. Then I don't.
Yeah, then
I'd
we'll
rather
switch
not go that way.
subjects.
Huh?
Then we'll switch subjects.
Yeah, if it gets too heated, I'm not looking to have arguments. I'm more looking into just chilling out, hanging out. Um, we obviously all can't be hanging out in the garage on bar stools, freaking chit chatting over, a couple drinks.
Coastal
So,
says he means like a full on one. They're working on making theirs better. But
the
yeah, I
problem
mean,
is A, I have ADHD. B,
mhm.
I do not like pre-planning shit. I am not very good at fitting out a whole formula and a freaking.
Well, I think you do yours once a week, every week. I think I'm going to do mine. I'm working on mine, trying to come up with a concept. But I'm doing mine once a month. I think is what I'm going to do. Hopefully, I get
and
your
once a
help on it.
month, you can have enough
But
time to come up with.
I think I'm going to do mine fully automotive.
Yeah, you can come up
Maybe
with
some
within a
channel
month.
updates, but
Within a month, you can come up with enough topics.
sure.
And you have a whole month to outline a direction of where you want the show. Literally, I come up here at 8:30, start my computer up, get everything set up, send out my invites to the people that are going to be on it, and that's as much prep as I do because I don't want a scripted show.
I missed the live tonight, Coastal. The one last night, because I was on here, obviously, but the one last night was fine to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a couple people stepping
I
out of
joined in
line.
that one for a little bit, I think. Was that the one last night that I joined?
Yeah, you were on there for a little bit.
Yeah.
You had a couple of people stepping out of line, but you had Jason right there. He was quick. He was on it.
Yeah. I mean, you won't catch me, like, sometimes I'll catch some of the smaller lives. I don't like a live where if you comment, you get lost in the comments.
And that happens
sometimes.
sometimes.
Once they get that big, I tend to not join them. Because unless literally the guys up on the stage are
keeping you entertained.
Yeah. But if it's
I thought they did a great job last night.
Podcast, if the podcast is supposed to be generated like kind of mine is, where the people in the chat contribute to what's up on screen.
You say
That's
there's a lot
another
of pain.
reason why I won't do a full on automotive podcast to where it's strictly whatever. Is my podcast is heavily based on what you guys do in the chat.
Yeah.
So what you guys talk about in the chat dictates what we talk about up here on the screen.
I know you said it before, and I'll say it again because I'll reach out to him even though it's not my podcast here. But Coastal, if you want to come on here, I'm sure Nova will have you on.
Anybody who wants, as long as I know who somebody is, I have no problems having random people up here.
Yeah.
This show is just as much as about as the people up here. It is about the people in the chat. I have no problems. Just I'm at the point now to where the show needs to be, the people that come up on chat need to be somewhat professional.
Sure.
I don't want somebody.
I think Coastal would be for sure.
I mean, you're on your couch. That's fine, but you don't have a whole shit ton of background stuff going on. You don't have, I have had people to where, we're staring at Jonathan's ceiling with the freaking hole punches. You know what I mean?
No, there was 2 holes, wasn't there?
No, there was like more than that.
Oh yeah, there was at least 2.
Well, when I get my live area set up for when I do my once a month lives, that's the area I'll be using at that point.
Or even yours. You don't have to be on a set.
Mm-hmm.
But find a quiet area to where there's not a bunch of cross traffic behind you or people coming in and out. You find yourself somewhere, and that's what you got. I mean, I don't film with a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I got a ring light now, but it's not technically mine. It's my girlfriend's. I know.
You got a speaker too, don't you? Or a mic?
Yeah, I have her mic too. Shut up.
You got her computer too? No, I'm just messing with
you. Yeah, I mean, I like keep it simple, stupid. This is my time to unwind. This is my way to hang out with my subscribers. There's no direction.
I'll be right back again.
It's just us chilling out, hanging out. We got a topic. Sure, we'll talk about it.
Well, we had Coastal on here one time. I'm sure y'all could talk about Pontiacs and Mopars.
You just gotta I just got to be able to send. He's got to be on Facebook so I can send him the invite.
He's on
And the
Instagram.
thing
I
is,
know that.
there's no guaranteed time you have to be on here either.
Sure.
You
You don't have to be on the
here
whole
right
time
at
or
the
anything.
beginning of the start. You don't have to be here. As long as we're up here on and you have the link, you pop in, you pop out.
Coastal says he has a whole room set up. Yeah, no, I definitely don't.
Yeah, I've seen his whole room set up.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I mean, me. You can see it. It literally. This is a Walmart folding desk. You can see. This is the seam right here. That's also a Walmart folding desk. That's actually part of the desk. That's actually over there. That's actually that part of that the part that I have behind me actually belongs to that desk. She just didn't want it, and I pulled that out of the junkyard. I mean, out of somebody's front lawn, because it was broken. But no, I mean, I used to do this podcast on the dining room table in the living room, just off of the living room, when I first started. But I don't have a specific. This is my gaming / working computer for doing my YouTube stuff. So that's all it is. I don't have a set stage. I kind of made my desk my stage. And it is kind of why most of my memorabilia stuff is in this corner, because this is the corner I want to face the camera at. Eventually, I'd like to put. I'm thinking about doing those like the iron piping or whatever with the wooden shelf back here to put more cars up here in this area up here, because I want to get them off of this desk.
Yeah, you got some room. You could do a couple things.
Yeah, I literally just pulled all of these out of the box that's sitting underneath my desk because they've been packed away for so long I didn't even know what I had anymore. So I started pulling them out and I just started sitting them on the desk, and then I started running out of room because I didn't realize how many were in that box. Oh. But yeah, is the audio good? The audio's not that bad. I mean, the only thing I think you could, I don't know if you guys run dedicated mics for each of you, but that might help, having separate mic channels for each person. But the problem you have to run into there is making sure that, because you guys sit so close, that one mic isn't picking up somebody else's. I don't know how any of that stuff works. But lighting's good. The set's nice looking. The only thing I can think of maybe is raising the height of the table up a little, so that way more of just your upper body is showing. I mean, that's if I have to be critical.
Yeah, I think they're just great.
You're gonna kick my stream boss, are you?
Man, I got to.
That's okay. Somebody might kick it before then. I'm waiting.
They
for
might.
Epic. Which one?
Roberts might get me again.
Did you do it through YouTube or did you do it through PayPal?
Yeah, I did it that way this time. So.
Oh, so it's not gonna have my Trans Am. Damn it. Where is it?
I don't know. I don't know. How many points did you get for subscribing?
Oh, yeah.
Just behind a little bit.
A little bit behind. And I love the
Just gotta
freaking
catch
bouncy
up.
stuff that drops in a glass. Stuff's always cool. I'm not sure if it needs. Like I said, I don't know if moving the mic central is going to be more beneficial as far as having more than one mic.
I think they're good. I mean, I wouldn't.
Depends on how far they want to take it.
much.
It literally depends on how far they want to take it and how much money they want to dump into it. I mean, I have a $100 webcam that shoots in 720. I think that's the other thing that you need to adjust when you guys use StreamYard, as far as if you guys are going to pop up on here, is go in your settings and make sure you have it set to the highest resolution you can stream at without running into pixelation. So like if you're running at 720 but yet you're having internet issues to where your internet bandwidth isn't keeping up with that, well then 720 is not going to work. But Streamlabs will let you stream it, the broadcast in 720, so that way you can be as clear up here on, because I used to run 480 And I mean, I can do that real quick. You can see the difference. So, I mean, you look at the difference. Like, it looks horrible compared to when I run it at 720.
Well, and I'm sure, you'd been doing it long enough. I'm sure you can give anybody some pointers. And I'm sure,
Yeah.
they learn some stuff that you might not know too. So
you learn from everybody. The day you stop learning is the day you die.
Well, and that's the big thing about, especially with Coastal Auto Reaction is saying, it's a community. Let's build a community and
I'm not saying
go against each other.
I stream to YouTube in 1080. But I use StreamYard to do this. You see this window that we have going on to where, like, I use two different things. I use StreamYard for the grouping of having multiple windows up here at once. But I broadcast through Streamlabs. So that's why I can have the chat up on the screen and all this other stuff that's on the screen. But you can't see me moving my mouse. I don't know why I'm trying to do that. But in StreamYard, I send out a link to StreamYard. That gets you up into this multi-window thing that we all hang out in to do, so I can have multiple people cam at the same time. Because there's very few programs out there right now that will let you do that cheaply.
Yeah, Robert's Garage says 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago he was at 300 subs. Now he's at 756. That's freaking awesome. That's killing. Unfortunately, I'm still at I'm still mine's growing, but it's still about the same. It's at 512
I hit about 60
now.
or 70 subs a month. I'm not growing at.
I'm not getting that many.
Rate. But again, I'm not putting out content right now other than these. I'm waiting on the rest of the parts for this to show up, so that way I can do this. I still have to go to the junkyard to go pull parts for the truck. I have the arts and crafts table being made right now that I'm going to put a video up on. So I have content coming. But 2020 was definitely not a year for content for me. I think I had, 2 videos? Besides the lives. But I'm not focused on, skyrocketing with subs. Subs will help, but I'm not. I honestly, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not putting out content to warrant a giant sub growth. So I'm not worried about it. Right now, I'm sitting at 2,146 subs. But I'm a slow grower. I've been here for forever. I've been here since 2014. I was here when subscriptions didn't matter. When YouTube did not care about how many subscribers you had, the only thing they cared about was how many views you got. That was it. That's all they cared about was how many views you got. They didn't even care about minutes watch time. They just want to know how many views you had. That's it.
Robert, you can go live on your computer, even if less than 1,000 subs.
You just can't go, and there are programs.
You just can't do it on your cell phone anymore.
There are programs that you can use to go live off of your phone and broadcast to YouTube. I used to do it.
Well, it used to be that you could go live until that shooting happened over at YouTube, where she went live on her cell phone and went and shot up the building or whatever she did. Now you have to be on a computer if you have less than 1,000 subs.
No, she had more than 1,000 subs, so it was before that. It was when they went to the 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours is when they cut that.
Yes.
Which was way before that lady went to the.
Was it? I was thinking it was around the same time.
It was way before. But there's been programs out there that you can use to get around that. Basically, it's nothing different. You can use StreamYard. You can use StreamYard on your phone and broadcast it live to your YouTube.
Coastal says watch time is such a pain. I actually have great watch time. I just don't have as many subscribers.
Watch time is not that much of a pain. The thing is, stop focusing on watch time. Stop focusing on any of it. You get so wrapped up into watching your analytics that you forget why you're making YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. You got to have fun with it. You have to.
You're going to make videos regardless. you can use your watch time and stuff like that to decide if a particular style that you're doing is causing people to leave the video. That's what you want to watch for. Don't focus on watch time. It'll build on its own. The bigger your library gets. Okay, I have close to what? I have over 300. I have almost 400 videos, I think.
Hey, I've got 98 videos. I'm getting
right.
close to that 100
And
mark.
the thing is the bigger that library of videos gets, the less and less you're even going to be looking at watch time, because you got to think about it. If you have 300 videos and somebody's watching 2 minutes of every video, that's 600 watch time minutes. Boom. But you got to remember, there's going to be a lot more than 2 views.
Sure. Especially some of the videos I have that get a lot of views.
Yeah, exactly. So what's going to end up happening is, okay, let's say you have a car lot. If you can only fit 2 vehicles on your car lot, you got to turn them over a lot faster to make any kind of, whatever.
Sure.
Versus if you have a car lot of 30, 40 cars.
Sure.
You're less likely about worrying about, making cars leave, because they're just going to leave more naturally on their own. Versus if you have a car lot of 300 to 1,000.
That you have to push them out. Sure.
The more videos you have, the more that it's going to run itself. As long as your videos aren't need to watch right now. If your videos are going to be relevant to somebody watching it a year from now versus somebody watching it today. They'll just keep building views, and the more views they build, the faster they'll gain views.
Of course.
Because as you look at it, somebody who has you don't even want to know how many watch minutes I have right now.
Well, I would implore you, if you haven't seen that new thing I was talking about earlier that YouTube's doing.
What?
I would say I'm going to go in and mark their equal opportunity thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to go in and mark not responding or whatever. You have that choice where you don't have to tell them what you are.
Yeah. Well, and that could also hurt you as well, but yeah.
Might.
Let's see. Watch time minutes total or just this year?
Average per video is 12 minutes. I mean, to me, that's pretty good. Of course, my videos aren't real long. But
yeah, my videos are nowhere near that long. My videos are like 10, 15 minutes. In a year? Okay. My watch time minutes in a year is... This last year, so from January 11th, 2020 to January 9th, 2021, I have 808,363 minutes of watch time.
Let's see.
And that was with releasing no new videos last year, except for I think 1 or 2.
Mine's this last year was 112,000 minutes. So
yeah, so I'm about 8 times more than you.
Yeah,
but again,
which, like I said, I've got 98 videos.
They say, so. Community, not competition. It's not a competition. Everybody's on a different path. But I'm at the point where I don't even have to watch my watch time. It is so high up above the 4,000 watch hours that I would literally have to have the bottom fall out of my YouTube channel.
And I wonder how much comes from these live streams as well.
Some of it does.
I mean, even if you only have 5 viewers, that's you do 4 hours every Sunday.
And Robert Garage, the bigger that repertoire of videos gets, the less and less you're going to focus on watch time. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because each one of those, and also the same thing, you got to think about it. If you have 5 videos making you money, those videos have to be making a lot more money than if you have 100 to 400 videos making you money.
Well, I still have, from back before you had to have 1,000 subs, I still have $68.23 sitting in my YouTube account.
It's not going to take you much once you get above monetization to freaking kick that over. But yeah, it's the bigger your library of videos, and you know, obviously you're not just going to throw up videos to throw up videos.
That would be
nobody's going to
nobody's gonna watch them.
puke.
You're gonna lose viewers.
Yeah. That's why I said don't focus on any of that. That stuff will all come in time. It's just like, you know, that's like when you first start into something, you don't buy all of the best stuff. You will eventually upgrade to that over time anyway.
Well, I'll tell you, we watch a lot. We don't have cable. I think we might have cable. I don't even know. We watch YouTube and Netflix.
You can't think like a YouTube watcher because you're not. You are, but you're not.
Well, I'm just saying that I'm glad that this community. I watch a lot of automotive. That's pretty much what I watch. So I'm glad this community, not competition things, is out there. I'm glad that Coast Auto Reaction is putting out there because I'm getting to see all these other channels that I'm adding to my repertoire that I've never even seen
recently within the last couple of weeks. I didn't even know existed.
Like Robert's Garage. Not only have I subbed to you, I've watched almost all of your channel videos so far.
A good bit of his too. He has a lot of the commented on a few of them. I liked when he's the ones where he's walking around he has a bunch of fields, I guess, around by him where he I think that's Robert's Garage. Pretty sure it is.
Yeah, might be.
I
don't always comment because I'll watch them on my TV, but sometimes I'll get my phone out and go and comment on them.
That's the problem I have too. I watch my YouTube on my Xbox, which doesn't let you comment.
Right, you could thumbs up or thumbs down. That's about it.
Yeah, and so if I want to go back and comment, I literally have to pull my phone out, go find the video, and then freaking. Yep.
Well, you don't have to go to. Just go to the when history. You go to. Yeah, just go to history and pull it up.
Sometimes it doesn't come up. Actually, sometimes it doesn't come up.
Oh.
Not all the time will it come up. I've seen it where it doesn't.
He said he had 2,780,000.
Well, he's also got you have a hell of a lot of a bigger audience than I do.
That's freaking awesome. I'm glad, and I'm really glad that.
I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying you have a hell of a lot broader reach than I've got. But
again, and I'm glad he's pushing other channels as well. That shows that not only you're saying community, but you're also showing it. So that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, and everybody starts somewhere. There was a time where I didn't even have freaking 100 views. There was a time where I didn't have 100 views for like 2 years. Because at that point, at the beginning of freaking YouTube, it took a lot more to get you out there.
Yeah. Well, for beginning of YouTube, nobody cared about any of that. No. You put it out there, and if people watched it, they watched it.
You more put it out for your friends and family to watch it than you did for freaking some stranger halfway across the world to watch.
No, nobody thought you was trying to be cocky, Coastal.
Nope.
No, not at all.
Not getting that vibe here. But yeah, when I first started putting out YouTube videos, if you go look at my very first ones, if you go all the way back that far, yeah, none of them were designed. I was not trying to entertain somebody.
Yeah.
It's not what I was putting out videos for. I'm still not really. I'm not. I mean, I guess I have to at a point. But
I'll tell you, Coastal and Roberts, I mean, I really appreciate you guys trying. My channel's not growing as quick as I would like, but it's still growing. I'm not mad at it, and I'm still having fun with it. If I wasn't,
has to go at their own pace, and that's what people need to realize. You're going to have channels that grow a lot faster.
Sure.
A lot of it has to do with, unfortunately, when you're out by yourself and you don't have that network. Because you'll notice a lot of the channels that grow a lot quicker. It's because they have cross. I don't want to say cross-platform because it's not cross-platform, cross-channel interaction. Okay, you look at Vice Grip Garage with Junkyard Digs, and all of them. They're in each other's videos.
Well, I remember when I first subscribed to Junkyard Digs, it was off of a Facebook group that I'm in with him, and he had 130 subscribers, something like that.
Yeah.
And now, he's blown up.
I hate to interrupt you, but ADHD is seriously kicking my ass right now. But the only problem I have with what we're doing, kind of at the moment, and Coastal's kind of right, cross content and channel collab, because the problem is with a lot of what we're doing, just sticking with automotive community, is it's kind of like inbreeding.
Oh, people
You're-
watching. Yeah, I
You're
got
just
you.
all you're doing is you're being exposed to the same group of people over. You're not like you've already exposed yourself to all the fish in your pond. Well,
Sure.
now we're in a slightly bigger pond because we have this other group of people here. But if you don't jump into another pond, you're going to saturate that pond.
Well, it's kind of like the Facebook groups I was talking about a minute ago.
Once you
If
get
you're
to-
in that automotive YouTube, once you get through them people that seen your channel that want to subscribe, that's all you're going to get.
Exactly. You have saturated that market, and that's the problem I have. That's why you need. It's not like and subscribe. You do want them to do that because you want the people to keep coming back. But the
Right.
biggest, most important thing you can do for a channel that you like, or for your own channel, is for someone to share it to people that you cannot reach.
Mm-hmm.
You are not going to get any bigger until you can be exposed to people that you haven't been exposed to before.
Well, the reason I'm not mad with my 500 subscribers is because from what I can tell, is the subscribers watch what it is. So I don't want 1,000 subscribers that
You're
don't
going to
watch
end up like
stuff.
me. I mean, but then again, that's the nature of my channel to begin with, because I do more how-to stuff, or used to. Most of my biggest videos are used
most people don't
how-tos.
subscribe to how-to
And
stuff. They see what they got to
unfortunately,
watch and then get off.
yes, unfortunately, with today's algorithm, how-to videos are not what YouTube wants.
Right. It used to be.
Right.
It used
Which
to be
is why
watched,
I am the way I am. I am an old
used to
school
be
YouTuber.
views.
I am an old school YouTuber. I have always been that way. If you look at my top freaking videos, I can put them right here.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
You can see all of them are how-tos. And the problem with how-to videos is that they don't encourage subscriptions. How-to videos, people come, they find what they're looking for, and then they go, which is great. I get a lot of views, I get a lot of likes, but it doesn't lead to a lot of subscriptions, and it doesn't lead to a lot of comeback. So I have my subscription, whatever, subscribed versus not subscribed. 93% of my views come from people that are not subscribed to my channel. And that is a predicament for how-to channels. DIY channels will not get a high subscription to view rate. And that's just the way it is. Because you're not telling a story. They have no reason to come back and watch another video unless that other video is also something that they need to learn. They learn and then they go. Unlike a channel that tells a story or has a plot line or you're invested in some way in that channel. When you're invested in some way to a channel, whether it's a build series or whatever, you're more likely to have people that come back and watch more content. And I have not had a build series that was consistent enough to promote that type of growth. That's actually really pretty good, Robert. That's 30%, 70% subscriptions, watch time. That's really good. But it does mean that you're not necessarily being exposed to new people. So, yes. And unfortunately, both of those things also cost a shit ton of money. He's saying that engine swaps and projects get mad views. And in the automotive community, that's great. But unfortunately,
and I plan to do some of that, but I don't have the time, the space, or the money. So most of mine just because of what I do is just flipping cars.
Right. And the thing is again, my channel, I have 2 older cars. And unfortunately, yes, older cars get a lot of views, but older cars getting modern technology is where you get a lot of views.
Or doing something crazy to them, sticking a Coyote engine in it,
that's older cars getting modern technology. That's the same. It's still the same principle.
I still think you should do a Pontiac all electric.
No.
No.
I will stick an extension cord up your and you will be
I just
electric as
think
well.
nobody's done it so far. So
I don't because yeah, no, it's a Pontiac. No, it's hard enough to freaking keep a Pontiac engine in a Pontiac, let alone a freaking.
well, if you check out my channel, I do automotive stuff. I'm not. I know diesel's a lot better than I do gasoline engines because that's what my certifications are in. But I still play around with them. But I also do like when I travel, sometimes I'll vlog or something with my brother. Sit doing a dinner, messing with him. I'll do cooking videos sometimes.
I don't think I got that nearly as many views on that burnout video.
I didn't even put a burn. Nobody challenged me, so I didn't put one.
Well,
I actually just did it.
I just did it for.
Yeah, no, I actually just did a burnout video like
I got
2 weeks before that.
I got 604 views, 40 likes. Just
I don't know how many views my burnout video got. Let me see here.
It actually did quite well compared to what a lot of my channels.
Yeah, I only got 337 views, 12 likes on that one.
I have over 1,000 watch minutes on it. It did decently. But
now I'll tell you this: my burnout video on TikTok got more views though.
My burnout videos never even launched the ground in TikTok because they got freaking shit canned before he even got one view.
Well, if you look at the bottom
dangerous
of mine,
activities.
Mine says this action could result in serious.
I would have been happy just having that label at the bottom,
right?
But no, they just canned it. My freaking TikTok video of woodworking has more views. What was that one? What is that one up to? What did they say it was up to before? Like 300 and something?
I think so.
Yeah, it's at 1,643 views.
Nice. That one's actually growing for you.
Yeah, I got 19 likes now.
I never even would have thought about TikTok for automotive stuff, but
neither would I.
Somebody on Facebook group was telling, I forgot, I can't think of. Oh, it's Death Traps, Daily Death Traps. Was like he was building his channel from TikTok. I'm like, okay, TikTok will be fun.
Coastal Auto Reactions. I'm going to tell you this one thing. I mean, you're much bigger than I am. Get yourself on as many different media platforms as you possibly can, regardless of if you like the platform or not. Because every platform you jump on is another pond of fish to touch.
Well, what's easy about TikTok is, a lot of people do separate videos. I just take my content I already have, I'm already making for YouTube, and just edit it a little bit on the TikTok app and put it on there.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing I did. A lot of the stuff that I've been trying to put onto Instagram that are videos, it's easier to edit on TikTok and then post on Instagram.
And Coastal, you don't have to do TikTok. If it's not for you, it's not for you. I mean, I'm not going to get on there and play around or nothing.
Go on TikTok and claim your YouTube channel name.
Oh, just have an account and don't use it.
That's the other thing I'm gonna warn you. I don't care what the platform is. Go in, log in, create an account with your name on it, so somebody else can't snag your name. And he says,
he said he already did that.
Okay, good.
I was going to say that's kind of like you when I said make your car electric.
Yeah.
He's like, nope.
Yeah. You don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to post on whatever the social media platform is. You just want to make sure that you snag your name up. In one video. Yeah, you just want to make sure you snag your name up. But I didn't think that the TikTok would be whatever. But I'll tell you what, I have freaking shit ton more views on there fairly quickly than I would have on YouTube.
Yeah. Now they don't pay you.
No.
But
you
apparently a lot of advertisers will have you use their product or whatever and give you money.
It's called it's promotion. It's product placement. Yes.
Apparently it happens pretty fast on there.
It happens the same thing on YouTube. It's just that you get paid twice. Then you get YouTube pays you, and you get free crap from. It depends on how big you get. It's all about exposure. Do they feel that the exposure that you're giving them is worth them giving you the product?
Left Parlor too. Yeah, I didn't. Parlor was, man, that site is ridiculous. They need to cap them people. Them people are crazy. It's just people running in 100 different directions. So I can't even make sense of it. I didn't like Twitter either, though.
Yeah, I don't like Twitter either. But I have Twitter because it's integrated into a lot of things.
Yeah.
I think I have one, but I never get on there. If there was a social media thing, I've looked into it and most likely have an account.
Most of my accounts are linked to this card. Best business card I've ever fucking owned.
He says no Twitter, but I signed up. I
can't
tried
get a
Twitter,
hold of
man. It's
Twitter.
just a
I
bunch
can't
of
gain
people
any
complaining
traction
for
on
me.
Twitter. No traction.
Well, you don't complain enough. You get on there and whine and cry, you'll get some traction.
No, it's just I can't get the algorithm to work for me.
You start getting on there every day, tweeting 3 times a day, just crying about everything.
Twitter. I don't
Then
have
you
the
can't do
time to
Twitter
sit there because like Twitter, you have to be constantly freaking posting crap, and I can't.
all the time. And like I said, it's most people whining.
I can't. You can tell when I leave my phone. I mean, I poke a lot on Facebook. You'll notice, like, if I don't poke somebody back for a while, it's because I literally don't have my phone on me because I've left it somewhere.
See, I guess I'm old school Facebook when it was the Facebook.
Yeah.
When you poke somebody, it means you want to have sex with them.
No.
That's what most people on Facebook think.
Yeah, that's not what it was for. It's just a hey, I'm over here. And
no, that's what it turned into. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I at one point I had someone that we poked back and forth well over 5,000 times.
Goddamn.
And that's multiple. That's like 20, 30, 40 pokes in a day. You know, it's just, you know, but it's, no, mini poke is just more of a, hey, I know you're there. Hey, I'm over here. You know, it's.
I didn't even know you could still poke people.
Yeah, you just search poke in the search bar. I
Wow.
can poke you. But yeah, no, guys, girls, doesn't matter. It's more of just, anybody that I want to make sure that they know that, hey, I notice you're there. You know, hey, I see you. You know, that's
Coastal
basically
says
what it
I'm
was supposed to
positive
be
and
for.
want
It's supposed
to help in case somebody was wondering.
What?
Coastal says I'm positive and I want to help in case somebody was wondering.
Positive.
Oh. Positive attitude, maybe? That's awesome.
Positive, or is he talking COVID, or?
Don't know.
Oh, okay.
It's 2020.
Oh,
Anything.
positive attitude. Okay. That's,
Yeah. No, yeah.
I was
That's
getting
all.
worried. I was hoping it wasn't, you know, medical.
Yeah, something serious. I know you had some medical stuff going on, though, with your pain and stuff last week.
If you're not subscribed to Cletus.
Yeah, get you a whiskey tumbler.
I'm surprised I didn't win anything on your live stream. I was so disappointed.
I wasn't.
I'm just gonna unsubscribe from you now. Oh my god, I'm not
that
sure,
guy
Coastal, if you
Coastal.
caught that in your. I think he did because I think he mentioned it. The dude that said that, I don't know what
Jason
it was, but he said something about he didn't win something from the live stream, so he unsubscribed from the live stream. Like, really?
He was talking about. I can't remember his name. DD Speed Shop. He's the '57 Chevy.
Yeah.
For subscribers, you could win.
No.
He didn't win, so he unsubscribed.
Yeah, then you shouldn't have freaking subscribed to begin with, because and that's the reason why I won't do those. Must be a subscriber to win BSs.
Well,
Because
no, it wouldn't be. He was
is-
really giving a car away if you were a subscriber, and I subscribed, and I liked the content, so I stayed. So
don't subscribe because you want but see, the problem is what he's promoting is it's almost like sub for sub. You don't want people subscribing to your channel that aren't going to watch your content, so don't reward them just for hitting the subscribe button.
Right.
Because all you're going to end up doing is having a bunch of empty subs. I guarantee you, I have a shit ton of empty subs. I do these live streams every week. Okay?
Yeah.
I do post videos. If I didn't have a bunch of empty subs, my videos by a month, by the end of a month, every video I post should have, I would say, at least 1,500 views.
All right. Well, say if he gained 500 subscribers with that. If 50 of them stay and actually watch the content, that's pretty good.
It is pretty good, but the problem is what you got to watch out for, though. Okay, is the empty
He wasn't
subs,
doing it.
Empty subs can end up hurting your algorithm.
Well, he has enough subs and watch.
Different. But you got to watch it because what happens is you have smaller channels that watch what bigger channels can do and think,
Sure.
oh, I'll do the same thing.
Sure.
Not too much unlike your 500 sub giveaway, which was great. You didn't give away anything that was ridiculously expensive and above what you were whatever. You're not really making any money on YouTube right now, so to spend a shit ton of money giving back doesn't make much sense. But what a channel that has 50,000 subs, or even 10,000 subs, can do with a live stream is not the same thing that you at 500 subs can do with a live stream. And you kind of noticed that we had like 4 or 5 people in there. Now, granted, they were 4 or 5 people in there that are dedicated to you.
Sure.
You know, so you didn't have a bunch of, you know, whatever.
I had more people message me saying they missed it than were in there.
Well, yeah.
I didn't stay on long enough and all that, but
So yeah, you gotta watch that, because there's things that bigger channels can do and get away with that smaller channels can't. It's like think about it like this. Okay, so you have those channels that pick up those beater cars, trash the shit out of them, and then whatever. For a channel like me to do that, it would cost me way more than what I would get returned in views.
Yeah.
What I did, I wasn't trying to.
Where those bigger channels, their ad revenue alone will pay for that vehicle probably within the first video, if not the second or third video. And by the time they're done their 4th or 5th video, they've made a profit. Even if they don't ever sell that car and they get nothing for the scrap for that car, they've already made more money in ad revenue than what they paid for or put into the car.
I guess I wasn't trying to get people on there to sub to win. Like, even though it kind of said if you sub, you could win.
Yours was just trying to give back to the people that got you to where you were.
Sure, and I think that's what DD's Speed Shop was trying to say.
What happens is you'll get these people that have like 1,000 subs or 500 subs or whatever, and they're giving away like a GoPro.
Yeah.
Okay. You're giving away something that has a shit ton of value. So what happens is you're going to have people there that just because they want the high valued thing. You gave away your merch. I give away my merch. What that does is that promotes exposure.
Sure.
You know,
Coastal said he's going to do one at he has one planned at 100.
This wasn't in black. I like it in black, but the problem is black doesn't stand out.
Yep.
I think in future reference, I would do these in white.
Well, and I have we have a heat press now, so it'll be
colored
instead of vinyl. It'll be sublimination, so it'll feel like the glass, and it could be colors or whatever.
But I would do something that shows up on a dark background.
It would clear glass.
Most alcoholic beverages are not light colored. And if you're going to sell a rock glass, well, you know.
I know how Bobo feels.
I'm confused. Why am I confused?
Squirrel?
He was just talking about us chatting and stuff, and now he knows how Bobo feels. Bobo's the guy that does show with him.
Oh, okay.
So he's a lot like you because he takes the reins, I guess. And
oh, okay. Yeah, it's just
that's what I get out of that anyway.
I get to a point. Like when I first start, I'm not very talkative. If you see the beginning of my lives, I'm not very talkative. You get me going, and then you can't shut me up.
Really happy with how it turned out, and I was just so excited that I had to show you guys the sneak peeks over my Instagram story.
I do how-to videos. My whole freaking YouTube channel is how-to videos. Unfortunately, it doesn't do much for, you know, sub counts or returning viewers.
Your sub count's pretty pretty. What am I trying to say here? It's pretty
steady.
That's what I was trying to say. I don't know why I couldn't put that out.
But it's not outrageously like it's going to take me forever to get to 10,000 subs. I'll be having gray hair and freaking wrinkles.
I believe if you started putting out content at least
how to do
once
YouTube,
a month.
I am not the person to be teaching somebody. I mean, I have my screw ups or whatever, but I have.
Well, and that's how you learned, right? It's from mistakes.
I have 2,000 subs in 6 years. 2,000 subs in 6 years. I mean, I am not the one to teach you how to grow your channel. I'm just the one to teach you how to not fuck up. Because I've done the fucking up.
Said you're right about a lot. Come from messing up, yeah, I guess so.
I don't know.
At the end of the day,
it's more. He says why not? I am right. It's more of just I haven't been around the block a few times. I've been around the block long enough to wear a freaking groove in the concrete.
Well,
I was
for
here
me,
before they paved the sidewalk.
Yeah. For me, at the end of the day, the idea of making money on YouTube is great.
Oh, it is.
But
It'd be
if I'm not
nice.
having fun with it, I'm not doing it.
No. And the thing is if YouTube, if I was making a shit ton of money on YouTube, I could see buying all of this. I watch so many people. And I've been here. I've watched channels come. I've watched channels go. I've big channels even. I've watched big channels grow and then disappear. But they blow all this money on stupid stuff. The freaking high DSLR cameras and microphones and the freaking fluffy kitty that they put on top of their microphone and everything else and whatever. The most money that I have blown, I blew money on my channel once. I bought a $600 camera. I bought GoPros, all of the freaking stuff. I bought my camera bag and everything else. I bought all kinds of freaking stuff. I didn't even have it a year, lost it all, and realized that it wasn't worth buying it to begin with. The most money I have dumped into my channel recently is sitting right over here. You can actually see it in the reflection of my camera. It is this computer sitting right here. I've got about, I don't know, $1,800 into it, and it's mainly just because I needed it. I needed the power to be able to create the videos that I do.
Yeah.
That's why I built it. So that was more of a necessity, not a splurge, because I didn't want to build another computer in a year. But I film most of my videos on a knockoff GoPro and my old cell phones.
See you, Coastal. Thanks for stopping in and chatting with us, man.
All right,
It's
see you
great.
later.
Yep. Take it easy.
Yeah, I wish YouTube revenue paid for my channel at the moment. It doesn't. I'm
Right.
probably just about maybe break even if I don't buy anything for content. Just in the stuff that I pay out to make my YouTube videos.
Well, and then you get on your buddies' channels and start hitting their super chat and stuff.
Well,
So
and there's a couple reasons for that, And
I know. I'm just saying. After that, you probably don't even.
No,
You probably even less like
again,
you.
I'm not on. I got on YouTube originally just to share my stuff, and then I realized I could make money, so I was like, oh, cool, it'd be great if my YouTube channel, kind of offset some of the cost of what it costs me to buy the parts that I'm working on my hobby.
Yeah, which it.
But then it got to the point to now, I got sick and tired of putting in the stock freaking non-copyrighted music, so I ended up buying a subscription for better music. And then, you end up dumping money into I pay money for TubeBuddy because it helps me see stuff that YouTube analytics don't show you.
See, I looked into that. I just don't see it. Even at thousands, I don't think I'd use it.
I use it all the time. I use TubeBuddy more than I use YouTube analytics.
Right. I'm saying for me, I don't think it's what I'm looking for. So.
And to each their own. Everybody needs. It depends on what you need. It depends on what you're looking for.
Robert said he did the TikTok. I'll have to go in there and find him.
Yeah, check me out too if you want to. I tend to watch. I don't. You go on TikTok to watch car stuff. It's not really why It's not really why I visit TikTok. I like cosplay.
I don't even
car stuff.
I don't even watch TikToks. I watch my kids.
No, so I like watching the makeup and special effects stuff. So and pets.
Oh, he's already following you on there.
He is?
Yeah, it says he's following Vice Grip Garage and NOVAtazz.
Oh, well, thank you. Hopefully I'll put out more content. I don't know. TikTok's more of it's a growing experience for me. It make me feel myself old, but it's not. It's not.
You are old, man. God.
37.
Are you like 37 now?
37. I'll be 38 this year.
Dude, you're so close to your late 30s.
I am in my late 30s. What are you talking about? Anything after 35?
You're in your
is
mid to
30s.
late. 38's when you're in your late.
Oh,
You're in your
okay.
mid to late.
I'm halfway through 37, so doesn't that make me technically late 30s?
I'll be 37 this year in
so
July. So
there's nothing wrong with age.
Nah,
Except for when your freaking knees hurt when you're trying to go to sleep and you can't freaking sit still.
Shoot, jumping out of helicopters and stuff. Mine's been doing that since I was like 28.
They wouldn't let me in the military.
yeah, because you're old. Just kidding.
No, because back when we were kids, they wouldn't let people in with ADHD.
I didn't pass the psych evaluation.
Yeah, you couldn't get in with ADHD because God forbid you got distracted while freaking trying to
Look, Terrence,
butterfly.
squirrel.
I remember when you couldn't get in with flat feet.
Yeah.
Back when I first got in, I dropped out of high school after September 11th and got in. And back then you couldn't get in.
Arches.
My grandfather had flat feet, and because of that, they wouldn't let him play football in school.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. Would never have heard of YouTube if my kids didn't tell me about it. And do your car stuff on there, they told me. Yeah, and the thing is yeah, if you're already going to freaking be doing it, you might as well film it, and if other people enjoy it, you might actually get some recoup out of it. And that's basically what it is.
And if he takes his YouTube stuff, you could take that same content and put it on TikTok, and people will watch it.
You take that same content, you freaking shake it up a little bit, regurgitate it, and make freaking shorter, quick videos.
Put some dumb music
Robert
to it.
from LSX Hunter does a lot of that. In fact, actually, he does it the opposite way. He puts his TikTok stuff on YouTube. If you look at a lot of... Now, granted, that's kind of I like his content because it's whatever, but I can't... His content's way too freaking short. I'm just getting into his video, and it's over. Like, I have ADHD, and it's too short. I mean, I don't mind watching some stuff on TikTok because I'm expecting it to be short.
Sure.
I'm not expecting. I don't go to TikTok.
Well, you're not looking to go in there. You're just looking for a quick entertainment, something that's less than a minute. I think it has to be less than a minute long, actually. So
yeah, I think it's 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Maybe 2 minutes.
Maybe I don't know. I know it's short.
Yeah.
So you can't get on there and actually like go in and watch somebody.
Unless you do. No, you have
revive a car.
What they do is they'll break it up into parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I actually kind of like those because that actually makes somebody go to your actual page.
Maybe I'll do one of them next.
Yeah. If you do the parts ones, what it does is it forces them to, as long as you leave a cliffhanger for somebody to want to watch the next 1 minute and 30, it forces them to go to your subscription page and actually find that track of videos. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're on your page, and then they see the other cool stuff that you might be posting. You know what I mean? Instead of whatever pops through their For You page.
I don't know. My TikToks are kind of dumb, but I don't really care.
I don't take TikTok seriously. So it's just my fun escape, whatever. So, I mean, I posted that one. I also like TikTok because I can actually use legit music. Like,
yeah.
I mean, the Burnout video. I mean, I would love to fucking use, whatever his name is that does the I Can't Drive 55. I would love to be able to use that in some of YouTube videos, but I can't. I have to come up with some other crap. Bad to the Bone was Christine's theme song. Mm-hmm. And then of course YouTube put their bullshit on. If you look at my one video where I did the package tray for my Nova.
Yeah.
The original audio is Bad to the Bone. No, I'm not sure if I kept the audio in it, or if I silenced the audio.
I don't remember hearing it, but not to say it was not in there. That
video's old. You'd literally have to go digging for it.
I went back because I went back since you're not putting new content out right this second. I went back and started watching from the beginning of your stuff. So
that's the dark ages.
I gotta look at it, man. I watch a lot of YouTube.
My God, the freaking editing back then was absolutely garbage.
I just started watching Robert's channel like a week and a half ago, and I'm almost done watching all his.
You have to think about it. You got to think about the definition and the video quality from back then.
Well, Robert,
mean-
he says he just started about 3 months ago, which
Yeah.
if he's already got 700 subs, you're killing it, dude. I've been on since 09.
Yeah, he is definitely. But he's got. What's cool is I love again. I do believe it's Robert's car. I get so confused with so many new people that I'm watching that I get confused at who is who. I do believe his was the one where he had the he was walking through the fields with all the old cars in it. But I found that absolutely fascinating. I wish you wouldn't find cars like that up here because they'd be rotted away.
See, there's so many of them cars down here. I could go, man. I'm telling you, I could find so many cars right now, under $5,000. Some good builders.
Unfortunately, like okay, you even have my Novas, which have been just sitting for a couple years.
Mm.
Okay, now granted, the one's pretty well. I had to pull all the body plugs out of it, and everything else, and I'm still worried about it having more issues than when I left it there. And I gotta pull them soon, otherwise they're not going to be much to pull.
Yeah, you go to pull them and they fall apart.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I mean, I don't have. I give them another 2 or 3 years sitting before they're going to need a lot more work than what I put them there as.
Yeah, I mean, I've got, which granted right now I don't have a bunch of old cars, but I got like an 83 Camaro. I paid less than $1,000 for. I've got an 82 F-150. I paid $1,000 for. I've got, I had a Ford Thunderbird, a 65 that I had that was on my channel or whatever that I got running. Will it start video I did? I think I gave. I traded a old Mercury Cougar for it.
Yeah.
One of the junky Mercury Cougars that were front wheel drive and all that.
Robert says he bought a truck yesterday
You traded like
the other day for $150.
Thunderbird.
I guarantee you, I don't have $150 in my freaking account right now.
Yeah, I traded it was a 02. No, it's a 2000 model Mercury Cougar that
How the hell?
ran, and I traded it for a 65 Thunderbird.
That I don't know how you did that. You must be like some shrewd negotiator or something.
No, they're just old cars are everywhere down here, man.
Well, yeah, because they last down there because there's
Yeah.
no snow, and because there's no snow, they don't put salt on the road.
I think the last time it snowed here was about 10 years ago, and it was a big storm. I think we got about almost an inch.
Oh, big storm!
Jeez, that was a
Hey,
sprinkling.
Monday.
That
the
was
other
big
day.
here, man. Come on now.
We got sprinkled on here the other day and got an inch.
Yeah, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I haven't bought a car for $150 yet. I have bought $200 cars. Well, I'll just get a message here. What?
No, someone wanting to buy a car.
This guy, he does want to buy a car. He wants to buy my Jimmy, but he wants to trade me for a bass boat. No, thanks.
Oh, I hate it when people do that shit. I'm looking to make money, not freaking trade.
Yeah, you know what boat stands for, right? Bust out
What's that?
100,000.
I traded a boat. I traded a light bar, one of the little light bars you put on front of cars.
Yeah.
Back when they were real popular, and you could buy. I used to buy them in bulk and resell them. And I traded one for a boat, and then I was like, "What am I gonna do with a boat?" So it was a ski boat. It needed some work, but I kind of got the engine running, and then I sold it for $400, and I had like $30 in the light bar. So
That's not a bad deal.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah, but don't let it give you a false sense of security. Someone's like, "Oh, I'll trade you this boat," and you're like, "Oh, yeah, it's fine. The motor runs." Then you find out, like, a rod's about to go in the motor, and then when you got to get a new motor, it's just not.
No, well, when I got the boat for that light bar, I wasn't expecting it to even float. I was expecting junk, but the trailer is what I was like, yeah, a trailer, $30. A trailer was good, but it turned out the whole boat and everything was good. So I just sold it $400.
There you go.
But I wasn't expecting anything out of it. No. I wish I could find me a 90 Corvette. He said, Robert said he got a 90 Corvette and he called it Barbie doll.
Yeah, they had my sister had that white Corvette Barbie doll car.
Yeah.
There's a 90s Corvette down by where my cars are at that sits.
Well, good thing about Corvettes is they're fiberglass, so you only have the little bit of metal you got to worry about rusting.
Yeah, but the problem is that little bit of metal, will rot a
Get
lot
to-
faster.
Yeah.
You got to think about it. If you have a big ass chunk of metal and it
Mhm.
starts rotting away, it takes a lot to rot that big chunk of metal away. Versus if you have, basically, it's
But how's the
almost
salt going to
basically
get to the
wire
metal?
mesh.
It's like the metal that's on the Corvette's not exposed.
It
It can
doesn't
still get
matter.
there.
It's still going to get there.
Exactly, it just soaks through if the fiberglass starts failing, it'll just soak down through the fiberglass, and now it's trapped up against that metal. You know what I mean? I mean, that's like, haven't you ever seen concrete and watched the metal rust inside the concrete?
No,
And it'll actually cause the concrete to literally explode.
we don't have rust down here, really. I mean, we have surface rust, I guess, if you
You'll-
call
Yeah,
it that.
you
If
get
you
like
leave-
human days
if you
and shit like
leave-
that. But
You'll get rust down
We
there.
have oxidized metal. Let's
Yeah.
put it that way.
Well, that's what rust is. But the thing is you get rust anywhere where metal has a chance to sit up against metal for a long period of time.
yeah,
You may
like
be too
I mean-
dry down there.
I went out onto my stepdad's land the other day. He has a truck that's been sitting there forever and no rust on it at all.
Right. Well, again, you just might be
It's
dry.
not worth
It
building
may-
because somebody wrecked it and stripped it out there. But
it might be because it evaporates so quickly.
Robert said that 90s run it rides like crap. Yeah,
Corvette.
but it's still a 90 Corvette. It still looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's the point of the Corvettes.
Corvette
Back then.
trucks are probably gone if they even are any in those. I have no idea.
It
Shoot,
might
brand
ride
new,
like
it probably
shit
rode
because
Is it the
Brand-
fourth gen when they started that transverse leaf spring thing? No, that was third gen. I don't remember.
Yeah, don't ask me, man. I don't know anything about Corvettes.
it probably rides like shit because it needs freaking suspension components replaced.
Well, to be fair, it probably rode like that when it was new. I remember when I was a little kid, somebody had like a '82 Corvette, and that thing rode so bad. And it wasn't that old then. Maybe it was less than 10 years old.
The most thing that I was exposed to when I was a kid that I thought was freaking cool was like an IROC Camaro. I mean, that was
They were super cool.
when I was a kid. When I was a kid, that was high class. And
Especially with
an
T-tops,
80s
man.
Camaro was somebody was So I didn't live near where, like, Corvettes. No, they were untouchable.
No, well, I only knew that one person, and I didn't really know him. I just remember seeing it and I got to ride in it. But no, most people I knew had like Pintos and stuff. So if they were lucky, shoot, I remember my parents when I was 13. They had the only car we had at that time was a '78 Ford Thunderbird. Still had the 8-track player in it.
Now my mom, when I was a kid, back before she, when she was still with my dad, they had some nice cars, Mustangs and Trans Ams and stuff from the late '70s, the 70s, early '80s.
Yeah.
But like when I was growing up to where I realized what was what, like my stepfather, they had a '94 Caravan. Before that, he had a 4-door Nova like mine, 4th gen. He had
That
a
was my first
4-door
car.
Nova with a giant ass gaping hole in the driver's side rear wheel well that you could literally watch the tire driving as you were in the car.
Did it have one in the driver's side floorboard too?
Not that one.
You don't run out of gas. You just stick your feet through it and
I was
Flintstone
gonna
it.
say, man, that sounds just like
But
my first car.
so he ended up giving that car to his buddy, and he bought the '94 minivan. And he had that all the way up until he broke up with my mom, and then my mom met my stepfather, and that stepfather had, he had a C10,
Mhm.
and my mom had a not a Chevette or Citation, but the
Celebrity.
yeah, Celebrity. She had a Celebrity with a 305 that my stepfather built. So the 305, not a stock 305. He had the
course.
fucking decent little
The
305.
celebrities, I think they came with an Iron Duke in them. So
Yeah, this was a 305 Chevy engine and stuffed into a Celebrity.
that's cool.
That lasted all the way up until some lady ran a red light, and
He said
hit my mom head on.
Robert said he had a 63 Ford pickup that drank more oil than gas. I think
Yeah.
if
Oh,
a 60s model Ford pickup, if it ain't leaking oil, it's probably not running.
if it's not leaking oil, it's drinking it.
That's
But,
what we used to say about
yeah,
the
then
Huey helicopter.
my mom went to a Park Avenue. That was a nice cushy car. I mean, that was like driving.
Oh, it rode smooth, right?
Oh my god, it was like freaking a mattress. Even the seats were like freaking mattresses.
A little
They were
ugly.
so poofy.
Yeah.
Then she went to a Ford LTD,
I used to like them. They were cheap cars.
and then she got I think a LeBaron
And Chrysler Baron.
convertible.
The big ones are the
Ooh.
smaller
The
ones.
little,
Front-wheel drive. Hey, buddy.
like the Duster, the 90s
Oh, K body.
Duster.
Yeah. I think they were called K bodies.
So she got the little Baron. She had that all the way up until she left my stepfather, and then they ended up picking up had a GMC Jimmy for a little while, like the
S10 Jimmy.
huh?
S10 Jimmy.
Yeah,
Or the full size.
like the one just after Street Speed had like the roundy ones.
Yeah, the 90s model.
Yeah, the late 90s, early 90s, somewhere around there. Not
The one
not
I think they
square,
did
not
from,
the square body S10 Jimmy.
93 to 03, I think.
Yeah, something like that style. And then she ended up getting a Ford Explorer.
So she downgraded then, but
No, I wouldn't say that's a downgrade. This Ford
I don't
Explorer has all-wheel drive with a
the Jimmy didn't.
6-speed manual transmission.
Damn.
Manual?
This thing is it's not a regular Explorer. It's a Park Ranger version. So it was commissioned for the Park Ranger.
He said he put a 350 in a 93 S10 7 years ago. You know, the 93 was still the square body. Them S10s, they were great. I used to have a 87 or 88 model. They were,
Even
man,
the
them
Iron
things
Dukes
still
and
good looking.
couldn't kill them.
Yeah, no. Put a 350 in it, though. Even the Iron Duke, you could burn out easy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no weight over the rear end.
You could almost pick up the back end of that truck with just yourself. If it was
A
easy.
garage I used to work under the table. I don't know what kind of engine is in it, but one of the guys, he has one of those little itty bitty Chevy S10s, and it ain't got no fucking V6 or 4-cylinder in there. It's definitely a whole romping V8. And for one day, the owner used to pick me up and drop me off because my mom had to work, and it's in the next town over. So sometimes he'd show up in his Chevy Silverado, and one time he took me home in his truck, and it's cool. Like he's got like shaved door handles, and it's got the poppers under the front fenders. And I was like blown the fuck away. I'm like, what? Anyway,
you can literally just have it right underneath the skin of the door, and you can just walk your hand around. You just wave a magnet in front of the door, and pops open.
Yeah, but that requires you to have a magnet on you at all times. But
you
anyway,
don't
or
keep
you
it
can
on your
get them with the
keys.
key fob too. But
Yeah, well, they have them now to where it's just a magnet that you keep on your keys.
yeah,
And you just pass your keys next to the door, and it'll trip the lock.
yeah. Anyway, this one particular day, he decided to borrow the other guy's truck to take me home and drop money off at the bank. And coming out of the drive-through, he had that thing sideways, axle hopping the whole 9 yards.
I missed that about my Nova.
Well,
My
the axle
freaking
hopper going
Nova,
sideways.
I used to have so much fun in that thing. I kicked it. I was completely sideways in the mall. Not in the mall, but the mall complex.
In the mall.
I was leaving the freaking mall, and it was just slightly damp out. Like it was just like the beginning of rain, and I just fucking tromped on it, kicked the whole freaking car sideways, making a left-hand turn towards another traffic light. I was it just lit them up, and that's an open diff.
Yeah.
Now the TA, this thing has no problems. Even with the 403 that was in it, had no freaking problems swinging that back end around.
I'm sure.
It's funny. The Miata is the same way, and it has a little engine. You can swing that thing around so easy.
The whole car weighs like 1.6 pounds.
Is that front engine or rear wheel?
Front.
It's
front engine, rear wheel drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, your power weight ratio though. That thing weighs like next to nothing.
Man, you feel like you're going so fast. You look down, you're going 30. You're like, oh,
Yeah, you
but
got
it's
the wind
cool.
going through
They're
your hair.
fun,
Your butt's about that far off the ground.
right?
I had the opposite effect in my ex's grandparents' Outback. They had the Outback Sport with the like the 6-speed Selecta shift, whatever. I can't tell you how many times I was freaking cruising in that thing, and I look down and I'm doing like 20, 30, 40 miles an hour over the freaking speed limit. I'm like, holy shit, I need to slow this thing down.
Because you set up so high, it just feels so different.
No, it doesn't. It's pretty low. The Sport is pretty low. It's all-wheel drive, but it's not super high up off the ground either. But the problem is the thing rides so freaking smooth and whatever that you don't even feel like you're flying. And the next thing you know, you're flying.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I didn't even realize how fast I was going, and I was like down, I was like, holy shit.
Whoopsie.
And it's not my car, so it's like I can't be getting pulled over in this thing. I'm only borrowing it.
Yeah.
And I like those. I like the earlier Novas. I do. I mean, granted, I have my later 77, but I do like the earlier ones. I think my favorite is like anything from like 69 to 72 as far as the Novas, because it really changed them too much in that period. Unlike like the Camaros and stuff, where they were like changing them every year. Every year had a different option and BS. The Novas kind of stayed pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Let's see. Robert said he had a 70 Nova SS. Yeah. 396 finally got. Yep. You have it right now, Roberts?
Yeah, he said he's going to work on it in the spring.
Oh, I guess I missed that. Sorry.
My stepfather's K5 Blazer had a 396 in it when he picked it up. He blew up the 396 at one point, and he dropped a 454 with the 396 heads on it.
So I wonder when he put did he put the 396 in it?
No, the 396 in it was in it when he bought it. It was out of a Chevelle.
Makes sense.
And it ended up throwing. I think it ended up destroying the bottom end. I think it was bearings. So it was cheaper for him. He picked up a 454 Marine block it just needed a new crank because obviously Marine engines run in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So he had to buy a different crank for it. And he literally just used the whole top end off of his 396 and just dropped it right on the top of this 454, which brings the compression ratio way up.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that thing just freaking romped.
I'm just trying to picture someone like not changing the crank or something. They go to floor it in first, and it just goes backwards.
Yeah, that's what it would do. But you would end up really screwing because if you were trying to put the distributor in and plumb the like all the spark plug wires and stuff it wouldn't run.
Well, yeah, naturally.
So
and also
the starter you kind of would realize right then and there was something goofy. Hey, you like them ones that are unmolested and untouched, man. It's better when they get put up when they're freaking still newish and then get forgotten about.
Most cars I could afford have been, rigged up by some teenager. Got like the speaker covers painted green and
ew.
Like my Nova when I first got it, it looked clean, but I didn't realize how much really bad bodywork was hiding underneath of that nice clean paint.
I can't talk much. Just like that though, when I was in high school, I had an Oldsmobile Cutlass Calais. It was a 90s model. It wasn't anything rare, but I got it real cheap. And man, I was trying to be, custom. So I painted speaker covers and put an aftermarket radio in it. And, it was a AutoZone special. I put all kind of little badges on it.
You should have seen that freaking car that I had to track down a car for a friend of mine's, an ex-friend of mine's ex. I was supposed to get the car if I could find it because she just didn't want him having it because she won it in court. By the time I got a hold of it, I think Big E remembers those pictures. It was gross.
Loosely, yeah.
But it was like a Honda. Was it a Prelude?
It's a Civic or an Accord?
Accord. Yeah, it is what it was. It was an Accord. Oh my god, freaking crap ass freaking dollar store green paint and purple and
that was after Fast and the Furious.
That car was roached out, and they stripped it too. They stripped it, and whatever they couldn't freaking strip, they destroyed. Before we were able to find the car, we ended up finding the car in a storage facility. By the time we found it, it wasn't even worth dragging. It cost me more to drag it out of where it was at and get rid of it than it was worth. So yeah, I got the raw end of the deal on that one.
Yeah, well, that's what they were trying to do. They're like, oh, well, they can't have it, so we're going to take whatever is valuable and destroy the rest of it.
Every single panel was dented. Everything was fucking busted or broken. It was garbage. And the car didn't look too bad. I mean, it was still obviously dollar store paint and shit, but it didn't look super, super bad when he was driving around. Definitely nothing like what we ended up finding it in.
No. And they probably put water in the oil and whatever else that you don't know.
Oh wow, it's a tack car.
Oh, what?
The Nova is a factory tack car.
Oh.
Not a very it's a kind of a rare option.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to have to end it here. Because it's 2:00 in the morning.
Oh yeah, I forgot what
Yeah,
time
it is too.
Yeah, you are a whole hour ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give everybody that's still here 2,000 points just for shits and giggles.
Oh, look at us go!
That's why I get the points. Comments.
Comments. Well, here, before we get off here, let's do this.
Now you're gonna gamble again, aren't you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Don't know if it actually worked.
Oh, we're about to find out.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, because Robert's Garage is up to 9,000.
Ooh, look at him.
I just don't know I don't think you got it in time before.
Maybe.
No, I
didn't.
That
was he was probably that because he was chat boss last stream or whatever.
Yeah, but if you remember, if we go all the way back up here, he wasn't at 9,000 then. He was at like 7,000. I can't go up high enough. Yeah, I can't go up high enough. Chat doesn't go back that far.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Maybe that's it. I don't remember honestly. So
no, I don't either. But all right, I'll catch you guys next week, same time, same place.
Thanks for stopping in and chatting, Roberts. It's been good, man.
Hey, you guys kept it. You're the reason why we're still here at 2:00 in the morning. You kept the conversation fresh and interesting. So, yeah, normally we end up petering out whenever the chat stops being productive. So, thank you guys for hanging out, and we'll see you guys next week.
Yep, take it easy,
See you
people.
guys.